I'm trying to make a name, but my sick thoughts got me by my brain. I'm searching for my, how ironic how we hustle for the same, but get bracelets for trying to get a chain, man, they wanna take up. Now, the coincidence is a major factor in this community, and people don't even know it. Break that lane, I'm trying to make a name, but my sick thoughts got me by my brain. I'm searching for my. How ironic how we hustle for the same, but get bracelets for trying to get a chain, and they want to take up.
So this video is about the 1619 story and a conversation I had with legendary Top Cats about those first Africans who came to America.
Ain't nothing African about Virginia. You talking about a European and an Aboriginal situation. You talking about Virginia.
So they didn't bring any Africans into Virginia?
Well, I mean, what Africans made a difference? You had those 19 that came in 1619, and if I was y'all, I'd be embarrassed to pull that because that wasn't even the situation of somebody being brought from West Africa in the slave situation. That was a situation that happened with. So that where did they get those people from?
So they came from Luanda, Angola. They was on the San Juan Batista.
Listen,
that
did
shit
they steal that boat? How did they meet them people? They came from
they was going to Veracruz, Mexico. They was going to Veracruz, Mexico.
They jacked the boat and took them people. So now let's not try to use this modern day everybody where they try to
no. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
That's what you're doing.
No, I'm not. So
what happened to those people though?
Hold on.
They freedom?
Hold on.
They got their freedom, and some of them became slave owners. So
yeah.
I'd be ashamed to even pull that shit. You want to make it especially if you got a slave narrative.
You don't want the whole story to come out. That's what it is. I'm just trying to ask you a question. Was it 3 ships or 2 ships involved in that encounter?
I can't remember right now.
It's 3.
They don't change
2 ships. No. It's always been 2 ships jumped on 1 ship in the Caribbean. But y'all fail to realize that 1 ship that they jumped was called the San Juan Batista. That ship is on record coming from Luanda, Angola, and it was destined to go to Veracruz, Mexico. Here we have the 1619 story in question. Now, in the conversation I had with Top Cats, I told him that they came from Luanda, Angola, and they was on a ship called the San Juan Batista. So let's read a little bit. The Africans who came to Virginia in 1619 had been taken from Angola and West Central Africa. They were captured in a series of wars that was part of a much broader Portuguese hostilities against the Congo and Ndogo kingdoms in other states. These captives were then forced to march 100 to 200 miles to the coast to the major slave trade port of Luanda. They were put on board the San Juan Batista, which carried 350 captives bound for Veracruz on the coast of Mexico in the summer of 1619. Nearing her destination, the slave ship was attacked by 2 English privateers, the White Lion and the Treasurer, in the Gulf of Mexico and robbed of 50 to 60 Africans. The 2 privateers then sailed to Virginia, where the White Lion arrived at Point Comfort, or present-day Hampton, Virginia, towards the end of August. Here we are on the Slave Voyages website, and they also mention the 1619 ship, the San Juan Batista, and the voyage ID number is 29251. If anybody wants to look it up. Right, and this is just the information they have on it. It was in Luanda, headed to Veracruz, year 1619. Captain's name, Miguel Pinto Moto. And here are the sources, and they mention the 1619 20-and-out Negroes. Y'all not telling the whole story. You didn't do nothing last time.
You're not telling the whole story by picking the pieces of the story that you want to tell.
Hold on, no. He just tried to tell a story of 1619 and don't know if it's 2 or 3 boats. Y'all not telling the same story. Y'all not telling the whole, because that 3rd boat came from Angola. That's why.
So why nobody know about that then?
Everybody knows about it.
Go get it then.
And there lies the problem within a lot of these conscious communities, specifically this one we're talking about now, the Aboriginal community. Their so-called leaders just don't know the history. They tell half of the story from a biased point of view, as we've seen with Top Cats. So moral to this video, 1619, those Africans that was taken by the White Lion and Treasurer was on a boat named the San Juan Batista that came from Luanda, Angola. That's just the facts. That's it. It's not a coincidence that the conscious community is not so conscious.
I'm gonna ask you a question now.
But why do you keep calling them an Aboriginal? Why do you keep calling them an Aboriginal?
Because we the ones who made these cities. Slaves didn't make cities because they didn't make cities work
out this shit right now. So look, Cass, we gotta take our people back. They keep trying to name these people Aboriginals and all this other shit, and they're not. So this is Benjamin Banneker. He's the son of Robert Banneker and Mary Banneker, right? So let's come down here real quick. It says their descendants genealogists. Their descendants genealogists. Their descendants genealogists. Y'all understand that? His grandmother Molly was an English dairymaid who had been falsely convicted of theft, indentured to a Maryland tobacco farmer. After working out her indenture, Welsh rented a farm, some land, eventually purchased two African slaves. No, yo, stop, Rob, stop. Be quiet. You can hold on for 2 seconds. Welsh rented and farmed some land, eventually purchasing 2 African slaves, who she freed several years later. Welsh wed one of her former slaves, Bannaky or Banneker, said to be the son of a chief. Their daughter Mary also married an African.
Wow.
A man from Guinea who had been enslaved, baptized as Robert and freed. So where do y'all get, and it says who took Banneker as his surname upon the marriage. So we got Molly, who marries the first African. They have a daughter named Mary, right? So here's Mary Banneker. And then she meets another African from Guinea, and he gets baptized and changed his name to Robert, and they have Benjamin Banneker. So that's what I'm here for. I'm taking back the ancestors. He's an African. Y'all gonna stop trying to bring him up as an Aboriginal. That's just it. He's an African.
Okay, can I just rebut it? Can I rebut it? Just 1 second.
There's nothing to rebut.
Salute. What up, y'all? So you see the title show, Aboriginal or African descent. What does the evidence say? All right. So here's somebody that the Aboriginals might call an ancestor. Right? This paper's from the Los Angeles Times, 1975. But this man, Charles Davis, he gives a little history on the freedmen. And it's nothing what the Aboriginals say. But he starts off by saying there was a knock at the door of Reverend Charles Davis. Shinda called out the 92-year-old man. One of the black men on his front porch replied, I ain't even going to try to say that. The preacher opened the door and welcomed his friends into his home. He had greeted the men in the Creek Indian language, Shinda. Who is it? So now y'all Aboriginals learned a word in Creek. They answered, whatever, we come to eat, a traditional response of Creeks when visiting friends. Why the Creek language? What's up, Andy? So where I'm at. Why the Creek language? The 3 men are black Indians of mixed Indian and Negro blood. So Aboriginals try to
Hello,
hide
can
that.
you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Because my audio is fucking up real quick, but it's all good now. Proceed.
So it says the 3 men are black Indians of mixed Indian and Negro blood. So Over here, we know Negro means a person of African descent. We're not even going to play them word games, right? We're not going to do that. But in Delaware, they are known as the Forgotten Moors. In Louisiana and North Carolina, Red Bones. Mr. Davis, for the past 50 years, the pastor of the First Baptist Church of Haskell, 25 miles south of Tulsa, is one of approximately 1,000 Creek freedmen, as the Black Indians are called in northwestern Oklahoma. Creek Indians brought their Negro slaves with them when they moved to Georgia and Alabama to Indian Territory in 1828. Said Mr. Davis. Said him. Not a white man. Said him. Yes, the Indians had slaves, just as the whites did. The whites traded slaves to the Indians for Indian land in Alabama and Georgia. Creek Indians were very fair with their slaves. They treated them kindly. Many Creeks intermarried with Negroes. When the Creeks divided their land into allotments in 1906 in Oklahoma, their former slaves and children and grandchildren of slaves were given equal shares. Black Indians and Creek Negroes who never intermarried with the Indians were all given the same allotment as full-blooded. Full-blooded Creeks, Mr. Davis said. Again, this is him telling a story. Not just anybody, him. Every man, woman, and child got 160 acres. The Black minister has a vivid recollection of the day the allotments were made. Oh, he was there. I was a teenager at the time. I can remember when the Indian chiefs commenced to allot the Creek land. The question came up, what to do with the Negroes? There was no hesitation nor argument. The chiefs meeting in the old council house counted all of us as Creek Indians. To this day, many families on the Creek tribal rolls are Blacks with no Indian blood or are Black Indians. Negro slaves were helpers more than slaves to the Creek, said the old minister, who was revered by Blacks and Indians alike throughout Oklahoma. Creek Indians were nomads. They knew nothing about farming when they came to Indian territory. It was the Blacks who taught them about farming. The Blacks built log cabins instead of wigwams and dugouts, and it was the Blacks who converted the Creeks to Christianity. They believed in the sun god and moon god before they had slaves. Mr. Davis laminated the lack of knowledge. What's that? Come on, Andy. Andy, chill out. What you doing? Mr. Davis laminated the lack of knowledge. Yeah, all right, go on mute, Andy. Mr. Davis laminated the lack of knowledge on the part of most American Blacks or white about Black Indians, who won't read it in the history books, he declared. And the sad part, most young people don't know it. I mean, most of our own Creek Freedmen kids don't even know it. So that would allude to why some of these apples are kind of confused.
I agree. I really do agree, man.
Yeah, Andy, when I'm trying to read, you gotta go on mute, man.
Sorry. Just my cat was just accidentally touched something like the mute button.
Yeah.
I have a little kitty cat. I didn't mean to. It was an accident, but it's all good now.
More of a dog guy.
Your dog died?
I said a dog guy.
You're a dog guy?
Yeah.
Me too, man.
So this paper is from the Rapid City Journal, November 1st, 1998. So Black Indians share heritage. On the left, this is Don Little Cloud Davenport. He even got an Indian name. Co-founder of the Black Native American Association, carries a walking stick with his family. Long history carved on it in Oakland, California. Linda Smith Wright is a member of the association founded in 1994. So this is a Black Indian Association that came about in the 90s. Right? So it says Oakland, California. It all began at the Silver Star Powwow in Oakland in 1994. Don Little Cloud Davenport noticed a couple of other spectators who looked like him sitting nearby. He started to talk to them and discovered they had common heritage indeed. All three were American Indians, but they were also black. By the time the day ended, the Black Native American Association was born. We started to exchange phone numbers, Davenport said, and then we decided, oh, well, we might as well start us a group. Every once in a while, you see a Black Native American at a powwow, but usually keeping very much to herself, says Zenobi Embry Nimmer, who attended that powwow with a friend, Benita Sizemore. The three of us started dancing that day, and there was just this incredible magnetic effect. Embry Nimmer said. A fourth dancer of a similar background, Richard Harris, joined the Black Natives group. Joined them. The powwow ended, and that was just the beginning. The Black Native group has grown tremendously since then. It has a mailing list of more than 500 across America and in other countries. People descended from many American Indian tribes, all sharing African American ancestry, each with an amazing story to tell. The group meets during most of the many powwows around Northern California. From 30 to 50 people attended, Davenport said. We have Cherokees, Blackfeet, Choctaw, Muskogee Creek, he said. We have a couple of biracial California Indians, Pomos. The group regularly invites other Native people to join them and help with beadwork and preparing regalia for powwows. Discussion about history and how to trace genealogy also are an important part of many meetings. We purposely are not highly structured, Embry Nimmer said. We get together to remember and celebrate the fact that we have a history that's important and is integral part of America. We try to focus on the wholeness of ourselves, the African American part, the Native part. Distinction. They understand they have two separate ancestors. Davenport said, we try to bring that into reality of living today. Once you know who you are and where you come from, you're able to understand yourself a little more. Association members say they are mostly accepted by San Francisco Bay Area Native community. You got something to say, Andy?
Yeah, I met some. I know some California tribes though. Me and my dad met them. We met some Native Americans that look white as hell though. Like, and I mean a lot of them. But I never met a Native American who looks black though. Never. Just to be honest with you. You know?
Yeah, why would you? They're separate people. You know? Like even like here, they how they say, you know, the Native part and the African American part. So what I'm just trying to show is these people who have a history of dealing with Indians, they always known that there was a separation, that there was two different people. They could be mixed, separated, but if they're under the same nation, that's just what it is. They're the same nation. That doesn't mean that these Negroes was Aboriginal here.
I agree with you, man. You know, and these Aboriginals, I'm gonna say, dude, they're indifferent, like really indifferent, because they're just blue collar criminals. Just blue collar criminals that just want to rip the benefit off of real indigenous people. Just saying, man. You know, and that's why I don't have no respect for them. To be honest with you. You know what I mean?
I hear you, Andy.
Yeah. Sorry about my cat though. I'm not that much of a cat person though, but I'm sorry that my cat was like making noise and stuff. She's very feisty and all the other stuff though. She was biting my thumb though, which hurt it a lot.
All right, let's get back to this, Andy.
Yeah. What are they saying about me? So wait.
So, where's this from? Oh, this is from Leavenworth Times, Leavenworth, Kansas. September 20th, 1894. So, Negro Indians in rebellion, right? All right. King Blue follows on a marauding tour. This is one of my favorite Indians right here. Terror in the Chickasaw Nation. A band tied up the postmaster and his wife at Stonewall. Released by neighbors, many Indian citizens maltreated the Chickasaw government will move them from the reservation. Wichita, Kansas, September 19th. A dispatch from Stonewall and the Chickasaw Nation brings information to the effect that King Blue, the leader of the Chickasaw Negro Indians, why they not just regular Indians? Why they got to be Negro? Is in the open rebellion. Well, that's because they're not the Indians. The insurrectionists have gone on a marauding tour and are terrorizing the Indian citizens, especially the squaws. Last Saturday, the band headed by King Blue swept down on the farm of George H. Chalks, postmaster at Stonewall. The Indians came to the farm at noon when Chalks, a white man, and his squaw were led from the house and bound with a rope and held prisoner. King Blue and his band then proceeded to destroy everything in the house. They could not eat and drink, and after satisfying themselves, they rode off howling and swearing. Yeah, they was turned up. Neighbors of Chalks and his wife came and released them. Other Indians have been similarly treated, and the eastern part of the Chickasaw Nation is in a state of terror. The Chickasaw government is thinking of taking steps to put the marauders out of the country, and they have authority to do so under United States law or the Chickasaw laws. The Negro Indians have no legal right to the land, to the nation, and are not even adopted citizens. King Blue is an old man, is very strong physical, and is a natural leader of surprising tact. He was chosen king of the Negro Indians shortly after the war, and he exercised an absolute tyranny over his followers. All right. So in this article, you can see the Negroes, they're not too happy, but they mentioned 3 different types of people. The squaw, which is the Indian, they got the Negroes, and then the white people. So there's always a distinction in kind. What up, Rude?
What's up, Rude Words?
I don't want your pink ass talking to me. What's up? Not a coincidence.
All right, chill out, y'all. Hold on. Let me read this.
Now hold on. Not a coincidence. He said he don't respect me, so we shouldn't have no respect and no talk to each other. There shouldn't be nothing. No,
right,
not being funny. Just it ain't nothing. No disrespect.
That's cool. That's cool. As long as they don't get disorderly, we all right. So this goes with the last article I just read with King Blue, right? So this is from this is called the eloquent protest of the Chickasaw Freedmen. In fact, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Let me see. So I'm bringing this up to try to show what type of time these Chickasaw Freedmen was on, right? So you've seen them running around Indian territory. Okay, you've seen them running around Indian territory, basically acting a fool in 1894. That's because they wasn't getting what they were supposed to get. They rights as to the 1866 treaty. But the reason I'm showing you this is because, damn, I hate how this document is. I just put it in the chat, but I hate it. But anyway, in this document, they mentioned the 1866 treaty, right? See, it's mentioned here. They mentioned that they are of African descent. So I'm gonna say this right here. So it says, written in 1882. This piece is one of the most eloquent documents written by freedmen leaders, King Blue and Isaac Alexander. They made an appeal in the form of a document called the Memorial of the Chickasaw Freedmen. In this document, their plight and their plea for assistance from the United States is felt by the reader. It is pronounced on this page in its entirety. Right? But you see, says your memorialists represent not only themselves, but also the class of persons known in the nation as persons of African descent. Right? This is written in 1882, of which there are about 3,000 individuals. So yeah, two people wrote this document, but these two people are representing all the freedmen in that area. How you feel about that, words? Lucky, what's good?
What's good, family? What's up with you?
Ain't shit. Just trying to run through a little.
I'm just looking at that source. It's a pretty good source. When I look up the so-called Leavenworth Times, because you know I'll be going into these sources and shit. Okay, it was a newspaper that was made in 1856. It started getting circulated in 1871. Okay, so I mean it's a true newspaper, so I gotta say it's still circulating. So when I look at pictures in 1856, it's only paintings, so I can't really go there. But when I start looking at pictures in 1864, and that's when these articles and all this stuff is going, I'm gonna ask you to show some evidence, except for a newspaper that we know has a political and it's just not always telling the truth. But I digress. Like, where are the people of these so-called Indians and Negroes fighting each other and everything? And in 1864, there's a civil war, you know, and in the 60s and stuff. Where are the slave pictures at? You know what I'm saying? And a lot of stuff. That's just all I'm asking. That's just all I'm asking.
So rude words. Rude words.
Damn, I didn't even know I was on mute. Hold on. So, my bad. But so this article is from 1894, which is almost 30 years after slavery. This article is from 1882, which is almost 20 years after slavery. And then, like, so this is a video I made from him about the thing, right? Hold on. So we got this guy. He testified, right? So King Boozle, I'm gonna show you how real he is. So I showed you one article. I showed you something he wrote in 1882. I showed you a newspaper article writing about him in 1894. And then this guy, we're just gonna call him Chief of Moonson. He testified, all right, about the centennial of the Tulsa Greenwood Race Massacre, right? Right. So he even quotes the King Blue story here. Right. He says, our family journey to Greenwood actually started 139 years ago when my children's fourth great grandfather named King Blue co-wrote a letter submitted to Congress and the House of Representatives, just as I am doing today. King Blue, the former slave of Chickasaw tribal leader Benjamin Colbert, he and other tribal representatives presented a document in 1882 called the Memorial of the Chickasaw Freedmen, which is this one, right? So now, when I made the video, guess who commented on it? The Chief of Moonson. Said, I want to personally thank you so much for sharing this video. I have no idea it existed. I am grateful to you. I am grateful to have been able to share such a powerful history before the House Judiciary Committee. Continue the work. Continue the good work. Right? And then here we go from Erica Davis, right? What she says. She says, thank you. I'm a descendant of King Blue. So I don't get what your point is, but trying trying to discredit anything, trying to make it fake. There's nothing fake about this, brother. Nothing at all.
I said when I look,
Checkmate.
when I look right here at the times, I'm giving you the same times: 1882, Negroes and Indians united. It don't show no separation from them when I get into the beautiful Black Indians. They don't show no separation. They don't show no separation of these people in these lands at this time. They don't show us looking like we're some slaves. These look like well-suited and Indian severity. That just look like some, these look like our ancestors when they came from football and basketball games and our culture right there. So I'm just showing pictures of truth here of our families back then when y'all saying this so-called slavery was started, and these people look well booted and suited. And then these pictures right here showing that same time us fighting right there. Them fighting pictures, them fighting your masters. So I'm just like, there's a lot of stuff that, and then it's memorial to the Chickasaw. So before we get into that, I'm just saying that they don't ever say that they bought any slaves, bro, unless you could prove that outside of a newspaper that you don't even know really. You just don't know if it's from a European newspaper. Then when we go down to a lot of these beautiful pictures of man, and then we get the, oh my God, Reconstruction history. See what I'm saying? We just got to go into this shit when there's pictures around. I digress.
Reconstruction history. What the fuck? So basically trying to say you don't know if it's real. I don't know. I gave you
what is Reconstruction mean? What is a Reconstruction citizen before I tap into that? Why did they reconstruct it after wars?
Let me know when you're done.
Okay, I'm done, brother.
I want you to get it all out. I want to get it all out, brother.
I am all out. I asked you a question. What does Reconstruction citizenship mean, and why did they reconstruct history after the wars?
Reconstruction citizenship don't mean shit.
This is a lie.
You made that up. You made that term up.
I agree with you. Not a coincidence. I agree with you.
Illustrated where they show the newspaper. I'm showing the newspaper right there that says Reconstruction citizenship. Since I made it up, Reconstruction citizenship, where it shows.
Click the link. No, click the link. Click the link, brother.
You just said I made something up. Can you just say I didn't make it up?
You made it up. There is no. So are you saying that's a term in law? That's not a term in law, brother.
I'm showing you two different.
Hold on. Look. Hold on. Stop. Word. No, I'm not wrong. Show me that shit in law. Citizenship deals with law.
Sir, you said I just made something up.
Listen, okay, you didn't make it up, but that don't mean it don't mean anything. Hold on, stop. Bro, relax, brother. Why don't you click that link and let's read what the shit says? How about that?
Okay,
click the link. No. If you don't click the link, you can't give any spill.
Okay, get me out of here then. You can't take truth. I'm gonna click the link.
Listen,
you can't just cut me off, bro. Get me out of here.
Click it and you can talk. Man.
No, just get me out of here, man. Cut me off.
I go through all this work to find sources, to show sources, and you just want to look at a title. And it's not even a whole title because you see the 3 dots at the end. That means it's more words.
This is in the National Museum of the African American, bro.
Yeah. So you're gonna show a source that proves that.
My talk.
Hold on, look. So look. Let's remember what I'm about to. No, I'm about to let you talk. Listen, stop. Root words. Yes, I can cut you.
You scared, bro? That's not right.
Be quiet, bro. Stop.
You don't even know. You said I was a.
Stop for 2 seconds, bro. The title is Aboriginal or
African. Get me out of here, bro. If you gonna do me like that.
He's gonna read from something that says it's
I'm
from the
gonna
African
do my
American.
source. You gonna get me out of here.
He's gonna read from something that says African American Museum. Go ahead, Root words.
Now it's disingenuous. I'm just giving my spiel that in Reconstruction era, that's what they did. Reconstructed our citizenship. And something I didn't make up, and I proved that you was wrong. Just on some simple shit. I don't get mad at this shit. I'm just like, damn, I'm almost done. And right here, they're showing Black Indians in the Civil War. Black Indians in the United States, and them are Civil War people. I digress.
But those are freedmen. My friend.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful. It says right here, Black Indians in the United States. It don't say freedmen until you can show me that.
Why don't you hit it?
But they are.
Hit the link.
But they are free. Yeah, but they are freedmen's though. It's Americans own slaves. They own slaves though. So you're basically being disingenuous, basically. Real words. Are you here? So real words. I don't even know why you're being disingenuous, but it's obviously you're just cherry picking, basically.
So look, this is the source he was showing. Hold on, this is the source he was showing. Let me pull it up while he playing games.
Yeah, Root Words, did you miss what Not a Coincidence read right off the rip? Like he read the little you tripping, buddy.
I just want y'all to rebut the shit.
Ain't nothing to rebut. You're supporting what I'm saying. These motherfuckers of African descent. You're reading from stuff that says African on it, brother.
I'm about to tap into it. Why did they reconstruct it? Why is it called Reconstruction history?
Go ahead, tap it. You said you was gonna tap it.
I'm asking you a simple question. Why is it called Reconstruction history, sir?
No, there's a Reconstruction era that has a history to it.
Why is it called Reconstruction?
So do you need a class on what Reconstruction is? Yeah,
who is included? Are you gonna let me talk when I read this, or are you gonna cut me off?
Yeah, I said read it.
Thank you. I'm gonna do my spiel on how I feel. Who is included in we the people? Those whose rights and law protected. The 14th Amendment is a construction of one of the nation's most important laws in citizenship and civil rights.
Hold on, why'd you stop reading it? Why'd you stop?
Bro, when you
being disingenuous, bro. You being disingenuous. You being real disingenuous.
You gotta be slicker than that,
Nah, he full of shit, man.
And you a buster. You scared. You scared to let me.
That was sloppy.
Y'all pull up the screen and do it.
Lucky, you seen that shit?
What is wrong with you? This is what you call back and forth. You can't tell me what to do.
Sloppy, bro. I can't even believe you tried that, bro. That was like a.
This is called
1.7 for the 3.5. What was that?
All he does is cherry pick.
My daddy have a piece of cake of your cake too.
I'm gonna show you Reconstruction there if you let me talk, or I'll fall back. Shit, ain't that serious?
Hey, yeah, what's Reconstruction to you, Root Words? Since you obviously trying to duck off this.
I don't know what it is. I never talk about it because
I ain't never seen nobody read something and then be like, hold on, let me read something else.
No, I'm falling back and want you to rebut it.
Rebut what? You rebutted yourself when you start reading, Jit.
Exactly, man. He just rebutted himself.
I'm showing people
because all he does.
The civil rights and the Ku Klux Klan is the same people where it is the act of the United States Congress who empowered the president to suspend the right of the habeas corpus. Now, when we look at the right of the habeas corpus, 14th Amendment.
But how the Ku Klux Klan and the Civil Rights Movement are the same?
This ain't got nothing to do with what Not a Coincidence asked you or what I asked you. Where are you going, Rudy?
Yeah.
Where are you going?
Man, he's not making any sense, dude.
All y'all gotta do is the 4 main points of the 14th Amendment, and it's going to show where they suspended the habeas corpus. That's all I'm showing people is this stuff has nothing to do with that slave stupid shit y'all talking. It's dealing with law and habeas corpus acts. That's what the 14th Amendment is. It's in Latin, and that's what all of our laws was in until after the Civil War and all this Reconstruction history. So now I could read the people this, and they can understand my views of this through law. Because y'all keep saying the 14th Amendment is about slaves, and I keep saying the 14th Amendment is about suspending an old law.
You said a bunch of words, Root, but you didn't say nothing about Reconstruction history, but the words Reconstruction history. So I'm gonna need you to slow down.
You ain't gonna do is rebut shit I say.
Just type in right there since you write down on Google. Type in.
No, y'all type that shit in.
Since you right there, you got it on your fingers.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Y'all don't do this shit right, man. Y'all don't let a person give they build and then look shit up, so y'all do it. I'm showing that y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all don't know shit in law.
Sean said
y'all don't know nothing about the 14th Amendment.
Brewers, we can't
Sean
give you a
said that
build
you're
if
making
you're
shit
not
up.
building nothing, bro. You gotta be building on something.
I bet you don't
was
rebut
building
shit. I
something,
say
and then you
everything
put
you
the
say I'm
tools
rebut.
back, and you picked up some different tools. What you doing? You put that you was using the hammer. Now you picked up a nail gun. Like, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about Reconstruction area. I'm talking about Reconstruction. You asked me a question. Did you ask me a question?
You talking about the Ku Klux Klan and habeas corpus?
Did you ask me a question?
Give me Reconstruction history, brother.
Oh man, that must be the monkey coming out. You can't. You asked me a question. You said, "What am I talking about?" I'm talking about Reconstruction.
I'm gonna mute up. Go ahead and answer.
Yeah, mute up then if you ask me a question. Shit. You asked me about Reconstruction. You asked me, what am I talking about? I'm talking about Reconstruction history. And I asked all three of y'all, can y'all speak on Reconstruction? I digress.
What? So you want to speak on Reconstruction? So it's a period after the Civil War where the government sent troops down to the southern states, and they made sure that the black citizens was able to vote, work and basically live as regular citizens. You need anything else?
Can you please prove that? Because when I look at the 14th Amendment, it talks about the writ of the habeas corpus, a great remedy of a citizen or subject against arbitrary or illegal imprisonment. They suspended our habeas corpus, which was in Latin, which is dealing with the civil rights, is also known as the Ku Klux Klan Act, which in 1871, which is the Force Act in 1871, is an act of the United States Congress, which empowers the suspension of the my fault. That ain't the one I'm trying to look up, but here we go, right here. The Ku Klux Klan Act and Civil. Where is it? At the Civil Rights Act. There it is. All these are the same thing. The Civil Rights Act and the Ku Klux Klan Act are the same people. People that reconstructed our history. All of it is the same thing. All of it. So I'm just showing people that there's another side of history that's been reconstructed, that these people in the civil rights go hand in hand with these people in the Ku Klux Klan. I digress.
Good word. You didn't say anything, bro. Like you really didn't say shit. I don't get it. You digressed to what?
I'm saying that the history that you read been reconstructed by some Europeans in law that's called the Ku Klux Klan and the civil rights. So that means that's going directly to your colleges and your powerful places in America. So you're reading history that's reconstructed from a war, and it's told by people that are in the civil rights movement and in the KKK that's called the same thing, the Enforcement Act. I agree.
Bro, rude words. Like he just said, you didn't say nothing, bro.
I bet y'all, I know y'all ain't saying nothing. Y'all the ones ain't saying nothing.
But you literally just said a bunch of nothing. You said habeas corpus.
Did was just mumble. All he did is
you
just
said
mumble.
14th Amendment. You talked about the Ku Klux Klan, and then you said they reconstructed our history, and that was your explanation for what you was trying to explain.
In 1864, that's the end of slavery. When did slavery end? When did slavery end? Let's see, when did slavery end? Passed in Congress.
18.
You ever heard of Juneteenth?
It ended in January 31st, 1865. The ratified of December 6, 1865, the 13th Amendment abolished slavery in the United States. Well, when I get to pictures in 1864, where is there any slavery going on? I asked you four guys that. Where is slavery going on if it was going on in 1864? Where?
What you this nigga's crazy. Hold on. What do you need to see? Like What did you need to see with words? Hold on. Because it's like you saying where they have actual like records of like census records, slave schedules, shit like that.
It's like he hear buzzwords and he's talking about the words. It's like, bro, why don't you just click on something and pull it up? Like we don't need an interpretation of sentences. You reading a sentence like at first, not a coincidence pointed out. I just thought it was funny. I didn't know he's gonna continue to do it. Like you're not even going all the way in on shit. You just reading 3 to 4 words and then making some shit up. Like
I said everything y'all read is full of shit because it comes from reconstructed history and your master. I digress. Everything that come out from ragged ass mouths.
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing, man?
We're doing good, man.
Sean, please.
Hey, real quick, if you don't mind, can I I just want to dialogue with Root Words real quick because he hasn't moved off of this whole thing that this kick that he's on, and I am afraid
I'm about to get out of here if y'all can't rebut this shit. Sean ain't about to come up here and move the goalpost. I said all y'all fucking shit. Y'all cannot produce a picture in slave time of slavery. See, slavery consists of people getting snatched in Africa in the 1860s, getting thrown on a port and a boat in the 1860s, getting transported all the way across the Atlantic and getting off a boat in the 1860s. Do y'all have any evidence of that?
Yeah. All right, that is past the illegal slave
No,
trade era.
I'm waiting or I'll leave because I have evidence of my lineage being in America and America only, and we're being fighters, we're soldiers.
There is no evidence, dude. There is no evidence of shit of you being in the Americas,
Root words.
dude.
First of all, root words. What is your understanding?
You said there's no evidence. Now, here go evidence right here of 1882.
Hold
no,
on.
I'm asking for evidence, Sean.
So we're
okay, I'm gonna give you hold on. Listen to. Let me ask you a question.
Can y'all show me? No, I don't want you to go past it until y'all can show me something in the 1880s that could prove slavery.
Yeah,
I'm showing my history right here in the 1880s. This is 1880s Negroes and Indians united.
That's not
now show me something in the 1880s where picture was around of slavery.
There you go.
That's not yours.
Go to bed. Let me deal with this guy real quick.
Hold on, Andy. We did this root word 3 weeks ago. Me, you, and not a coincidence.
If you did it, do it again, sir. I don't want it. Y'all gonna get me out of here then, because y'all don't have no proof of this shit.
Root word.
I showed y'all my lineage in America in the 1800s. Can y'all show me proof of y'all lineage in the 1800s?
Root word. Root word. I have a problem. Well, I'm trying to gain some understanding.
So is that no?
Yeah, listen, root word. Why you doing that, bro? I'm trying to have a conversation.
Because all four of y'all can't answer a simple question about the 1800s when there's pictures around and slavery was going on. Can you please produce any true evidence?
I literally just got on a panel. So what I'm trying to ask you is this.
I know. So why did you even get on here without even trying to
relax, bro? Like,
why are you trying to move the goalpost?
Bro, you doing way too much. Relax, bro. Like, what the fuck? Do you want to have a conversation or not? If not, leave if you don't want to have a conversation.
Okay, then, nigga, you ain't gonna answer the question I won, Buster. That's what y'all do every time when y'all get stuck with a real question. I'm not mad at you. I destroy y'all all the time.
You sound like you mad. Make a video about it.
Y'all can't answer. Y'all got
nigga, you not listen, Rumors, you're not letting nobody speak. You're not letting nobody speak. You're just running your mouth, bro.
Get this nigga a standing ovation. He need to feel good about himself. Whatever he got, whatever happened to him today at work, or whatever he's going through in his life.
What are you doing?
Man, he molesting his cat. Whatever Root Word has been going through in his life today, it's been rough. So he's just looking for some type of positive outlook. So we can give it up for Root Word. Give it up for Root Word. My brother, way to hang in that Root Word.
So how has your life been better than mine and you living in America? And you don't got more money than me. I'm just asking because you said my life been bad. You a black man in America and your life been all this good, huh?
First of all, I have
that's a nigger, bro. That's a nigger to talk about another person in your race and then act like your life good. Act like your house bigger than mine. Act like you could pull out more money than mine. Act like you can pull out more keys than me, bro.
I can, and I do. and I do. Everything that you said, I have way more than you. But that's not
okay. Then, so how can you talk about your brother and we both in this system then?
The point. Here's the
nigga, you deflecting, my nigga. You pussy, my nigga. I'm asking you one more time, nigga. Do you got any pictures from the birth of Cameron to 1865? You got 6 years. You don't have no picture, and it's in the chat, bro.
What picture? What are you talking about? What picture? We did this already.
A picture of somebody getting off a ship, getting on the ship, coming in handcuffs, coming in shackles, getting sold.
Listen, bro, listen.
I'm answering your question, Odyssey.
All right, but you don't have to.
There's some proof. There's some proof.
Hold on, Andy. Hold on.
So look, you're missing something, Woodward. Do you understand what you're asking for at the time? In the time frame, you're talking about in the 1860s, it is illegal for them to be bringing people from Africa. So why would they have pictures?
That's not true. You a liar.
I'm a liar. So
you a liar. Slavery didn't stop until 1865. I showed it. So you're just a liar.
The importation of Africans into America ended in 1807. Like, what are you talking about? Where's your liar?
I need that proof.
All right. Have you ever heard of have you ever heard of this? The Trade Act 1807, the Slave Trade Act officially where oh no, this is the one for this is the one for British. Dude is crazy. So, Act prohibited importation of slaves. The Act prohibited importation of slaves in 1807, enacted March 2nd, 1807, is a United States federal law that provided no new slaves were permitted to be imported into the United States. It took effect on January 1st, 1808. Do you understand that, Woodward? So this is when it became illegal to import any slave. But they still had the domestic slave trade.
What source is that, sir?
Hold on.
I'm just asking what source it was, Sean. I'm just asking what it is looking up. That's it, bro.
Can you be questioned? Can you be?
Sir, I'm asking him a simple question, Sean.
No, Woodward, come on. You asked me a question, I answered it. You got it. You see it. Look it up. It's on the screen. Why are you asking me that?
The Act prohibition. Where is the law? What is it's called? The Act. The Act. Oh, the
Act prohibiting importation of slaves. Yes. What like? Yeah, you're done. Like, knock it off.
No, I'm not, because to pass anything, you got to pass it through Congress, and I'm about to look in Congress, fool.
It was passed through Congress.
It's an act, bro. It's a whole act that's completed. It went through
Congress.
Congress.
I have to go through Congress, you nutwit.
All right, so this, Congress. Hold on. Now I'm looking at it. Go back, not a coincidence. Go back. It's real easy. Go back. Please, go back. This is not hard. It says Congress first regulated against the Trade in Slave Act of 1794. The 1794 Act ended the legality of American ships participating in the trade. The 1807 law did not change that. It made all importation from abroad, even on foreign ships, a federal crime, meaning that it was the beginning of the illegal slave trade. We are no longer participating in bringing bodies from Africa to the New World. We don't want no part of that. However, we are still going to continue to act as we do and keep slavery as an institution of chattel alive. And that's what happened. So, root word, what I want to get an understanding of is, why do you keep on saying they reconstructed history? What evidence do you have that would support that they went back in here and rewrote history, or wrote history in a way to change the worldview of what transpired in the era that you cannot, the era you stay trying to argue in?
Here it is.
Hold on. I want to make sure that you understand, brother. Do you have evidence?
Yes,
that,
man.
Hold on. Do you have evidence? Root word.
Stupid motherfucker.
Root word. Do you have
I
evidence?
don't like you neither, Sean. Y'all all cause chaos.
I didn't like you, root word. I never said I didn't like you.
I don't like you, man. Just ask the question and keep it moving, bro.
Okay, so root word.
Oh.
So, you have evidence of these motherfuckers saying that Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. You're gonna tell me that Jack and Jill never went up the hill to fetch a pail of water? That Jill went by herself? And you got the evidence to show that they were lying about Jack and Jill going up the hill? They reconstructed that? That's what you're saying, brother. You're saying that the things that happened did not happen the way that they're telling it. Something totally different did it, and they stole everything from you right up under your nose.
Now you still mumbling your motherfucking mouth.
Oh, my bad. You and your feelings, bro.
Okay, are you gonna let me answer the question? Shit.
That time.
That's why I don't like you.
You're butthurt, man.
Asking people questions and doing this stupid shit.
Your words tough today.
Nigga, that's all y'all do is act like some girls and mad because I'm about to go over
your words tough today.
He asked me a question, now to see. Can I answer it? Can I talk? I'm going on your source. Your source says the act of prohibition importation of slaves in 1807. Statute acted in 1807. So when I go to this act and put on the 9th Congress, it's going to say the 9th Congress and laws that was enacted in Congress. So when I look in there, it talked about the Barbary Wars. It talked about Lewis and Clark. It talked about the vice president being acquitted. It talked about Cumberland Road where all the goddamn wood came from. It talked about when we get on this right here, there is no law on this. This is, hold on, I'm not done.
But you about to run out of gas, bro. Where are you going?
Why can't I talk about this shit? Because I'm showing you in law it's not true. And you're scared to keep letting me talk.
Just don't miss your exit. Just don't miss your exit.
Keep getting mad because you want to cut a person off because we're getting into law. And we're showing that law was about servitude and people from America that had to be coming from another nation. Y'all don't want to do that because it wasn't even in America. It was in one state. I was about to show you.
This nigga got tight as fuck when I got
there you go. Keep cutting me off because I was about to show y'all that it was in one state. It was in one state.
I'm trying to help you miss your exit. You was finna drive past the shit. Nigga, going past your destination and shit, nigga.
Y'all agents, bro. You won't even let me talk, my nigga. I'm far back.
Now we agents. Where the fuck did the word agent come from?
Because you won't rebut Reconstruction era. All that stupid shit you said, Sean, can I answer the question? Sean, no, I showed you Reconstruction era. Can you rebut it? I showed you Reconstruction era, you dumb boy. When you first came on here, I showed it to y'all and y'all ran from it.
You showed
I still got it up. Reconstruction citizen.
You a lying cocksucker.
What is a Reconstruction citizen, stupid?
You don't even know what the fuck Reconstruction is, brother.
Why don't you tell me then?
You don't know what you're talking about.
Case closed. Tell me.
All right. So let's talk about it first. Because your dumb ass don't know
what Reconstruction is.
Yo, root word, stop, man. Stop. Yo, root word. Root word.
Y'all scared to talk.
Yo, root words. Chill the fuck out or go, man. Like, for real. You ain't trying to have no conversation. You saying dumb shit like acts aren't laws. Right here from the United States Senate, it says laws are also acts of Congress. Like, fuck is you talking about? You dumbass.
I'm talking about you, a dumbass, because you won't talk about Reconstruction.
I'm challenging you. Don't even know what you want to talk about.
Why you let your butt buddies in? I'm challenging you, not to see. Talk about Reconstruction. You dumbass.
Asking what's the Reconstruction era?
I'm challenging you. No, you running from Sean. That's what you're doing. But go ahead.
You're running from Sean. Tell me what Reconstruction is. Can you please tell me what Reconstruction is?
No, you tell us what Reconstruction is. Because I answered that already.
All these stories y'all get from y'all's master are lies.
You're supposed to be showing us evidence that they took history and they rewrote history. Where's that evidence at? And I gave you an example.
Since I'm so scared of you, Sean.
So look, hold on, Root Words, you ain't saying that. Hold on, Root Words, he ain't saying that. Let me just show the people this real quick, and then Root Words. So we showed y'all the act, right? In 1808, them stopping the importation of people. So now look, this is a newspaper, the Evening Post, New York, July 21st, 1808. It says the people of color are requested to attend a general meeting at the African schoolroom on Friday evening, June 22nd at 7 o'clock in order to make arrangements for celebrating the abolition of the slave trade. We have people who were celebrating.
Please tell me what Reconstruction is.
No, that you supposed to be telling us because you asked me that. I answered it. No, I answered that already. I answered that question when you first came on.
About Reconstruction, y'all running.
I asked you for evidence. I asked you for evidence because you said that they keep.
You told me that I don't know what Reconstruction is. I'm asking y'all to tell the chat. Well, why don't you tell me what it is, Sean? Since I'm scared of you.
No. We know you're scared of me because I make you look like a dumbass every time.
I got both of you niggas dumb. I asked y'all a simple question. What is Reconstruction here?
I will tell you what it is after you give me evidence that they reconstructed history.
Okay, here go evidence right here. Here go evidence right here. 1 second. Now let me just look it up real quick because you see how they run from questions. I brought up Reconstruction Citizen. The brother said I was lying about it.
You don't understand. You don't know what Reconstruction is.
That's why I say agent shit right there.
Agent, you're doing agent shit.
I hear you.
You're trying to cause a diversion and confusion for no fucking reason because you don't have the capacity to comprehend what the fuck you're reading. You're under the impression.
I'm asking you, and I'm asking now to see what Reconstruction
Hold on. This is what you're under the impression as, and I'm giving an example. Okay, Martin Luther King got shot. That's what history says, right? You're the motherfucker that's saying that he didn't get shot. Somebody else got shot, and they try to act like he got shot so that they could hide him in a whole motherfucking place and give him a whole new identity. That's what you're saying about history.
A fact. That's what it sounds like.
I showed y'all Reconstruction. I was lying, and then I got him recorded where he said, "No, you're not lying. You're correct. There is a Reconstruction citizen."
Hey, that nigga Sean just called you the Tupac back guy. What the fuck?
Sean's a pussy. Sean won't even answer a question what Reconstruction is. I got ask y'all a simple ass question. This nigga all fucked up over that. A simple ass question. But see, this is where they're going to show history is messed up and lying at. See right here, there was no cotton around the world, and this is a billion-dollar industry right here. He won't even there. You let me talk in.
This nigga said there wasn't no cotton around the world. Keep going.
Please, around the world in the 1800s.
Keep going, my brother. Keep building.
Okay, now let me keep on going right here.
Around the world, where it come from?
See, he won't even let me answer. He said, "Show the Reconstruction."
Let him build his little shit. Let him build his little shit.
Where did it come from? Where did it come from? It wasn't one. You said it wasn't no cotton around the world. So where the fuck did it come from?
Sean, you told me to tell what the Reconstruction is. I'm gonna tell you.
No, nigga, you're not telling me.
I agent Sean to you if you won't let me talk. But I'm gonna wait till you done so I can explain it.
Listen, I don't want you to keep making yourself look like an ass. Now, I gave you the
Sean,
perfect.
why are you acting like an agent and won't let me talk?
Root, did you just pause?
No, you asked me a question. Where's the evidence that they lied and reconstructed history? And I'm trying to do it, but you keep cutting me off. But I'm gonna fall back until you're done. Then I'm gonna talk. You sounding like an agent, brother. Oh, now he ain't running his chops. Now watch when I start talking about the question, because he said, "Show me the Reconstruction." See, this is what they show us right here.
Yo, why don't you hit one of them links, man? Hit that link.
He didn't understand what I said.
Oh, he's scared. See how they start talking? That's some bullshit.
He been indoctrinated into the looker
We
strip.
show after the post-war, we show my family over here. And all of our man-made brick ones. And then we got big 6 to 8 story buildings behind us, and that's reconstructed history. See, this is our family right here with the light-skinned people, the dark-skinned people, the mixture of people. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go to some more stuff. This is easy talk though about. See, this is post-Civil War when they blew down South Carolina. See, it was made of all brick buildings, 5 to 7 story buildings right here that they don't talk about. Reconstruction history. I'm showing you how America was great before the 1800s. And I'm showing you, see, this is rebuilding the South. They had to rebuild this stuff. They didn't make this stuff because we come from great, beautiful stuff. I digress.
Like I said, not a coincidence. He's suffering from a Hanuism. You know what I'm saying? That nigga is an A1-nite. You know what I'm saying?
I was out before A1.
That's exactly who you sound like.
I was out before A1, and I'm over here stepping to y'all. I'm nothing like that Buster.
You didn't answer.
I'm stepping to y'all.
And yo, you didn't answer the question.
Hey, you were more.
Why are y'all? I'm asking y'all a question, all y'all. Why are y'all running from Reconstruction history?
I'm gonna ask you one more time. I said, I gave you an example.
No, Sean, I asked you before you asked me. I asked you, not to see Andy, all y'all up here explain what is Reconstruction.
After you answer my question.
No, after you answer my question.
No, listen.
You're the slave, John. You're from Africa. Give me some respect in my own land, John.
History. You. No one else on this panel said that. You said you made a claim.
Do you know what Reconstruction history is?
So what I'm asking you is, how
Sean,
did they?
Do you know what Reconstruction history is?
They change. What did they change about history that did not happen? And they saying that it happened.
Slavery.
Oh my God.
Now I'll show you pictures of Reconstruction. Can y'all show me pictures of American slavery in America? I showed y'all true pictures of black folks, bliggity black Negroes.
You didn't show us.
Come from a fucking empire. Now, can
No,
y'all show me
yeah, that's what he did. He showed us some pictures. That's what he did.
Yeah.
Okay, y'all show me some books written in y'all master language.
That nigga Shot said you just want Instagram photos and shit. That's how you trying to get your shit off.
Okay, I'm gonna show y'all one more time of post-Civil War pictures that y'all ain't never seen because y'all slaves and it ain't nothing to do with y'all's history. I'm gonna show y'all one more time. I'm gonna show y'all one more time of my history.
Yo, calm down, man. Please, can you calm down? Let somebody else talk, man. It's just you going.
If slavery never happened, why do we have so much evidence for it?
Yo, hey, I just
okay, what's good, bro?
What's up? I just want to come up here and say, I typed it in the chat, but you know what I'm saying, for some reason nobody's seen it, but yeah, he brought up the Reconstruction. Reconstruction, that has nothing to do with what he's talking about. The Reconstruction was the foundation of the prison system that they put the black people in.
Say that again.
I said the Reconstruction Act. It was about the foundation of the penitentiary system, man.
No, he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand this.
I mean, none of y'all researchers. Y'all never.
Hold on. So, Kapala, with the 13th Amendment, with the conviction of a crime, you could be enslaved. Yeah, I see what you're saying going with that, and that's when they started ushering in the prison system. I have a video about vagrancy laws, right, and how they started treating black people during the Reconstruction era and after, locking them up for basically not having good enough jobs or if they was homeless, and they would get free labor out of them, 90 days work. You know what I'm saying? Say they got in trouble inside of there, they just extend the time.
I bet you that's a lie. You can't bring no source for that.
They got it's on PBS. It's on Frontline. Listen,
you said that back in the 1800s. They would put you in the penitentiary. Where is that source at, bro?
Close your mouth and listen, boy, so you can get the research.
Man, I'm not your mom or your daddy. I'm not no boy. Slaves is boy. I'm wild Indian around here, sir. And I just asked
Bro,
you a simple
acting like
question.
wild boy right now, though.
Excuse me,
Instead of just
boy.
shutting up and listening to
I'm
it so
just
you get the
asking you to
sources,
source up, sir.
so you can go
Why
check it
y'all
out for
get mad
yourself.
when the person asks you to source up?
Yeah, PBS.
You
They got
said
a piece on. They got a
they
front.
were forced
Yeah,
people
they
in the
did an independent
penitentiary.
lens.
Can you please
Yeah,
pull up one
independent lens.
penitentiary in the 1800s, you
Yeah,
dumb son
front
of a bitch?
lines piece. Yeah.
This nigga said there was some
Yeah.
penitentiaries in the 1800s. Pull them up, stupid.
Oh, this dude is
Y'all have
way
no sources
stupid.
for nothing y'all
He's
talking
dumber than I
about.
thought, everybody.
I'm dumb and you don't have no sources.
Yo, can you see this? Root words, can you see this?
It's called Slavery by Another Name.
Oh,
Look it up.
Guarantee you ain't gonna pull up no proof.
Yeah, and the
Hey,
system was
boys,
called
did you see the
peonage,
comment?
nigga. Go read that shit, boy. That's what I'm saying. You don't be reading shit. You don't know
They got
nothing around this motherfucker. You
in
just
the
opening
late
your mouth.
1800s. I told
Yo,
y'all
be
them
quiet. Root words,
without-
root words, root words, root words. Read
Got
the
you.
screen for us. Read the
Got
screen
you. No,
for us.
you read it. You read it. Just tell me when my
All right,
turn
then
is.
shut up then.
Yeah,
Just
just
shut
go
up.
back and
Shut
look
up
at all
then.
my comments, man. I dropped all the Jews in there, man. That's
Hold on,
I'm
y'all.
out. That's all I came up here to say.
So the Vagrancy Act of 1866. The Vagrancy Act, and look, this is from Encyclopedia of Virginia, right? So the Virginia Act of 1866 passed by the General Assembly on January 15th, 1866, forced into employment for a term of 3 months any person who appeared to be unemployed or homeless. If so-called vagrants ran away and were recaptured, they would be forced to work for no compensation while wearing balls and chains. More formally known as the Act providing for the punishment of vagrants, the law came shortly after the American Civil War, when hundreds of thousands of African Americans, many of them just freed from slavery. Root Words doesn't know anything about history.
He like visuals. Now, maybe if you play that video that you just put out, fuck wrong with this nigga.
Why are y'all
What is this nigga
Reconstruction?
doing?
I can say all these stories y'all talking about come from Reconstruction. Then I can pull up the same pictures of 1800 and show that we was an empire over here. See right here is of Atlanta. See, hold on. This simple. I'm gonna show the same year, 1866. 1866. I'm gonna show Atlanta that went through a war, and that's my people over there.
Oh, you're not.
See,
all right, Root Words, chill out. I'm not done.
So
I'm not
this
done.
is
I'm not done.
wrong over here. This is showing that we came from a great empire that we built over here. We built the foundations of this shit. And they reconstructed that and took us off the land so they wouldn't have to pay for it. I digress.
Absolutely not.
You won't even show my screen on it. That's how I know you stop.
This is crazy. So Edwards giving Rose sentence.
A
Root
paid
Words.
in 1866. Where's the pictures
All
of
right.
that story, bro?
Chill out, Root Words. Chill out. I'm reading. So.
It was a bite drop.
Oh, I'm gonna read this real quick. Sean, you got something to say? Let me just read something real quick. Edwards given Rose sentence. Convicted of vagrancy and using bad language. Right? 2 white men are shot. Negroes tramp. Resist arrest and fires. Anyway, let's go to social to the banner. Montgomery, Alabama, March 20th. Fred Edwards, who has been convicted of vagrancy and using profane language over the telephone and sentenced to 12 months of hard labor, has been put to work with the street gang of city convicts. Right? And there's more articles like this. But go ahead, Sean.
All right, so man, I think the issue with Root Words is that he is under the impression that Reconstruction era was an era of trying to hide information. That would be very hard to do with the amount of evidence that supports everything that transpired. We talk he bring this is what he's dealing with, right? When he says that there were black people fighting in the war, right? Then he says all of these other things. Everything is based off of belief and not evidence. And he thinks that he could just go on Google and show some images and say that he's talking about these people, but those images that he's showing are referring to shit he's saying. So when I asked him for his understanding of what he means by they reconstructed history, I need evidence to show that A plus B is not C, that A plus B is A. And I need that evidence. I gave him an example of what I was asking for so that I can make sure that he properly understood that if Martin Luther King did not get shot, who the hell was it that did get shot, and what were they hiding? So how do you know that they reconstructed, in your words, reconstructed or rewrote history and changed shit around? What evidence do you have outside of you saying, look here, you see this, look there, you see that? Because the things that you want us to look at aren't supporting you if we click on the images and get the understanding of what those pictures are in that era. So I need evidence that.
Okay, tell me when you're done.
I am not done. I'm
about to say, bro, you be doing the most talking. You can chill, bro.
He asking me a question in 50,000 different ways.
No,
just digress.
Yeah, go get your answers together. Why you still asking me questions?
Already up on the screen.
All you gotta do is rebut it. Just wait. All you gotta do is rebut it.
You don't got no answer
So
for none of this.
So what I want to know is, if something in history did not happen and they said that it did happen, who gave you the evidence that what they said happened did not happen? And where did they get that evidence from? Because there's going to be a paper trail. And this go ahead, Ruward. You go ahead. You're impatient today. Go ahead.
Run your motherfucking mouth.
Yeah, go ahead.
Motherfucking tweet.
I need 1 minute. I might need 30 seconds. Look, here you go. Here go 1. Reconstruction error. Here go 2. Reconstruction amendments. Here go 3. Reconstruction Act of 1863. Reconstruction Act of 1867. Reconstruction Amendment. Reconstruction Act.
Always lying. Oh my God.
Yeah, that says 66, not 63, brother.
I agree with you. I got an article for
now, do you want to go into this stuff?
Yo.
Now, I digress after I say one little simple thing. Can y'all rebut this shit I pulled up?
Yes, I can rebut it. I have an article that proves that you're not the original people of the Americas.
We're talking about
hold on, Andy. We're talking about Reconstruction. So what did you actually click on? Hold on. What did you give us to rebut? Because you just read, you didn't read anything. So what did you just said? Reconstruction era, Reconstruction amendments. You didn't show us anything. Can you click on one of those links for us so we can see what they're actually talking about?
He did not give us the evidence that would say that something that happened in history did not happen.
30 seconds. Can you pop the screen back on for me? 30
seconds. The slave did not happen.
30 seconds. See, Sean, everything. See how quick my shit is? I need 30 seconds so I could make sure I go into it. 30 seconds.
Bro, you are trying to Google search
6, 7. Here, I'm gonna pop in for you. When I show Reconstruction,
let them do it. You think to hang yourself? Let them do it. Watch this.
It shows black men with guns. It don't show slaves. That's one picture of that. Now hold on, right here. It shows black men getting money over here with these white motherfuckers that don't show slavery. Now hold on, let me go back into. Goddamn, there's so much shit that you can look at. Now let me go back to Google sources real quick. Black Reconstruction. Reconstruction error. Now let's go to Reconstruction amendments.
You been telling me click something.
What are the Reconstruction amendments? The Reconstruction amendments are also called the Civil War amendments, are 3 additions to the United States Constitution that abolished slavery, granting equal rights to formerly enslaved people and enshrining the right to vote for all races. Now, it says this comes from after the Civil War. Now we have to look into this. That's all I'm saying is, why are y'all scared to look into this shit?
You can practice in your cherry picking because it's being better.
And when you get to the Reconstruction amendments, that's when they suspended the habeas corpus. I just need 1 more second. The habeas corpus, habeas.
Yeah, the way that you match the gift gallon with the cherry pick.
During Reconstruction,
brother, I see.
During Reconstruction. Congress sought to protect the Union's sympathizers and freedmen.
Better and better.
Were threatened by the South. The Habeas Corpus Act in 1867 expanded the authority of your European master to issue writs of habeas corpus to state prisoners. That's all it is taking one law and putting in another. I digress.
Hall of Fame root.
That's right, Lucky. That's right. So root words. Why do you keep bringing up habeas corpus? What does it mean? Tell us what it means, because we honestly don't know what it is.
I know you don't. It's Latin. It's two Latin words.
Yo, Andy.
It means we have the body.
Andy,
so when it's in law, I just want to ask one simple thing since he asked me a question. Well, what do it mean? Well, what do it mean? It means we have the body. The body of law.
Asking him a different question.
See, there you go. Just tell me when I can talk.
You're allowing him to reflect, and he's not dealing with what we asked him.
Nigga, he asked me a question. What do habeas corpus mean? I gave y'all. You said, well, what sources do you got to show that Reconstruction is true? I gave you over 50 sources.
No,
he's talking to me. He's talking to me.
No, I'm talking to Andy.
What are you saying?
I'm talking to Andy. Andy.
Sean, your stupid ass still ain't answer. What is reconstructionary?
We're letting him off.
Sean, well, I'm asking you a question, Sean. What is reconstruction? Shut your stupid ass up, nigga.
Andy.
Yeah, shut your stupid ass up, boy.
Yes.
When we ask him a different question, it allows him to run, and he wants to retreat. Because
yeah, you act like you want to smoke with me, man. You a fucking little boy.
Man, you just sit up here and slice your own body up, man. Oh my
Andy,
God.
so that's why I said that. That's why
I'm saying one of you people up here gonna rebut anything I said, and I'm attacking everything y'all saying with disrespect.
Wounded yourself.
I'm attacking everything y'all saying with disrespect, and ain't none of you boys said anything.
Yo, you lucky I walked away, root words. Shut up with all that bullshit, man. Like, relax.
You shut me up. You scared.
All right, that's how I can shut you up. So he still hasn't answered anything yet, right?
No, he's not, and he will not, because he can't give us an example where they said something in history happened and it did not happen, and provide us with that data that says that did not happen. So if A happened, but B, and they said B happened and B did not happen, then where's the evidence for B not happening? We still haven't got that. And that's important, because the claim is that they reconstructed history. And I had that up on the screen that to let him know that you don't understand what the Reconstruction era was.
And I asked you to explain to us what it means.
Stop cutting Sean off, man. Stop cutting them off.
All right, so here's the thing. So once I understood that you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, then I was going to work with you to gain an understanding so that you can correct some of this misinformation that you actually have. So what is the actual Reconstruction era? It was a period in American history following the American Civil War and lasted until the Compromise of 1877. During Reconstruction, attempts were made to rebuild the country after the bloody Civil War, bring the former Confederate states back into the United States, and to counteract the political, social, and economic legacies of slavery. During the era, Congress abolished slavery and remnants of Confederate succession in the South and passed the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments to the Constitution. The Reconstruction Amendments, ostensibly guaranteeing the newly freed slaves, freedmen, the same civil rights as those of whites. So when we say that did not happen, right? Where's the evidence saying that the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments did not happen? Where is it showing that the Compromise of 1877 did not happen? Where is it showing that newly freed slaves became freemen? That did not happen. right? This is what you're saying did not happen. All of these things real quick that was just mentioned in the first and second paragraph, you said did not happen. So how the fuck do we have evidence of all this shit happening, and you got evidence saying that none of this shit happening, and then you just rewrote history yourself off some images? So where's the evidence for all this shit that we just read not happening?
That was a good one. I mean, I gotta say, wow, he said some decent shit. Now here go my.
So was it decent enough? Oh, where you go? He left? Oh, you got him up out of this, Sean. I wanted to ask him if it was decent enough where he won't say that Reconstruction history bullshit no more. But Sean got him the fuck up out of there quick. I ain't kick you with words. You left. I didn't kick you off.
You was scared, bro.
Yeah.
He was trying to turn up. He was trying to avoid what Sean was saying. He ain't even want to talk to Sean. Hey, well, I don't know what it is, Sean. These Ebos do not like you, bro. They do not want to go one-on-one with you, brother. I don't know. Might be a disposition,
man. They're all illogical. They have a pattern.
Hold on, we got root words back. We need to make sure he was able to intake this information Sean gave him. We don't want to miss this opportunity. Root words. You said
I'm about to get into it. If I don't get cut off, just tell me when y'all done. I'm gonna get into it.
I know. You got it. I just want to ask you a question. You said it was decent. Is it decent enough for you to stop making this claim about Reconstruction history?
No, I would like to debate you fools over that. Y'all scared. Y'all can't just say something.
No, we want to get into it. We want to get into the details.
Do y'all want to take that debate that Reconstruction history is all that garbage he said? Or is it the garbage I'm saying? Who takes that debate? I'm saying that Reconstruction history shows that they took the forts over in America. It showed they took the pyramids over in America. They took over all the waterfronts. They took over all the buildings, all the
what year did they take over those pyramids, brother?
Of the habeas corpus, and that's Reconstruction history. Do you want to take that challenge, Sean?
No.
Hold on, Ruth.
Or do you want me to show y'all everything I just said about the Freedmen's Bureau and adverse possession?
That didn't happen, remember? So the Freedmen's Bureau is fake.
You cannot be disingenuous, Sean. You asked me a question, and I'm do you want to build over this, or do you want me to hear you go again? Tell me when you're done. See, this is not right. It's some order, not a C.
According to you, that did not happen.
Sean, I didn't cut him off, Sean. I mean, not a C.
Brother,
I didn't cut him off, and you kicked me out, my nigga.
You're not
I did not kick you out, man.
Okay, then we'll tell him to shut up while I'm building for a second, or you acting like some pussies, bro. And y'all like
you acting like a pussy saying 10 different things at once.
You don't let me talk after I can rebut. I need to leave then, bro. You gonna get me out of here. He just said that Reconstruction history means something. I said Reconstruction means something else. Is that a challenge? Pussy?
It can't be a challenge. There is no challenge.
Challenge to both of y'all.
Stop. The challenge would be, listen, there would be a challenge if you was able to produce something that would counter what Sean is saying and what is on the screen. You can't produce anything to counter it. You would have to start there for there to even be a challenge. There is no contention. You have nothing to show that there's contention. Like you're making it up.
Now, after the Civil War, I'm looking at the Freedmen's Bureau, the Bureau of Freedmen and Abandoned Lands, also known as the Freedmen's Bureau, was established in the War Department by the Congress. It's freedmen and their lands abandoned and seized during the Civil War. See, this is a totally different story that y'all talking about. And the Bureau of Daily Operations in the former Confederate states and borders and state borders and the District of Columbia, after the Civil Wars we was in, they came and squatted. I'm asking y'all, dude, now, is this proof enough, men?
Yeah, yo, can you read the last paragraph on that? Just read the last.
No,
it's 2 sentences.
I'm challenging you. Do you
It's
want
2
the
sentences. It's 2
No,
sentences.
you said I got evidence. You
Now
asked
watch
me
this.
for my evidence. Look, bro, here's the source. You look it up and do it yourself because you're being disingenuous.
No, I want you to read. All right, since
No,
I'll read it. I'll read it.
No, this is not right. Why don't you challenge me, bro?
I am.
Why don't you
I am.
like a pussy, my nigga?
I am right now. I'm right now. Look, look. I asked him to read.
Is this a debate, not a seat?
Look, I asked him to read.
Is this a debate or are you acting pussy?
Because be quiet, man. Why you didn't want to read this? We're talking about African American and slavery.
Pussy, man. I want the challenge.
See, look, you had your time. You didn't want.
People are debating around here, bro. Are you going to accept the debate?
No, there's no debate. Your source kills you. It talks about African American experiences during slavery, bro. Your debate, your source says, listen, bro, your source says.
Everybody is debating. Why don't you debate about?
Shut up, man. It says, this is what his source says. It says, because the Bureau's records contain a wide range of data about African American experience during slavery. The shit you saying didn't happen. This is what you just pulled up. And these are the records that document these things. So what are you talking about? You're not making any sense, man.
And you didn't answer the question.
Sir, I'm asking both of y'all. Are y'all going to be willing to step up to the plate and debate this? Because that's all y'all do over here is act like pussies, and everybody else is debating now.
Bro, he's debating it right now, brother. What are you talking about?
Are we going to set up
in the middle of a debate round as we speak, words? What are you talking about?
This is not a debate. This is not a debate. Like Nodesty and motherfucking A1 got in the debate because y'all scared and y'all acting pussy.
They jabbing you with the blades right now, bro.
5 minutes. Nodesty versus Root Words is the Reconstruction era about slavery.
I want to debate.
I want to know shit, dude.
Is that pussy or something? Why don't you make a debate?
Hey, Root Words might not even make the weight. He might not even make the weight, man.
Questions. Since y'all so scholarly, where is the debate format?
You don't need weight enough, man. You need to put some weights in your pocket.
Man, y'all some pussy ass niggas. That's why I don't give a fuck about getting it. You can't even get no fair debate around this motherfucker.
Yo, not a coincidence. Hey, not a coincidence. Yo, I got it. Words is confusing the 1778 joint with Reconstruction. He confusing them two things together.
I'm just asking, are we going to debate this shit or not, man?
Only thing you're debating is your own source, brother.
Sir, are we going to debate this shit?
He putting two different acts all in one
show is about now. See, everybody is stepping their game up, bro.
It's bogus.
It's like it's over with for you if you don't start a debate program, nigga. Is you going to accept this shit or fall off, bro?
Yo, not a coincidence.
No, that's what everything is coming to, son. Them is taking back over, and everybody.
What do you say, Sean?
All right, so yeah, I want to debate Root Words on this topic. What is the Reconstruction era, and what actually happened during the Reconstruction era?
Root Words, do you want to accept that debate?
God, yes, please. In 5 minutes, just reproduce the show and say Root Words versus Sean on any subject.
Let's go. Let's get it.
It's not right any now. Subject. He just gave you 2 points.
Yeah, I want to say that subject and subject that he don't know what nothing he's talking about history because it's reconstructed. No, that's my point to him. He said we're going to talk about Reconstruction. Fine. Then my other debate is saying that he's a illusional fuck because he listened to his master that all the books and the information come from.
All right, let's get the first one on first. Get the first one on.
Come from a room that was made by y'all's master. So that's the second point of y'all's debate. I digress.
Again, the debate topic, the debate topics again is what is the Reconstruction era?
Fine.
And what happened during the Reconstruction era?
Fine. When? I say in 5 minutes tonight in the morning, put a time date to it.
We here right now, brother.
Nah, we gonna put it on the show. Root Words versus Not for Sean, so they can show me. The shit I'm gonna do to you is gonna be so embarrassing.
So you
We don't need to
scared.
reproduce a show.
Let's get it right now. We can do part 2 tomorrow.
On Not a C's channel. All he got to do is say, come back in
Root
10
words.
minutes.
What is
No,
It's the weigh-in.
Hold on, root words. I'm gonna tell you how I'm gonna do it. Y'all are gonna do it now, and tomorrow.
No, we're not gonna do it now.
Listen,
no,
bro.
I don't have my information.
So you scared? Look, y'all gonna do it now. And then, y'all gonna do it now, and then I'm gonna show it just that part after, like tomorrow or something, and it'll just be root words versus Sean. And I'm pretty sure Sean's gonna show it on his channel where he just embarrasses you. So yeah, it sounds like you running though, brother. Do you want to take the debate or not?
Quit kicking me off, man. Put on your show is Root Words versus Sean, or you pussy.
I must be pussy then.
When
I'm not
you
starting a whole new show.
I will talk challenge one. It was Not a C versus A1. It wasn't no other title. I want everybody to see this destruction. Yeah, you can have your name in the title versus Root Words. I'll destroy your stupid ass too.
You gotta
so y'all do the walk. Y'all do the walkthrough today. Y'all do the weigh-in today. You know what I'm saying? Y'all do the face-off right now. Then you know what I mean.
My face-off is Reconstruction history. Is talking about an imaginary slave story because we was the soldiers of the land, and before this war, we was the banks of the world because it's called the Bankers' War. I'm going to embarrass you, dude.
You want me to say something behind that?
I wouldn't give a fuck. I'm just saying when is the time and date because anything you show, I'm gonna show there ain't no proof of it, bro.
Right now, nigga.
I can't do it right now, bro. Put up a time and a date where it could be Sean versus Root Words, or you pussy, my nigga. No, that's how a real debate go. Or you're acting like a little pussy. You don't want to have a one-on-one. Where the whole YouTube knows it's a big African big ass nigga versus an Aboriginal.
Let's go right now.
Son, you should
Root Words, are you scared or not? Like, what's going on? Sean said 2 10-minute rounds. Let's go.
It's not a C.
Yes, I do. I'm see, look, yo, listen. On this side, we ready to go all the time. Listen, I'm ready to go at any time. At any time. That's it. I don't need no anytime.
You a liar.
No, you're a liar. You
You're a liar. Name one time the debate was without my name being up, without name being up. That's a debate.
Why you always lying? Oh my God. Stop fucking lying. Always lying to me. You lying.
I'm tired of your shit. You gonna debate or not, man?
You can come back in 5 minutes, put Sean P versus Root Words in the title, and get more people in this motherfucker. You're scared, and that's pussy, my nigga. That's just pussy, my nigga.
All right, moving on.
You pussy, my nigga. Not
clout.
Yo, look, Root Words. Right now, guess what you could do right now? You could start a show from here. I can give you the ability to start your show from here.
Bro, when I start shows, I get 20 to 50 views anyway. My channel is the same. I'm saying we are here
right now.
Nigga, why can't you just restart it and say Root Words versus Sean P?
Because I'm not. Look, you wasted mad time, bro. You don't want to do this.
Let's talk about it. It's over with. You pussy, my nigga.
No, you're the pussy. That's the problem.
You don't.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna bring something else up real quick.
The last debate you got in, it was between A1 and y'all started off like this.
Root Words, stop, bro.
So you scared pussy, my nigga?
Listen, the man is here. He said, "Let's go." You the one running,
bro. Why don't you start it off in 5 minutes?
No,
why
I'm
can't
not.
we get time? Why can't we get a 5-minute time to pull up all our sources and to get everything ready?
No, you do have time. Bro. Get yourself together.
5 minutes and you start the show.
Look, you take your 5 minutes right now. Take your 5 minutes. Come back, brother. Nobody's telling you can't get your shit together. I'm telling you, I'm not starting a new show. Like, fuck out of here. Like, that's it. What's wrong with you? Take your time, brother. Sean will be here. He
No,
seems like he's feeling right now.
I'm about to go live and say I'm calling out Madison and Sean, and you bitch ass niggas don't want to work.
So that sounds like you got to go to your channel and run.
Views or more, nigga. When I do my shows, what the fuck?
So he about to do the album stuff.
What words? Just click the stream this to your audience button.
I'm telling y'all this. Start it over and do a real debate, or y'all pussy, my nigga. I want my name to be the star of this shit because I'm gonna bring people to the panel. I'm gonna bring people to the chat.
He tripping.
I know I'm gonna bring 20 to 40 to 50 people. If somebody hear root words get in a debate, nigga, motherfuckers coming. And I want to embarrass one of you stupid motherfuckers.
Who are you gonna
embarrass? Sound like you're doing a lot of pump faking. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like a lot of pump faking.
Nigga, I see that you fake.
He trying to convince
he trying to convince himself. Get your shit together. So
my nigga, all I said is put my name in the title. Put root words versus you or root words versus this weird ass nigga. That's all you gotta do. You see how I did you 2 weeks ago, not to see? Where I said not to see you pussy, my nigga. I'm challenging you on my channel. You see how you didn't come over there? You ran like
I came over there and you never dropped the link.
Who's the weirdo?
I was in the chat. I was in the chat. You never dropped the link, you bum. Like you never dropped the link. You just said running your mouth. So I left. I said drop the link. You ain't dropped
Set it up, my nigga.
Ain't not, yo, you running from Sean. Why would I try to set something up from you right now? Somebody trying to set something up and you running from it.
Why can't you set it up, bro, for 5 minutes, 10
minutes? It
minutes?
is set up. It is right now.
No, it's not. Why can't you put my name in the title? And Sean's name. Nobody else but me and Sean or me and you.
Stop adding me into it. You're not built like that. You stop listen.
Man. I'm the one waiting.
Who's the weird one, Rube?
Y'all have a good day too, you pussy ass niggas ready. I'm ready. I'm gonna holler at y'all, pussies.
Of course.
Yeah, he gotta be drunk or something.
Yeah, we know what's going on.
See, niggas don't know how to control their liquor.
But like the title, say some dumb shit. This nigga Rude is a goofball.
That's all he know how to do. Right, so to the title of the stream, right? Aboriginal or African descent. So here we have the 1870 census, right? And when you get to like 1870, 1880, you can see Africans you can see black people who were saying they was born in Africa. And what you're gonna see is most of them are gonna be up in age because for the most part they came here before 1808. Before it was abolished, but you will see people who was born after, but there was still an illegal slave trade. So here we got Fanny here, right? Fanny's 69. So they all got the same last name, so they're all family. So she's probably the grandmother of these people. And they're living in Texas in 1870. So they're all black, right? We got a mulatto down here, 5-year-old. But the point I'm making is, black, African, Negro, it's all the same. And you can see these people documented living here. This person born in 1776, right? Living in Georgia from Africa. Right here, Priscilla. She's 94, so she's definitely the grandmother of these people. Great grandmother. And then, this is how Negroes become Africans, basically. Or, Africans become Negroes. They say there's no evidence, but the same shit they use for their genealogy is the same shit where you can find the African. So that's it, though. Who got something to say?
Well, they gonna say, oh, brother, all them words got the same handwriting. So
like that's supposed to mean something,
right? So they gonna infer that it was a copy because everything was burnt down or flooded out. from our great civilization.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Right.
All the records was burnt down. Right.
Yeah, or they was flooded out because they had to cover the gigantic pyramids. They covered all of the enormous Empire State buildings.
Yeah. They always talk about those pyramids, though. Those pyramids don't really belong to them. They belong to my people, basically. You know. I don't know why they always bring up the pyramids. You know what I mean?
Now they new thing. Now they got this World Fair theory that they done picked up, where all the World Fair buildings are leftover buildings from the Aboriginal civilizations. All this type shit.
But those Aboriginal civilizations never existed, though. There's no record of it existing. And they're going to believe in conspiracy theories or cover ups and all that type of nonsense, though. This is all QAnon talk, though. And ironically enough, some of them are affiliated with QAnon. You know what I'm saying?
These the 5chan abos.
Sean, do you got anything to say?
Nah, man. I want Rude Word to come back. He did all that shit talking, and every time he opened his mic and started talking over people, y'all see that I got quiet. Just let him keep talking. You know what I mean? And that's his mechanism to run. That's why I didn't say nothing. I didn't want to engage him any further. I was waiting on him to run. He was gonna run like a little bitch.
Rude Word always runs like a little bitch, though. He said one of us is the weird one, though. I wonder who. What's so funny? Not a coincidence.
Who you think he was talking about, Andy?
He said one of us.
He was talking about Sean. He was talking about Sean.
I think it's Sean. I think Sean's the weird one.
Hey man, and sometimes what's understood don't even have to be explained.
Y'all are crazy. But damn, we can't even get no abos around here no more, man. Sean me.
That shit drying up.
Whoa.
Hey, not a coincidence. Keep pulling
This man claimed no.
Huh?
He live, yo. Is he live? We were live.
Mm-hmm.
He can't be. Let me see. I know Jit ain't got nobody in there.
I might hop on there. just to troll him.
Shit, not coincidence say he don't be dropping the link and shit.
Nah, he just be in there having fucking epilepsy fits and shit. Spazzing
out and shit.
Word. Nah, he ain't live. I think he might be getting his shit together for Sean, man. Word.
He has been asking for debates recently, so we'll see.
Not a coincidence. Keep pulling my article.
Shit. He must want to go on Satnetta.
Yeah.
I agree. Sonnet is cool though. He's okay.
Wait, hold on real quick. Listen, I don't know. Listen, don't block nobody in the chat, man. Don't block nobody. Nobody. You got a rent so you can drop a link. That's it. Don't. You want to keep all the naysayers in there. Don't block nobody. Y'all disagree. Y'all just have to disagree. Don't block nobody.
I agree. No, I'm not gonna block anymore though. I'm not gonna lie though. Those naysayers do annoy me.
No, anymore, Andy. Don't block nobody, man. What's wrong with you, man? Oh, that was you, Shaw? Shaw threatening niggas over there. Shaw going off. Boy, y'all are crazy, man. So, basically, we don't have no Abo presence in the Americans, I guess. So, unless we're talking about these Native Americans. All right. But the Abo, they don't never got nothing. Shit.
I was watching that damn that A1 play that did that Kyle video. That shit is so funny, bro. I cannot stop. I done watched that bitch like 5 times.
What video?
Yeah.
I call that bitch the greatest hit. What that bitch?
You
It's
have a
on
question
Kyle
for me?
Channel. It's like I forgot what he called that bitch. Hold on, I'm gonna go look at it. That nigga
Lucky, are
Kyle.
you Native American?
Huh? It was
Lucky, are
some
you Native
Abo on
American?
Abo beef, I guess. I don't know what they got going on, but that shit was
Lucky,
funny. That nigga A1 just be saying
Lucky.
shit.
You
Yeah.
say anything.
But Lucky, I got
What's
a
up?
question for you. Are you Native American?
I got some ancestry in me, but I don't. I look like a, you know what I'm saying, an African American. So
Yeah.
I ain't on no Kyrie Irving shit. I don't even, you know what I'm saying. But I be over here because they be doing too much. You know what I'm saying. So sometimes I gotta just come in when they got the open smoke and give it to them because they be playing like they want it, but they really just want to talk to themselves. So you know, if not a coincidence ain't up there, something like that, I go hit the link, or if they say my name specifically because they like to name drop niggas and shit. So you go up there and pop on the link.
Listen, they say my
They
name
name
a
drop
1,000 times. They say my name
I
a
wonder if they
1,000
name
times
drop
alive. But yo, they all got me blocked now. Like this shit is crazy. Only one that
Bro,
don't got me blocked is Ab Power.
That's the Ab always been like that though. He the only one who I was like been able to be able to hit the link. They all had me blocked. But
Or
Chief,
Ab TV,
my
he
phone
blocked me. Yo, yo, sure. Remember that guy with the Mongolian spots? He did a show like 5 days later though. He act like he was gonna do it the next day, but it was like 5 days later. They got on flipping on Lucky, and then all of a sudden just blocked me. He was really tight at Lucky. Word, like how dare you?
whole time this shit is really a finesse game, bro. So
yeah.
I
Well, yo,
downloaded
Marcus.
TV before.
Hold on, real quick, Marcus.
Before, man.
Hold on, Marcus. It says you said stop lying. Not a coincidence. African doesn't mean Negro. Negro just means black. So here we in the dictionary. Negro, a person of black African ancestry. Who would have thought? Like, where do these guys get this shit from? Man?
I know what that
Right,
word
to
means, though.
a member of a group of people formerly considered to constitute a race of humans having African ancestry and classified according to physical traits such as dark skin pigmentation. I don't think Abels look anything like.
nah, brother, they I'm telling you, they all practice that looking shit, and some of them do it better than others. You know what I'm saying? You get to the A1 level where you can grab a couple of sources, but most of them, man, they look at a picture, they get to talking about some shit, and next thing you know, man, we in Atlantis.
We in Atlantis. I just thought about something. A1 did some shit for Shaw one time. I kept telling Shaw, yo, tell him to go to the next page in that book. Let me see if I can find this shit. Because he likes to show some book where it describes what these Indians look like.
Rude Words always calls me Pink Panther for some reason. Rude Words, he calls me Pink Panther. I don't know why. None of my friends have to do like Pink Panther movies though.
Well, Andy, you gotta stop sometimes.
Why?
Yo,
what's so funny, man? What's funny?
Hey, y'all gotta chill out, bro. Y'all gotta chill the fuck out, bro.
What do you guys think about my cat?
Yo, I told you we don't like cats, man.
Leave that fucking cat alone, yo.
Why do you want me to leave the cat alone?
And that's why nigga was calling your ass Pink Panther. What you got going on, Andy? You gotta tighten up. Andy. Get you a pit bull or something, man. Go get you something, man.
Yeah, we're gonna get a pit bull soon. Yeah, my dad wants a pit bull though. You know.
So look, check this out, y'all. Real quick. A1, anybody listening, tell them this is why A1 don't let me around, because he does bullshit like this, right? So this book right here, historical researches on the conquest of Peru, Mexico, whatever. So he always shows his book, but he never gives the title. He'll just show this because it says this down here: the complexion of America's is of a reddish brown, nearly resembling the color of copper. So he likes to show that part, right? Have you ever seen him do that? Show this book, Lucky?
Let me see what is what's the title? I probably have this off the Library of Congress, huh?
Nah, this is
Archive.Sam.
archive.
Yeah,
Yo,
yeah, yeah.
Shah, do you remember when he showed you this book?
Oh, this is A1 shit. You know I don't be over on
Yeah,
A1 channel. So I didn't go over there.
This A1 shit, but now he did it on, I think, Add Power channel. But look, let me show you this. So you see, you got the reddish brown, copper, black, long. You know what I'm saying? So it says black long course here. Well, that's what they're talking about. But here we go. I'm gonna just read the whole shit. Fuck it. Their persons are full size, straight and well proportioned, and their features regular. Ula, who was 10 years among them, asserts that those who have seen one American may be said to have seen them all. Pedro de Cesar de Leon affirms that their innumerable tribes in all the climates appear to be children of one father and mother. The Esquimaux are those swarthy inclining to the European white rather than to the American copper color. And the men have beards. They are chalk white individuals, but they are albinos, such as accidentally exist in all parts of the world. The Mexicans are of good stature, well proportioned. The skin is of an olive color, and the complexion good. The forehead narrow, the eyes black, regular white teeth, the hair thick, black, coarse, and glossy. Their beards thin and generally no hair on their legs, arms, and thighs. Many of the young women are beautiful, fair. They are naturally modest. But in all the descriptions, you see the chalky white, European white, olive complexion. That don't sound like no Negro. That don't sound like no Negroes at all.
I definitely remember. I remember something about that scene. You seen one, you seen them all. I do remember that emphasizes that.
Yeah, and he won't show the rest of. He likes to show you a couple sentences and the shit. Be like, oh look, I'm cross-referencing. I'm showing you multiple sources. But again, like all the Abos do, they Shah, you do remember. Yeah, so next time he shows you that book, tell him to go to the next page. Tell him to read from the next page. And I bet you he'd kick you off the panel.
The way they're doing it now to see is they saying that they don't gotta agree with the source because they using discernment. You know what I'm saying? So they get a bunch of stuff from a bunch of different people and they came up with their own conclusion. They don't care about what the rest of the source says. That's what they saying now.
They make up shit as they go. Like this nigga Ab TV and these Mongolian spots. He's like, yo, the nigga spots. He says, you know, if you got them, you're indigenous, right? If you got these spots, you're indigenous. Then he turns around and says, then he turns around and says, Native Americans got it and Asians got it. Those are the two people that they say that they're not.
Exactly.
And then you know how many times you heard them say Native Americans ain't indigenous?
They said that they done called them Mongolian, and they done said it is like they are nothing alike at all, type of shit, right?
But now, guess what? They're alike now.
Right. That's really what was having me through a loop because I'm like, bro, didn't you just call somebody a Mongoloid like 2 seconds ago? What are you now? You calling yourself a Mongolian? I'm confused. Yeah. And then as they land out, they saying they are genetically closer to Asians, which we know they're trying to talk about the Oceanians, which would be the exact opposite according to science. So it's like, brother, what are you talking about?
If they adhere to that, then they are inadvertently agreeing with outer Africa theory up until they want to change the rest of it. So when they are trying to manipulate science to support their belief versus what the evidence says. So they're contradicting. Well, they're using pseudoscience and pseudo history to make their arguments. They really don't know who they are, how to identify, and what goes on from there. I'm good now.
Yeah, Sean. Yeah, and I want to say something though. They always bring up the picture of a black man and claim that dude is Montezuma. There is no way in hell that dude is Montezuma, dude. I know my history though. I'm from, my people are from the Central Valleys of Mexico, basically. You know, because I know these guys are full of shit though. Trust me, I know they are.
Sometimes they say Mansa Musa is Montezuma. They say he's the same person. Like, these niggas is crazy.
Yeah, they said what?
Mansa Musa and Montezuma are the same.
Yo, I heard that shit too, bro. They was like going into nigga was trying to explain the beard shit. Like, what are you talking about, bro? I was like, bro, these niggas in 2 different time periods. You doing the John Henson shit, nigga. What are you talking about?
Is that Zab? What's up, Zab?
Yeah. You're now in the presence of a real researcher.
Finally. We need some correcting up here. Help us out.
You ain't no goddamn. Don't come in here trying to introduce yourself as a fucking researcher when you a bum ass nigga.
Thank you,
Sean. Put some respect on my name. I don't never come out my mouth and disrespect you in those ways with the bitch ass this and the bitch ass that.
You just lied.
I'm a real listen. I don't know who you think I am, bro, but I could almost guarantee with a certainty if you was in my presence, you would not be saying that to me because one of us die. That's a fact. That's a fact of life. I'm not no little peon. You could just
I ain't afraid of dying, bro.
this internet shit. Don't let this internet shit fool you, bro. I don't disrespect people because
don't try to leave the internet. You came on here talking on the internet, nigga. Don't leave
my nigga. I came on here and you want some disrespectful shit. Calling me bitch ass this and I don't do that bitch ass talk, nigga. I respect everybody. Don't come at me with no bitch ass shit, nigga. I'm not one of these niggas, bro.
I didn't call you no bitch, so correct yourself.
Let's keep this shit respectful.
No, nigga, respect this.
Nigga, suck a dick, nigga.
No bitch.
Nigga, hit me on IG and we could do this shit for real. I will fucking shoot you in the face, nigga. I ain't no little ass nigga. I will fuck you up, nigga.
Let's deal
fuck
with that.
wrong with you. I will fuck you up, nigga. Hit me, nigga. Hit me in real life. Fuck all this internet shit. I will fuck. I kill you, nigga. The fuck wrong with you, bitch? Fuck wrong with this nigga, man?
All right. I got that off y'all chest.
He just killed me. He killed me during the 30-second.
He left.
Good ass Utz chips. I'm busting on some good ass Utz chips.
I wanted to have Discord so it was at TV though.
Nah, for real though. In all seriousness, I ain't let him come on the panel and start talking like he got some homework. That nigga ain't got no homework, yo. He need to know.
No, that's a fact. He don't got no research.
Be truthful, yo. Don't come on here.
Wait, hold on. No, but hold on. He does know how to research because Lucky put me on to a video he did about the Gullah that was actually pretty good. This is when he was on his African shit. And the video is only like 6 months old. Like, this shit's crazy.
Hey, yo.
He's a hypocrite.
You a fool, boy. You a fool.
Hold on. I gotta find it.
Nigga hit me on IG, nigga. The fuck me and y'all ain't got no goddamn IG, nigga, because I don't like following motherfuckers. What the fuck I'm finna hit you on IG for? Come on, man. Get out your motherfucking feelings, nigga. And then you call. So now add you to the list. So you and hold up, yo. Hold up. I got something for you niggas. Hold up. I got something for you niggas. Yo, I can't share my screen. Now listen, when I share my screen, right? This is for Lucky. Lucky, when I share my screen, don't be trying to screen snip, shot, none of that, okay? Don't do it. I'm gonna sue you. Copyright infringement. And don't laugh either. And don't laugh. You gotta hold that shit in. Nigga talk about he motherfucking researcher. Fuck out of here. You a goddamn junkie crackhead too. Come on, man. All y'all over there arguing about who stole what. Y'all just stealing shit from each other. Damn criminal.
What do you think about Smoke Signal? What do you think he's doing right now?
He getting high.
You ain't thinking about it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Ain't thinking about
Yo, not a coincidence. Control this nigga, bro.
Nah,
Let me make a couple things clear. Hold on, let me say this.
Zab. Hold on, brother. I'm gonna let you talk. I'm gonna let you talk. Right now.
Yo, what's going on, man?
Hold on. Let Sean finish, and then Zab, you can go. All right.
All right, go ahead. Because I do gotta make some things. I gotta make some things crystal clear.
All right, we're gonna do that. We're gonna make a lot of things crystal clear. But let Sean present what he's presenting, and then you can go right after him.
I'm gonna mute up.
Nah, Lucky. Nah, don't mute up. What you doing, Lucky? All right, so look.
Is that real rap?
Yeah. So real quick, we learned this is what we learned the other day, right? Real rap says that he subscribes to some type of theory that he says, I don't know how because he never tested it, but it would be a hypothesis, right? He said that he doesn't subscribe to the evolutionary process unless it says that everyone started in the water and came out of the water. So he had these little gill things on the side of his head that he was referring to his fish-like instincts. So, it was only right that real rap would star in the movie Waterworld, because that's what he believes he comes from. That is his evolutionary process. And he doesn't have any information to support it. He just misunderstands it. So, Lucky, I don't know why you start laughing and you muted out, but I wanted to introduce you to the new evolutionary theory brought to you by a confused Aboriginal African brother.
Yeah, that's cool.
I know he likes beefing with Kid Grebo.
All right, hold on. I know. Grebo. Hold on, Andy, hold on. It's Zab's turn. I told Zab he could say what he got to say. Sean, there you go. Thank you, Sean.
Well, it might not be short, but let me just make a couple things clear. I'm not no Aboriginal in the sense that I don't prescribe to anything anybody say. I'm my own person. I've always been a lone wolf. I just go with the research. You're not gonna find me denying African slaves. You're not gonna find me denying certain shit. I've never came on here and said that. Y'all started putting me in that Aboriginal category because I was pressing y'all on DNA. But I'm me. I'm not rolling with nobody. I don't need no gang. I don't need no clique. I don't need nobody. I go with the research. So yes, I did put out the shit about the Gullah because I like my shit to be factually accurate with everything. I research for real. So you're not going to hit me over the head with nothing that I don't already know about. I debate for real. So unless you come in with some new information or you challenging what I'm saying, don't just lump me in and throw me in with everybody. Because I prescribe to science. I'm into technology. I'm not really focused on this fucking old history shit that y'all do every single night. Y'all on here arguing over the same shit every night. This shit is weird to me. Really, that shit is kind of weird. So if you want to know my position on things, you got to ask me. That's all I got to say with that. I've never ever came on here and denied.
Zab, you done?
Challenge a lot of the shit that y'all kicking though. It's not factual scientific shit. Because a lot of this shit is conjecture. A lot of this shit is speculation, and that's where you'll get my pushback.
Hold
Zab,
on,
go
hold
ahead,
on,
right?
hold on. Zab, don't do that, Zab. Stand on your square. Cause I was on there 2 weeks ago and it was all Shy. Why you keep bothering us? It was we. It was we. Now you don't need them now. Don't stand on your square.
I
You
do,
an
but
abo,
no,
be an abo.
those is my people. I fuck with them. I fuck with the Aboriginal movement.
All right, because you was
That's
asking
not
me,
what
oh,
that
why
is.
y'all come here? If you feel like we lying,
But I
okay.
came here because, not a coincidence, sent me the link on IG, told me
All
that
right,
he's
that's
live,
cool,
told
but
me to
I'm just
pull
saying,
up.
don't
I
backtrack.
was
Stand on your
invited, nigga.
square.
That's why I'm
That's a fact. That's a
here.
fact. I did
My
send
square.
you a
I've
link.
never.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying you trying to act like you said I don't need nobody. You was you was with them niggas. Cause you tried to press me about it. Why you keep bothering us? You said that.
Yeah,
So,
it's okay if you're an Aboriginal,
yeah, stay
brother.
an abo. That's cool. We got love for you.
You still in the family.
Yeah, you good. You could be an abo.
Community. They just don't know it yet.
How the fuck you
Are
a
you a fake
researcher? You claim to
Aboriginal?
be an ABBA.
Hey, PF, are you an
A researcher with no
Aboriginal?
motherfucking methodology.
Hold on, y'all. Sean asked have a question. Ask him a question again, Sean.
I'm confused. How are you a researcher with no
Okay,
methodology?
go ahead. My methodology is the people in the Americas were Aboriginal. The Naya fossil, you got the Luzia fossil. Those are Aboriginal people. Can't deny that.
Do you understand what I mean by methodology? Yes or no?
My method to how I'm an Aboriginal. What's my methodology? That's what I'm telling you why. The reason why I'm an Aboriginal is because I've identified that there are who you call American Negro in America.
You're providing me your belief.
He mean
You're
he
not
talk about
providing
case
me your
studies.
methodology.
Case studies. That's like a research, fundamental research. Those two types of researches, right?
Quantitative and qualitative. And I don't know why he trying to sound intelligent because he
survey. I think a
Well,
survey.
see, the thing about you, and I'm not really sure you're not thinking named Steve or Sean or some shit.
Zab,
you gotta move away from science the moment you start playing this race game with
you understand
African.
my question? I'm asking for clarity.
I told you my methodology. My methodology is based on understanding that there were black people in them. Far back as you want to go, find what they will call "quote unquote" American Negro people.
You would have to start with a research question, right? You would have to have
Not no scientist. That's your field. But although it's crazy how you claim you're a scientist, but you up there kicking race theory.
I don't kick no race theory. I don't even give a fuck about none of that.
Hey, Zab, calling them Negroid is race theory, brother.
Come on, man.
Yeah, but I'm not the scientist.
That's
I can operate, but lucky, I can operate in those parameters because I'm not up
you don't know what I'm talking about. I asked you a question, you don't know what I'm talking about. And you got mad, hurting in your feelings.
Well, I guess I don't know what you're talking about. Then let's move on.
So I was asking you your methodology because I needed to know how you can arrive at such a conclusion based on erroneous and fallacious information. Because there's no evidence that's going to end you up at where your belief is. And you said that you adhere to science. So if you do, then the rigorous scrutiny that science push you through always goes back to questions. You never
I don't know if you got a comprehension problem, but I told you my methodology.
No, you did
not. My methodology is based on
according
the fact
to some bullshit.
There were black people in the Americas.
Brother, you said
going back as far back as you want to go.
What is your relationship genetically to Luzia? What is your since
you want to know something? I don't have to have a.
What is your genetic relationship to Luzia?
I don't have to have a genetic relationship.
You said that's how, but you said that's how you like you indigenous and you Abo, nigga. So what is your relationship?
Let's have a dialogue. You say something, then I say something. We don't got to jump over each other.
Go ahead.
You question. I'm gonna answer it, and when I'm done, you can jump in.
Go ahead.
You want to know what my relationship? I don't need to have a relationship. The fact that it's present, I could look back and I could say, there were black people in the Americas.
Were you those people?
It doesn't matter if I was those people or not.
Hold on, Sean.
So you
How
from
did
every
you come
place
to
in
the
America?
Faulty what kind of faulty logic is that?
How did you come to the conclusion that those people were black, Zab?
Based on
what evidence?
Black people. The Naya fossil and the Lucia fossil and all other fossils that they found.
Okay, he said the Lucia fossil. What else you say that?
Naya fossil, N-A-I-A, the Naya fossil.
So if you're using those as evidence, then I'm asking you again, where is the scientific data that supports that Lucia and Naya were black people? You keep using the word black, and then you just sit here and say I'm pushing race science and all of that shit. So I'm confused again.
Well, I'm using black as a term to give you a visual understanding of what I'm talking about. A visual depiction.
How were these people black?
They were the black is a social construct. That we got to start there.
No. Fuck
in America, I'm explaining.
We got to play that game. I know what you mean by black. You're talking about phenotype. So how did you come to the conclusion that Lucia and Naya were black phenotypically?
Based off the skull and based off the scientific recreation of what they said that these individuals look like. These scientists, they recreated it based on the evidence. They presented a black woman. You got to go argue with those scientists why they came to that conclusion.
They don't argue that they were black. None of the using for evidence. That's why I asked you, since we talking science.
But they don't identify them as black because black is a social construct.
No. They don't identify them phenotypically as black either. So you have to adhere to science. So now, since we really using science, how did you come to the conclusion? Because science doesn't say that.
When you say they, you making it seem like every 100% of them did not, and that's not a factual, true statement that you're making.
Doesn't say that anyone that populated the New World.
You know what I would tell you to do? I would tell you to go and research it and find out.
I already have. Science doesn't say that those people were black people at all.
Science doesn't say that any of us are black people because science doesn't adhere to the term black.
Okay, so when we say
black,
a
scientist is not going to say that you're black either.
Let's define black. Let's define black. All right, just for the show's purposes, not no other way, just for the show purposes. All right, so basically, black is Negroid is descendant of Africa.
I don't prescribe to that. Black is a social construct. I'm not going to move from that position to suit your argument.
You've been using
he just said, didn't he say the scientists say that Naya Lucia is black?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I'm saying when they recreated her based off the skull type, they presented to me and everybody else a black woman and a black girl.
No, they did not.
And I'm using that as a descriptive term.
And the descriptive.
Anybody, listen, when you say no, they did not. Anybody could look it up and they can see for
themselves. They did not do that descriptively. You would be absolutely incorrect. So that again is why I'm challenging your methodology, because you couldn't have came to the conclusion you did and did not.
Physically, they depicted her as a black woman and a black girl.
No sort.
They depicted her as a white woman and a white girl.
What source agrees with you? What scientific source agrees with Zab?
Listen, I'm not having. This is a fallacious argument.
Zab, don't run.
Yeah,
don't run. Don't run. Don't start that. You crying like a little bitch.
Whatever scientist that depicted her, that's the source.
What evidence agrees with you, Zab?
The scientist that did the
Don't do that.
recreation.
That's not what I'm asking. I didn't say. I asked you for
If you asked for the name of a scientist, I can't give you the name.
No, I didn't ask you for the name of a scientist.
But you
I
argue,
asked you for the evidence. I
the
don't
way
care
you
nothing about
arguing,
the scientist.
you're arguing with this question, this reductionist question you're doing. It's fooling some people, but it's not fooling me. All you're doing is just questioning.
If it's not fooling you, where's the evidence?
But that's not an argument because you're not presenting anything.
Brother.
All you're doing is you're trying to reduce my arguments by questioning
argument. So
present
the evidence?
How about you present a counter evidence to what I'm saying?
Evidence. I already told you that the evidence does not agree with you, and you said
okay,
it does.
present.
So I'm
present
asking
the
you
counter
for the
evidence. You're telling me that, but I don't think you are a reliable source.
You
so present a counter evidence.
I asked you for your evidence.
I'm not answering anything else because I'm not gonna do this new Wapian style argument that you're doing.
Why did you lie, Zab?
I did not lie because I told you that scientists recreated. They recreated Lucia and Naya.
And now I'm calling you
Hey,
out.
not a coincidence. Pull up a picture of Lucia and Naya. Pull up a picture of Lucia and Naya for this dude. Because this dude is clearly a retard.
And now you're running.
Hold on, y'all.
People can clearly see what's going on. You don't gotta narrate what's going on. You don't have to narrate what's going on. People can clearly see what's going on. You don't gotta sit and narrate.
What evidence made you come to this conclusion? Where is that shit at? Where can we find that at?
Oh, he just said it. He said so. Basically, Zab, you going off the picture. You going off just a simple picture. This picture.
Yo, simple picture. Where's your keys at?
Yeah, that's good enough for me. Not a coincidence. The picture is good enough for me.
A picture. So no evidence, just a picture.
Look at shit.
That's all I need. If you need more,
let's do what they do. Hold on, let's do what they do. Did a white person make this picture?
I don't care who made a picture. Like you saying that if a white person made a picture,
but hold on, but when we show you documents, it's somebody white reconstructed that. So did a white person make this?
Wait, what are you even talking about?
This picture? I'm just asking you, did a white person make this picture?
I wouldn't care if a pink person or an orange person made that picture.
I got you, Zab. I'm with you, Zab.
I wouldn't give a fuck who made the picture, Shaw.
So Zab, everybody with melanin is black. That's what you're saying.
In America, that's how they determine black, isn't it? If the police pull you over, right? Are they gonna ask you if they see you? Are they gonna ask you if you're black, or are they just gonna look at you and make the determination based off of the social construct that you're a black man?
Shah. Shah. No. Hold on, Shah. Hold on. So let's go ahead.
I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna go eat something right now.
Hold on, Andy. Hold on. So real quick, let's just go ahead and end this game with this nigga right now. Can I share my screen?
Can you show him a Bengali?
Yeah. No, but hold up. Who was that? Cash?
Yeah, Cash. Why your name Ken though, man? Why you got Ken?
Yeah, nigga, what the fuck is that shit?
Oh yeah, man. I was incognito over in
this nigga was playing with
Barbie. You forgot what profile.
He was playing with Barbie dolls. Nah, no. He was playing with Barbie dolls. He was role playing.
You always be out of bounds. You be doing a lot, bro.
Yeah. I seen this.
But anyways, I'm about to drop down though. I got shit to do, man. I'm about to go chill.
Yo, hold your horses, yo.
Don't run, man. Don't run, bro.
I know you got shit to do, my nigga. I know you do. I know you got big shit to do, right? Don't you got a lot of shit to do? I got something for you to do too, nigga.
He ran. But yeah, he's still out there. Go ahead.
All right, so real quick, yo. Y'all see the source, right? Y'all see the source?
Yeah.
Forensic facial reconstruction. The skull provides tools to personal appearance in life. Detailed measurements of the skull provide basic information needed to determine the sex stage in life and the ethnic origin of the deceased. With general information about the thickness and type of the tissues covering the skull and various points, the forensic sculpture can create a likeness of that individual. Now, the sculpture brings victims back to life. Okay, There's something essential here. Do y'all know what it is? Do y'all know what it is? I'm gonna run it down to you. Y'all ready? Boom. It's in orange. Now it's black. Now it's orange. It says the finished product only approximates actual appearance because of the crania does not reflect soft tissue details such as eye, hair, and skin color, facial hair, and the shape of the lips, or how much fat tissue covers the bone. Yet a facial reconstruction can put a name on an unidentified body in modern forensic case or in an archaeological investigation, a face of history. You need to know this. That ain't what the fuck that they were doing when they were recreating Lucia. That's not what they were doing. That is not a black person. And he said that he doesn't subscribe to the word black. We all know why he doesn't subscribe to the word black. It's because it means descendants of Africans, which he says he has no issue with Africa. But what he does have an issue with is evidence. Like I said, that's why I called him out. And you gotta call him out, because if you let him come up here and tell you that he's a researcher, then where the fuck is, again, where's your methodology, researcher? Because researcher, even when you're doing research, you always start with a question. Why the fuck are you doing this work? Why are what are you researching this for? What is the intent and purpose of your research? If you don't know that, how can you talk to us and tell us that you're a researcher and then come up here and one day do some good work on one subject matter, the next day you pseudo on everything else? And to deny us of that, claiming that your evidence was a picture, let us know that you didn't fully understand or read anything about Lucia or Naya, because the minute that you start claiming them to be them, guess what you got to do? You got to go deal with the genetic evidence, and the genetic evidence says that there's no link, my brother. So stop the cap. What were the Gullah Wars?
I'll come back later.
The untold history of slavery ending the Stonewall Rebellion. So a year ago, this nigga was African.
Yeah. Oh damn, was he?
Yeah.
Zab, you was African, Zab.
Why he doing all this Abo shuffling bullshit?
Wow.
Man, who paid the wolf, Zab?
You sent me that, nigga.
I sent you that.
Hey, I just got
who gave me this? Because I didn't find this. I thought you gave this to me.
No, I think you said Kyle sent you that bitch.
Oh, probably.
I just want to say I'm really new to this. I ain't got no old Abo videos. I'm not gonna find nothing on me. I promise y'all.
What Zab does too, he runs from his because he said his mother's Jamaican, right? So when I go into Jamaican history, he runs from that a lot. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, yo, you tell me about the tell me about the culture down there. Tell me about the maroon colonies and the societies and stuff like that down there. So
I had that pulled up in the background. My bad, Cass. Go ahead.
Yeah, he every time I bring that up, he started running. He's like, but I grew up in America. My mother Jamaican. You always want to bring up that blah 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 blah. I'm like, yo, I'm just asking a simple question.
You can hear it in the way he talked. You could tell you from somewhere.
We got on him about that one night. Showing a bunch of Africans in Jamaica.
Well, he got. I wasn't even paying attention where he went at.
He been left. He ran from Sean, like they all do. They all run from Sean.
He was just up there with me. I had AP dancing over on Instagram. I sent you, but you already had this going. But me and AP,
I seen it. Yeah. What y'all was talking about over there?
Oh, y'all had y'all debate today?
Oh wait, go ahead.
No, we didn't have that one. We pushing to Thursday, so he's gonna be talking about the CIA funding Pan-Africanism and Pan-Africanism in college, and literature and all that stuff. So that's gonna be the debate.
That's ridiculous.
This nigga's on crack, yo.
He doing it on his
actually
channel.
peep that.
Or it's
Like,
a
how does
pay-per-view?
this whole CIA?
Yeah, I tried to get him to come over here, but he want to do it on this channel because I told him it's gonna be like super biased over there.
So Zab, because I know you listening. You're not gonna say nothing, but you listening. This is what I ask you: like when you're doing your research, what evidence? What are you considering as evidence? Right? What is provoking your research questions and the reason why you're looking up something? If you're a researcher, you got to have intent and purpose. That means you got to know the authors of your sources. You got to know that what their intent is to argue. You gotta have additional supportive evidence, at least 5 other sources that agree with the source that you're actually using, all scientifically sound and balanced. And then you got to have 5 sources that disagree with that to weigh the evidence to show why the wrong evidence is right, or the right evidence, the evidence that you have is right, or the evidence that you have is actually incorrect and can be corrected with this other information. And then you can update it and come to an honest conclusion. You have no methodology because the genetic results of the new studies, since you're talking pictures, my nigga, the genetic studies say that she ain't nowhere closely related to Africans or Australia. So when you started doing all of that shit, I've been told y'all that the first peoples in the Americas were Paleo Indians, aka the Amerindians.
Now, Sean, read that sentence, that first sentence. Read that sentence for them, because they got to understand.
About the skull?
Now, it says genetic results.
Okay. Yeah. The genetic results of the new study show categorically that there was no significant connection between the Lagao Santa people and groups from Africa or Australia. And then it goes on to say, so the hypothesis that Luzia's people derived from a migratory wave prior to the ancestors of today's Amerindians has been disproved. On the contrary, the DNA shows that Luzia's people were entirely Amerindian.
Entirely. So basically, they're Native American.
Correct.
And not these black Aboriginals like they want to say, right?
So they threw that Oceania thing out the window, saying, it was Australians that came earlier into South America. So that's out the window.
Right. And see, he doesn't understand it because, look, I know that he's listening in the chat. He's talking, but you're describing a culture. No, we're not. We're describing a people. It says the Lagoa Santa people, not the culture. The people. We're talking genetic evidence. It goes on to continue to say a new bus has replaced Luzia's in Brazilian scientific pantheon. Caroline Wilkinson, a forensic anthropologist at Liverpool John Moores University in the UK, and a disciple of Neve, has produced a facial reconstruction of one of the individuals exhumed at Lapa do Santo. The reconstruction was based on the retro-deformed digital model of the skull. Accustomed as we are to the traditional facial reconstructions of Luzia with strongly African features, this new facial reconstruction reflects the physiognomy of the first inhabitants of Brazil far more accurately, displaying the generalized and indistinct features from which the great Amerindian diversity was established over thousands of years, Strauss says. The study also published in Cell, he added, presents the first genetic data on Brazilian coastal sambaquis. These monumental shells mounds were built some 2,000 years ago by populous societies that lived off the coast of Brazil. Analysis of fossil DNA from the shell mound burials in Santa Catarina and Sao Paulo shows these groups were genetically akin to the Amerindians alive today in south of Brazil, especially the Kangang groups. Oh my geez.
Alive today. But they always say that these people are they was like replaced.
Yeah.
It was replaced by Mongolians. They're the real people. But they said they're alive today. Like, so they found them. They're not missing.
No, these folks
made
are crazy.
The connection. They made the connection.
Washington doctrine, brother.
That's why I told them it come out of that Malachi York stuff, man.
They really don't believe it, though. They really don't understand the origins of their own doctrine.
She ain't black, Zab. You're a fucking con artist liar, bro.
No, but that last thing Nada Quincy's put on the screen, like that's what the alt right says about science. Like, oh, they're trying to change it because of the damn politics. They're changing it because that shit was based on eugenics and based around pseudoscience. So now they understanding that the pseudoscience is to be thrown away with. They like, no, we need to keep the pseudoscience. This new shit is political based. That's crazy, bro.
And who do they study? They study Madame Blavatsky. They said it. They like, we study Madame Blavatsky. We study these guys, you know. And Madame Blavatsky was in her book, Isis paper. I think it's more so the Secret Doctrine. She talked about the 6 root races coming from Lemuria and all that stuff. And she talking about the Hyperborean society of white folks. These Hyperborean Antarctic motherfuckers or Arctic people being the superior people. You know what I'm saying? But A1 and Hawk School and Aboriginal Power say, yeah, we get stuff from out of Madame Blavatsky book. So what?
She Amerindian, like I've been telling y'all.
Every single night. You're like,
Like I've been telling y'all, the paleo people is a real thing. So
what's on TV?
I told my mom, I said,
so for anyone saying anything, the paleo Indian is where it's at. That's the oldest motherfucker in the Americas. That person, along with the notion of how the name changes from Paleo Indian to archaic, from archaic into what was that one before, the Mississippian? Like, all of these are the same people. The Amerindians, they are the same people. Whether they came off the coast, the coastlines of the Pacific, or if they came through the island way down there by in South America. I don't give a damn which direction that they came, the land bridge, any of that. These people are distinctively different.
Hold on. So they do say that it's some of. Did they trace any like DNA off of people that come from like the Melanesian, the Micronesian, the Polynesian?
They have all of that, brother. They would be the ancestors of those people. However, for Lucia, her people had already been established here.
Okay.
So the people that were before her, right? Because that's what you're looking at. The people that here were before her are distant relatives of her. They said, no. My people are Amerindians. You see what I'm saying? Because there's 2 waves. That Oceania shit is South America, but it's on the other side. It's the Pacific side. It's not near Brazil. Yeah. That's a long ass way. They
trace some people. There was some people that they trace back to some Australians down there, but it's on the west. It's on the
west side. Yeah,
it's on the west coast, down like
on the
far
that's
south.
what I'm talking about. The west coast. It's on the west side.
Yeah,
southwest to be exact.
Like Patagonia type shit.
Yeah. So that's that other migration pattern. That's that South Native American migration. That other shit we're talking about is the North Native American migration.
Did those people mix, Sean?
No, you know what's sad though? Is that the languages. No, I'm saying, you know what's sad, that the languages are still there today. I'm talking about those people still speak the indigenous languages are still around in North America, Central America, South America. They're still there. So it's not like all those languages, all those indigenous languages haven't gone extinct. They're still speaking those languages today. And in some parts of Mexico, some parts of Central and South America, these people can't even speak Spanish. They can only speak the indigenous languages because they've been isolated. So I just don't understand why these people are trying to say that those people are fake when they're still practicing the same customs and cultures that they've always practiced. But you can't speak any type of language other than English. You everything you do is everything you do is what us normal Black Americans do, or what our ancestors. And some matter of fact, if you look at the way we prep our food, I'm talking about Black Americans in the United States, it resembles what they do in West Africa. How can you not look at or read about
the way that West Africans prep their food and the way that our ancestors prep their food and the way we do today, and not understand where we come from. I mean, there's so much documentation available from where we descend from. It's insane to try to, once again, they're trying to find a needle in a haystack when you can find needles all throughout the stores and the streets. But they're trying to find this one special needle to try to prove their point. You can't do it. The overwhelming evidence is there. You can go to newspapers.com. We got auction articles from the 18th century. What are we doing? I mean, it's overwhelming. It's overwhelming evidence. It's not even close. You have to work so hard to try to convince yourself that you aren't who you are. All these folks who get up here want to scream, because if you pay attention to what Aboriginals do, they never want to show evidence. And you know what? Not a coincidence. That book that you showed, I actually, you can get that book off of Google for free. I actually posted that link to that book like a few weeks ago. I was arguing with this dude who was trying to say that we're indigenous. And when you go look at the very next page, it describes exactly what those people who are Native Americans. It's sad. I actually have that book. I downloaded that book. I said, I'm going to read this book because I bet you it doesn't say, if you put it in context, every time you put these books or you read the books and you get a chance to read a quote in context, it never says what these people say it say. And that's why I said, where's the rest of the context? Where's the context of this quote? They don't want to do that. And when Ruwers, I think Ruwers read a quote today and he just stopped. And you guys are trying to convince him trying to get him to read beyond. He don't want to read beyond because it's not going to say what he wanted to say. They're liars. And some of these people, and that's why I'm sick of these dudes, because they're out here. They're not trying to prove prove themselves right. They can't. They know the evidence is not on their side, which is why they have to deny, genetics, DNA. So they're going to disprove something that's been a scientific consistent, something that's been tested over and over and over around the world, over and over and over. You're gonna debunk that. You don't even know. You don't even have the education or the skills or the tools to even do that. I don't even do that. I can't. I'm not on that level. I would defer to the people who actually know what they're doing. So I don't understand why you think you can go take on a geneticist. I've spoken to geneticists, bro. You're not on that level. You're not going to be able to communicate. How are you going to have a conversation with a geneticist and tell them that they're wrong? What are you going to say? This is my question for Aboriginals. What are you going to tell a geneticist? I want you to go to a geneticist, maybe put on a YouTube channel, ask him some questions. He probably not going to understand what the fuck you're talking about because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So how are you going to frame a question to a geneticist about how DNA science is incorrect? Please, I need to understand this. So you're trying to debunk DNA science. You're trying to tell us that the indigenous people of the Americas are fake. Some of you guys are saying that these people are Filipinos. Then you're saying they're just all some other form of Mongol. I heard you say some of them are Chinese. You guys got all kind of names for these people. But the reality is this: they have genetic mutations that occurred in the Americas. That's game, set, match, man. It's over at that point. We don't have those genetic markers. And Sean, I don't know if you got time. Can you go back over that again? Those genetic mutations that actually occurred in the Americas? I don't know. Did Sean get off? I think Sean might have got off. Nah, but it's just sad, man.
I think Sean just quick. He'll be back because his screen's still up there. But you're right. The sources, they never lead to the same conclusion that they came to. That's why, like you seen with Root Words, he stopped reading. And I tried to get him to go back. He didn't want to go back. A1 with that book, he never reads the next page.
Right, they show you a quote, like this little quotes from somewhere. And I'm asking dude, like, where did this come from? And who was the author? Because you got to make sure it's not one of them, their pseudo scholars writing it too. It'd be some, Chief Big Mac L. Bay dude that wrote it. You know what I'm saying? Basically stole out a lot of books or whatnot. So they got these cats that's out here.
Yo,
have you guys seen those? And I'm saying, have you guys seen those guys claiming? There's a couple of guys on social media claiming to be Aboriginal. Hold on, Aboriginal Aboriginal Hebrew Israelite Moors. How is that possible? How the fuck can you be a Hebrew Israelite Aboriginal Moor? How?
I'm telling you, brother, that it's because they are the same community, brother. I've been doing this docu-series I'm working on, brother. I'm telling you. Spotted Moor, Spotted Abo. They are all Hebrew Moors. These people, they come out the same academy. And now even the LTV guy is going down because he trying these Mongolian spots. He's trying to tie in the cons, all this stuff. They all talk about the same stuff, brother. They talk about this con shit, and they say dodge the hijack. This is straight out of 432 Drop Radio Academy. So anybody can look up 432 Drop Radio, and you can see where the Abos get all their shit from. This is a Moor Hebrew. He
they get it off that.
He just a Hakeem baby.
They get it off that Real History website too. that fake ass website.
www.
Nah. Look. I felt like in like the past like 10 years, you know how like we in the community as a whole is this whole, you know, black people started this, black people, we was the first, and that kind of like spiraled out of control because then we just started blacking everything. So now it's like, oh, we the first there, we the first there, we the first there, we the first. And it's a little bit too extreme, and I always
Clyde Winters, bro. Clyde Winters
like,
has a massive influence on them.
Yeah, you got to be careful what you claiming. Like, you can't be blacking everything because there's a lot of stuff in history that ain't cute. So if you know what I'm saying, and I think they're obsessed with that, like this whole idea that black. Because if you listen to the Abel, they always say, well, isn't everywhere like, you know, everywhere you look in the world, ain't black people the first people there? So they lean off that, like, you know what I'm saying? Like they lean off this idea that we just the creators of everything.
But you gotta know that we was the black Greeks, though, Shot. You gotta know that because there was black people everywhere, Shot, and we all was the same. You know what I mean?
No, I'm not. Now here's the thing with that.
Nah, hold on. Lucky's being sarcastic.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, even though like out of African theory, I don't believe that. Like we was everywhere. Like, you get what I'm saying? We might have been the first in this landmass, but that don't mean we was the first in the States. Like, you get what I'm saying? We could have just been in Mexico, or could have been in the Caribbean.
You fucking it up, child.
Yeah, you fucking it up. Hold on, real quick. Yo, Sean, you said wisdom show. I see his messages in the chat.
Yeah, one of them though. One of them he made a claim. He said that West Africans are colonizers.
We can talk about that in a second. Hold on. Go, Shy, finish what you were saying. We can go back to that, Sean.
No, I was just saying, like, I think, you know, that's one of the biggest problems. We got to kind of like fix that part of the argument. We got to get this idea that black people created everything. We was the first everywhere. We the first. There needs to be some balance with that, because that's a lot of people premise with their argument. You know what I'm saying?
See, but that's the problem. We got to start understanding that when we say black people, we're talking about a certain type of people culturally and genetically. These people are of African descent. The people who went out and populated the world, yeah, they had melanated skin, but they're not black. That's just it. Like, everybody, there's more people with melanated skin in the world than white people. That's just
right.
So, but they're not us. We understand who we are. So when we say black, we know who we talking about. We're not talking about everybody with dark skin. We're talking about a certain population of people.
Bro, when I had to accept that Hannibal Barker wasn't black, bro, that really hurt me, bro. That was because I was on it. I'm like, nigga, everybody was black. I never said I was an abo, but when I was reading, because they used to go to the black bookstores and hang out. So when I was reading,
you was with Nuko Rashidi that, huh?
Huh?
You was with Nuko Rashidi that, huh?
Oh, bro, hey, them covers was dope, bro. You see the Morris cover and the all that, bro. And then I had let me show you the pseudo book I got over here now.
No, them brothers was talented. Them brothers was definitely talented.
bro. And I mean, a lot of the brothers was like, they wasn't like Malachi York, bro. They was like sincere, like this one, bro. This used to be my book for a long time, Ancient Future, bro. I loved it, but it's so much pseudo information in this. This Wayne B. Chandler, bro. This is like the guy I thought was a scholar or whatever. He was coming speaking at the colleges. I'm like, oh yeah, this is the truth. Once I look at it in hindsight and look at the Black Buddha and all that, I'm like, oh man, like I just had to accept the change. Like, yo, this shit ain't real, man.
Well, you see, Ronoka Rashidi, he one of the reasons that all that, the Olmec shit was pushed heavy too. You know, there's a lot of folks still believe that Olmecs were black because of that, even though some of the people aren't abos, you know what I mean, they're pro-black, but you can't convince them that the Olmecs want us. You can't convince them. They're going to say, oh, I don't care what that says. No, that's just what they say. I said, what evidence do you have of this? Well, I only believe our people, you know what I'm saying? Those people had an agenda. I said, but you don't even know what type of you don't even know what type of method they use in order to come to that conclusion. I was like, can you show me where this has been verified in academia where those people were us? They don't want to say, well, I don't want to hear what academia has to say. I only care about what our people have to say because they know the truth. And the white folks over there lying to you. So I was like, well, you can't have a conversation with some folks because they have convinced that if white folks, no matter what, even if they use the proper methodology, that they have to be lying. They have to have some type of agenda, and that's what's killed our community. It's really hurt our community in a really bad way.
And feelings hurt so bad he blocked me on YouTube.
My issue with them, like I would take them, like I feel like when we having this conversation, like I feel like we gotta, like you say all this time, Sean, like I always say it too, like integrity. You know what I'm saying? I would take them serious if, like, when every state in the South has newspaper articles, documentation about slavery being down there. So when you talking to them and they act like they don't know this, it makes me think like you didn't look up your state. You don't know nothing about your, you know what I'm saying? Like that's, to me, that's like you purposely not looking up something to have a conversation. You know
I just did that over there on Instagram with the Hadley Plantation and I think the Wissington Plantation in Tennessee with Aboriginal Power. I'm like, bro, you from Tennessee, right? You know about the Hadley? Yeah, I'm like, you know about the Hadley Plantation? I'm like, it's in the middle of Nashville. You know, they do a festival on it, and I think Tennessee State is on it. And he like, yo, that's fake. The white man put it. I'm like, bro, they kept records.
Right. Yeah,
they kept records of what they did. They had to pay the banks and shit like that.
The damn park is still called Hadley Park.
Right.
Still like, they asked me, oh, yo, where your family from in South Carolina? I tell them Berkeley County. I showed them the plantation that was there. Oh, that's fake. It's you could really look it up. Like
So that would be so crazy. Shall they ask you and then you provide it and then they be like, "Nah, brother, you lying."
You lying? Like,
nigga, I wasn't even gonna tell your stupid ass, nigga. You asked me, dummy.
Right? It's there. It's documented. Like where, and I always ask them, okay, so when did every newspaper or decide, okay, we're gonna make up this slave story and put it in the paper? Like we're just gonna make this up today. Everybody, did you get the letter that we making up slave story? Like. When did that happen? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not.
You got Gadsden's Wharf down there in South Carolina, which they say probably the largest amount of slaves there in Virginia. But Gadsden's Wharf probably had the largest amount of slaves that came through it. Gadsden's Wharf in South Carolina had two of some of the largest ports where slaves came through was in South Carolina.
Yeah, a lot of the plantation owners in Tennessee and Kentucky and even North Carolina, they weren't rich or wealthy people. They were poor, but they would have about between 10 and 15, maybe 20 slaves would be excessive for a lot of the people in those areas during those times. So what people fail to realize is that there was a lot of white people with a lot less slaves, but on these big ass, on these land masses that was tremendous, and they had to do that work. And to negate that, root words, if you're still listening, and you're saying they reconstructed history, which is totally out of context, you have to show that that did not happen. I'm gonna take y'all one day when you're live and maybe the sun is up or something like that. I'm gonna take you to a fucking plantation where my great grandfather was on that motherfucker picking tobacco and fucking corn in Brentwood, Tennessee. And you gonna tell me that shit didn't happen? And you gonna tell me the motherfucker that owned them, the white motherfucker that owned my people, that shit didn't happen? Like, yo, we got all of that records, yo. Like, we know this. We walking it back.
And Sean, that's the disrespectful part right there. You feel what I'm saying? Like,
not a coincidence.
Act like this shit didn't happen.
Post that link. That link that I posted, that's my great grandmother. Post that link. You can show that link. She was a slave.
Yeah. So that's,
it has a picture there, everything, and it's called Texas Slave Narratives.
Hold on. Oh, so you one of the lucky ones that actually had an ancestor that was had their narrative actually written down.
Yep.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, you lucky.
Right, but there was no slavery though, man. Come on. that didn't happen.
You lucky as hell.
Yo, I sent this link about I think like 2 weeks ago in the chat to Quiet Sean. He said it was fake. There's a bunch of slave narratives.
Yeah,
that's
the Abbo's thing for the slave narrative. Because I think did not the Coincidence bring this out a couple years back? Not this particular person.
Not this one, but I brought out plenty of slave narratives plenty of times, and they just told me, yo, they was indoctrinated. They went to church. They was
another guy from Port Arthur.
Yeah, they went to church. Yeah, no, this is my great grandmother. I got all the documentation on my great grandmother. That's my family.
Oh, yeah. Is that the same one? That's the same person?
No, that's a different person.
Nah, yeah, this is different author, different.
Texas got a lot of slave narrative. They got like the people, like the interviews. I looked that up like last week, and I think I posted the link in the chat one time. But they Quiet Sean, and there was another guy in there. They said it was fake. They like older. That I'm like, all right, whatever.
Yeah, I got information on my great grandfather too, Anderson Willis. You can read about him and the fact that matter of fact, British Petroleum ended up with a lot of his property. But you can look him up. You can look up the fact that we sued the state of Texas. We sued the United States government. Our family, we've been in court with the United States government since the early 1900s. Because they forged documents in order to steal land away from my grandfather. He got it out the mud after being a slave. So, and he was born in Virginia. So when people say that none of this stuff happened, man, I got so much shit that happened in my family, from the Slocum, Texas massacre, or with my great grandfather Jack Holly. I mean, it's been so many horrible things that happened to my family members. They're trying to deny slavery. That's why it pisses me off so much, because it's really shitting on and spitting in the face, or really just taking a shit on our ancestors who suffered through hell coming across that Atlantic. It's really not a laughing matter, and it's really sad. And these niggas are also fucking up reparations as well, because that shit's starting to come out. And they're sitting here denying all this stuff, man. I'm tired of these people, man.
You see this? This book is these are slave narratives for the state of Tennessee. This book right here, slave narratives for the state of Tennessee. I'm gonna put it on the screen a little bit closer so you can see it. What it says right there: personal accounts of slavery in Tennessee. So, what y'all doing about that? Personal accounts. So this is like primary shit. And they talking Africa and this shit. They talking Africa and this shit. Like, what are we really dealing with? And this mug super thick.
Damn, that's a thick one, bro.
Yeah, because if it was
Reconstruction, Sean, reconstruction.
if it was about
Hey, Sean.
and this is hold on real quick. This is the conversation I try to pinpoint Abels down to, is what did the people say themselves, right? So when we go and just look for regular everyday people in that time period, they don't even got to be nobody famous. We can just find regular everyday people. They're gonna say the same story. It's been passed down. It happened. It's backed by evidence. But now when we try to find this Abo history, where is it?
Oh shit! You know, sister not Sister Bethy, Sister Soul. She was over on Garfield Channel saying that it was white slaves that came from Crete that was over here that was a slave. We like Crete. Like, did you really just go back to Crete? She's like, oh yeah, it was white Christian slaves. Those were the real slaves that came over here.
Yeah,
So
she runs that line a lot. Some things are so pseudo you can't even like.
And you know what's funny though?
Having a conversation.
We're getting close to nailing down on one of my grandparents. We're from Africa, and I'm certain I'm almost certain that they come from which would be modern day Nigeria. So because we've been linked back to so many different Africans, that of Igbo descent, of Yoruba, but I've been in contact with some of my I'm talking about African relatives, distant African relatives. And we're getting closer to narrowing down because they've heard stories about some of the ancestors that were taken from during the transatlantic slave trade. And if we can pinpoint the names, we'll be able to. It'll be make it easier pinpointing who was taken, and we can probably name one of my grandfathers. Matter of fact, my great grandfather Anderson Willis, his father was from Africa. We know that for a fact, but we're trying to figure out maybe we can get a name or something like that and nail that down. But it takes this shit take time, man. You know, you're putting your family tree together, especially with slavery. People are like, well, how come they didn't have names coming off the ships? Where were the birth certificates? You know, what were the documentation? Why the fuck would they have documentation coming off of goddamn slave shit? That's a stupid ass question. This is the type of questions you get when you're dealing with these people. These people are full of shit. So, like I said, it's scammers, and then it's just dumbass people too. You know what? If you have conversations with these abos, the number one priority is trying to avoid slavery and also trying to avoid being African. I don't give a fuck what you guys say. You're African. You are of African descent. You can lie about it. You could deny it. You could talk about maybe having an Indian relative or something like that, or a Native American relative. You can talk about all these other things that may be in your bloodline, but you could try to deny it and try to act like it is not true. You are of African descent. You can lie to yourself all you want. You are of African descent. Look at those primaries.
So you brought up something good when they like to say, oh well, what was the name when they, you know what I'm saying? When they got sold, a lot of times they didn't have a name, right? So this is a account of a sale, number 128. So this is an account book from Henry Lawrence, 1750 to 1758. It says charges of neat proceed of 139 new Negro slaves imported by the Snow, Africa, Thomas Hine, the commander, from Sierra Leone, right? Put into our hands by said, on account of Majesty Robert John Thompson, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, this is the point. You see the people that bought them, but when they list the people, like men, women, boys, girls, there's no names. It's just numbers. So he bought one male. We don't know what this man's name is, but he had a name. He had a family, and so on and so on. Same thing, next line. He bought one boy, a child. So there was no names. So they got to stop asking that question. Like, well, what was the name? It's hard to really pinpoint and get down to the end of it.
Well, not just that though. You know, the fact that they shipped off people, they were shipping off people in the Caribbean to America proper, to other Caribbean islands, to Central America. You know, they were moving people around. So I don't understand why people would not figure out that it would be difficult to. First thing, they didn't give a fuck about the name of these people. They didn't care. They were property. They were cattle to these people. They were cattle, literally. If I view you as cattle, why would I give a fuck about you having a name? My job, I need you to perform a duty. I don't give a fuck about you. I don't want you to die because I need you to keep working every single day. But I'm not viewing you as somebody that I view you as a tool for me to get wealth. That's it. They didn't give a damn about these people. They didn't give a fuck when they were born. They wanted to know were they strong enough and healthy enough where they'd be able to get out in the fields, whether it was the sugarcane fields or whether they'd be able to get out and build or whatever they needed them to do. There was a multitude of tasks that the Africans had to perform. They didn't. The last thing they gave a fuck about is if they had a name, a birth date. They didn't care. Now, in some cases, they would talk about. I'm pretty sure all you guys have been at newspapers.com. That actually, in some of the articles, would describe the what would be known as like the tribe markers. You know, like that, like a country marker. They can actually tell in some ways what ethnic group they came from based off the marks on their face. So how many of you guys knew about that shit? Say it again.
I got a whole presentation on that, but that's how they distinguish who was who in West Africa. Yeah. The tribal markings.
So you got that link? I want to watch that, Sean. Can I watch that? I want to watch it tomorrow.
I'll drop it.
Let me show y'all something. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, but it lets you know who was who based on that. So when they were getting kidnapped, they were confused and they didn't want to, cross tribes. So you would see some with 1 mark, 2 marks, 3 marks, whether they were horizontal or vertical. I mean,
the royalty,
all kind of ways. So you had to pay attention to that strategically. They did that, but also their hairstyles were indications of tribe affiliations and so on and so forth. So they knew who was who. They knew their neighbors because of those markings and those hairstyles. So when they came to the New World, it wasn't like they were completely, ignorant of who this person potentially could be because of the hairstyle. When they was on that boat for fucking 4,000 miles, 30-something days, and sometimes depending on what type of boat it was, you gonna know who they is. You looking at them, you might be able to speak to them. You might have a commonality, but then by the time you get off that boat, you getting split up. But you might run across someone else of another tribe that you might be familiar with because of those markings and shit like that. But they kept those.
So Sean, are you saying the Bantu knots are not Aboriginal like some of them been implying?
No, they're African.
But I thought they came from South America, brother. That's what it said. That's what Bayango said.
Hey man, they need help because they weren't wearing Bantu knots in fucking Americas.
We also still draw those markings symbolically, like when people get in, they call it the asiento ceremony and the Orisha tradition in Cuba. They still draw those horizontal markings on their face, but in the color of the Orisha. But the way they draw it is the way they do it in Oyos. Because, throughout the Yoruba land, depending on which Yoruba town you were from, they had different markers within the town. So a lot of the Oyo markers were ceremonial. So they still do that in Cuba during the initiation when you make Orisha and stuff like that.
They're saying that's indigenous now, right? They're saying the Abos created the Yoruba.
Check this out. This is South Carolina, 1774, the South Carolina Gazette. So you got slaves coming in, and what do they say? New Negro man says it is Sam, but cannot tell his master's name. He's about 35 years of age, 5 feet 7 inches high, has his country marks on his cheeks. That's the scarification that I was just talking about. Sean was just talking about also. Again, this man, Mandingo, you see, he got his country marks, right? Guinea country. This guy's from Guinea. Again, he has his country marks on his forehead, cheeks, breast, belly. He's just scarred up everywhere, right? So this is in the 1700s. We see this transition of African people bringing their culture with them, with the scarification. So they, you know what I'm saying, and everything else that went with it. Go ahead, y'all.
No, this is definitely right there, man. I mean, that's a primary, even though say that it's fake. Yeah. You guys heard Rootwork saying that anything coming out of, for the most part, shit coming out of the newspapers.com is fake. So yeah, anything that debunks whatever he believes is fake. Well, I ain't got time for that goofy ass shit. But you know, that's definite right there, man. That's it. That's the nail in the coffin. You can't even get any more air. You can't even breathe in the coffin anymore. It's over. That right there. This is exactly what I was talking about. You put in the chat, okay?
Yeah. You gotta grab both of those. One by Kofi, one by me. I'm debunking somebody in my video, but I show some significance, and then Kofi goes in and he does his thing. So I'll put
Thanks,
both
Sean.
of
I
them
appreciate
in
that.
No problem. But that's just those are what you just basically identified was other ways that we express our Africanisms in America. So what not a coincidence just showed on the screen. So that ties all that shit back to what we've been saying. When we slow the conversation all the way down, you know what I mean? And even in that Runaway ads, they even identify like, you know, Runaway has certain markers. So, you know, it's shit like that. Like, there's an abundance amount of evidence for what we're arguing. However, when you hear people like Rootword, and I hate to keep saying this, but when he says that they reconstructed history, he's saying that this shit didn't happen. That's what he is saying, y'all. And I don't know if people are catching that. And that's dangerous because how the fuck did that not happen with all this evidence? They documented
Have you paid attention to him? Have you paid attention to him before? Basically, he said this. Look, the white man concocted this whole scheme, right, to lie about slavery, to lie about being brutalized and Africans. When reality is that it was the black people who brutalized white folks. So what we did is we brought white people over from Africa, right? And what we did, we put them in chains. And what happened is that those Filipinos, known as the Native Americans, sold them out. That's the fucking shit that these goddamn idiot people, this fucking story that's in a nut, and they're just try to put it and try to speed it up the process, or even try to tell you exactly what happened without using long words, right? Basically, they're saying that black folks brought over white people from Africa, and that the Filipinos who white people turned into the indigenous people are the ones who sold us out. Make that shit make sense.
You can't.
It sounds fucking retarded, right?
You can't.
That's what they're saying. That's what they've been saying.
Yeah. But when you ask them to
shit is
demonstrate
crazy,
it,
bro.
they can never like pinpoint it and actually give you a real demonstration of it. It's always this conflation. It's never what it is.
And these bastards had the audacity to say that there are two indigenous populations, though, which is complete nonsense, basically. You know, and it's really infuriating to think about it. You know what I mean? Like all they do.
They're calling you guys Filipinos. They're Chinese now. I don't know if you guys noticed that. They've been calling you guys.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
There's this bastard name.
Yeah, they say you're the fake indigenous that the white folks brought in. Because they had to under the create this whole narrative, even though we got all the documentation of the Indian schools where the Indians were mistreated from the United States and in Canada. And you know, what's funny thing is all these abos that claim Blackfoot is like, your family's not from Montana or from Canada. You know, are you part of First Nations? I hear black folks, a lot of people aren't abos, make the claim of being Blackfoot all the time. Like, so you trying to say that your family's from Montana? And they just look at me with a blank stare. I said, what about Canada?
Yeah, they claim my people too, though, but they're not even from Mexico. They don't speak Spanish or not. What?
No, you know what? I've been telling some of the abos. You know how to tell abos, because I have there are people on my job, black folks who believe that they're indigenous to America. I said, so you believe that you are Mayan, right? You're saying you're Mayan. I said, why don't you go tell the actual Mayan people there, the ones who wear the headdress and who actually speak Nahuatl, why don't you go tell them that they're fake?
Shit, I just seen the actual Mayan at a hotel in New Orleans. I'm looking at the girls and they look like the Mayan statues. Got the nose, the you know how the curve pointy nose, everything. I'm looking at them. I'm like, yo, these are Mayans right here. There was like 5 of them working at the hotel in New Orleans and stuff like that, man. I'm looking at them like these girls look like the Mayans.
But I'm in California, where Mexicans getting real. Mexicans don't play about that Aztec shit, bro. They real. Actually, Mexicans and especially in California, they talk about being Aztec warriors. They take real pride in that and their heritage. They're not gonna be able to come out here and say that shit, man. I'm telling you.
They'll fucking poke your eyes out too, though. They'll stab your eyes out with a fucking screwdriver if you try to claim their shit, though. You know, because I got some family members that gangbang, though. Try to appropriate their shit, they'll fucking pistol up you to death, though. You know what I mean? But they don't play with that shit, though, and you're right. You know? Try to claim our fucking shit, we'll fucking break your fucking head with a fucking tire iron, basically. Real fucking shit. You know? Yeah.
Yo, it's
Broke
crazy.
that shit so fucking bad.
The book I just showed you guys, the autobiography of a runaway slave. It's about this former slave that they interviewed. His name was Esteban Montejo, and he was a slave in Cuba. You know, but he fought in the war when they had the Spanish-Cuban War, and that's when they got the Spanish off the island. But he talks about all the different, because they were bringing slaves over later than they were here. You know, once the British stopped it here, they were still bringing them there. But he talks about the Chinese slaves that were on the plantations, along with the Congo slaves and all that, and refers to them like the Chinese slaves. They had their own medicine and their own spiritual practices that they did, but they were kind of like hermetic amongst each other. He said the Congolese slaves, and he talked about the Filipino slaves too. They had the Filipino slaves there, right? But he still acknowledged that, yeah, you had the Congo slaves over here that was like the best cats that was dealing with the medicines and stuff and the plants. They knew the herbs better than anybody. So he described the Yoruba slaves, the Mandingo slaves. This is a good book. Y'all get it, man. I end up getting it. I got this, man. Cheap.
What's the name of the book?
The Autobiography of a Runaway Slave by Esteban Montejo. He not only talks
post that in the back chat, and so I can get that. I'll buy it now. Just post it in the
I
back
bought
chat.
it on one of those sites. I bought it on one of those sites where they because it's an old book. They do it's a resale. I bought it from one of the resale sites, right?
Right. Oh yeah, dude. Is it like Goodreads? Like not Goodreads, but what's it called? A-Books. A-Books.
But like Goodreads though, they have it on Goodreads though.
Yeah, have you guys noticed about Dan Calloway? You know, I noticed on his page the other day that he stole Cesar Chavez and the farmer's flag, and this is also the same flag that Nuestra Familia XIV Norteños have up here in Northern California. That same flag, because they were also farmers. The war between Mexican mafia.
I know what you mean by that.
X3, right? Started in California. Dan Calloway uses that flag as his banner on YouTube. I said, bro, you dangerous as fuck, bro. You don't really know what the fuck you doing. I was like, bro, you using that shit, fucking with people, man. I'm trying to tell him.
I don't like Dan Calloway. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I saw that shit yesterday.
Can I please?
I honestly don't like Dan Calloway.
Real quick? I got a question. Yeah. I know Sean gonna try to pick this apart, but this is something that I think Abel should ask, right? This is a good argument for them, to me, in my eyes. Okay, why weren't any African names passed down from the original slaves?
That's a dumb question.
That's not a dumb question. Think about it, Sean. Think about it.
Nope, I did.
No,
it's dumb.
It is a dumb question because the names did get passed down.
And they changed the name.
What were they?
They changed
I can tell you some. You see, Cujo comes up here, right? You got Cuffy, which is a surname in my family from
you
New
even
York.
got Kofi.
Yeah, Kofi, Cuffy. Those are variations.
I don't know too many. I don't know.
No, I'm telling you.
Most of, I'm only asking that because most black people took on regular, like what they owners' name.
They didn't take on those names, brother. They were renamed.
That's what I'm saying.
There's a couple families in Louisiana still got the name Senegal. That's down there in Louisiana.
And there's a name. There's a family with an African name that's right out of Oklahoma. Right now, I forgot the name, that last name, but you can actually see it. You can actually see it. It was like one of the slaves. Like I think he was brought over by one of the 5 civilized tribes, but his family still has his last name in Oklahoma right now. So I'll have to look that up, and maybe I'll bring it back another day when I can find it. I was shocked that that name is still around. But yes, those African names, and people are still being named Cuffy. I actually have a cousin in Detroit. His name is not Cuffy, but it's Kofi.
Shit, I might know him.
That's his first name.
That's his first name.
First name. I'm only asking that because I that's something that I wondered. That I wondered, like, why did the slaves just decide to start, like Sean said, they was renamed, but like why no? Like either they were forced not to use no certain name, did it die out? You know what I'm saying? Now I have my own theory on that.
Okay, hold on.
They were forced, bro. Listen, when all right. So here's the answer to your question. Before they got on a slave ship and brought to the Americas, do you know what they went through? Shah, you know what they went through?
No, I'm listening.
All right, so they were Christian.
Yeah.
In that Christian, they were given a name. That's how they kept up with who they had coming, right? Now they don't have a last name. They won't have a last name, but they would be given Christian names. So this is why you see a lot of Johns, Peters, Pauls, stuff like that. Like you see those names like that, those Christian names, is because that is what happened. Now, did they themselves lose the identity of their own names? No. Let's not be crazy here and say that. That's not the case. But they all were renamed and then given something. The problem is when you start getting to children, and then you start getting into grandchildren, and then another set of kids, then that whole identity thing, as far as naming goes, can either be kept in secrecy, or it could be lost in translation because of Christianing and the way that the slave owners ran their yards. You have to remember there was a lot of stuff that goes into that. This was methodical and people learning on the fly. So one would pick up with one, be like, hey, I ain't doing that. I'm doing this my way over here, and it shit seems to be working. But people never lost sight of where they came from. And that's why when they run away, they ran in certain directions because of rumors. But this goes back to something significant about slavery that people don't always know. There was a little trick that I mentioned earlier, talking about their hairstyles. People's hairstyles were maps.
You know they say that's pseudo too, Sean. I mentioned that to somebody. They like, oh,
they had blankets. They had blankets and all. Yep, absolutely.
They think everything's pseudo.
No, and what else? They got hoodies.
Damn, what's that book called? Damn.
They ain't got hoodies, but they motherfucking had blankets. And if you're talking about the black dude, the black.
No, I was just saying that's what they say.
Antebellum with Janelle Monáe. You ever seen that?
Nah,
no.
Y'all gotta check that out.
But I think we're talking about the same book, not a coincidence. It's Red and Black.
I think so. I don't even remember. I'm trying to think.
It's got the blankets in it though.
It's about the blankets. Yeah, it's about the blankets. It's probably the same one.
Yeah.
It's about the blankets.
I got I think Kofi got a presentation on it. I'll go grab it.
I ain't see that book in years. Was it hidden? Oh, Hidden in Plain Sight, right? Hidden in Plain View.
Yeah, I think
that's
right
one of them. Yeah,
one of them.
Sean, which is stance on the Bushman Khoisan people in China? They was talking about that on A1 of them channel the other day.
Wasn't no damn Bushman or Khoisan people in no damn place, bro. How the fuck they get there? They say they got there off them boats. They made some little
right. I think that's what I was saying. They two different people. They just look similar.
Yeah, that ain't right. What they're trying to equate is the fact that those islanders are also like dwarf-like. We talked about that on one show before.
And they got slanted eyes, so they look at the slanted eyes.
Right. That's what I said. I just think y'all just think they look similar, so they gotta be the.
They behind on the work, bro. That's why they don't come up on. They don't want to argue. That's why they in retreat. Shit.
3 weeks ago, you get that Abos every goddamn where.
Dude, Abos have different political ideologies though. You got some who are on the right and you got some who are on the left, you know. But most Abos, you know, most Abos are just fucking idiots, regardless of their fucking politics though. You got
Well,
some that fuck with QAnon.
you know
You got
what you
some
got
that
to
fuck
do.
with QAnon. Yeah.
All you got to do is
Yo.
every time if they present a source, if you can get them, because a lot of times they try to hide their source because they don't want you to read all the rest of it. To actually read their source, because when you read their source, the source always kills them. That's why I always want to know their source. No, I need that source, man. Give me that link. Give me that link, because when you read the rest, when you actually read it all the way through, it always goes back to Africa at some point, and so they always try to omit information, or you know what I mean. Or if you try to go up on some of their panels and stuff, they'll try to say like, "How come you're not clicking the link?" While they're not allowing you to go up there, they're saying, "Oh, look at him, he's being a coward." Like, bro, I'm in the back. No, you're not. Why you lying? Why you lying? I'm trying. I already clicked the link. Why don't you let me on stage? So they'll sit there and lie about you. They'll lie about you.
Man.
No, it's hit the link.
They
And
have
we're
their
gonna
own
tell you how to hit the link, and we're gonna tell you how to answer, and we're gonna tell you when you can talk.
And then, whenever you start presenting real information, everybody start talking over you, so you can't get it out. We can't allow the truth to get out, so we gotta overtalk you. We gotta filibuster you, so you can't actually get out the real information.
What white boy Tyson? Hop on Tyson. Hop on Tyson, because I know you're talking about some white boy though. If you want to fucking challenge me, bitch.
Who's that?
Tayshawn? With you.
Ed,
Tyson.
Say with the bitches. He heard you. Tyson, and he calling you out. He called you out. So hold on real quick. Let's take a break real quick. So when we was talking about like the name, so here you see Indian preacher grave of Reverend Paul Cuffey of the Shinnecock tribe, 1790-1812, grandson and successor to Reverend Peter John and Sansom Oakham. Right. So why am I bringing this Indian up? This is my 6th great grandfather. Right.
Wait, so Cuffey was an African name?
Yeah. Okay. And I'm about to show you. So yeah, Cuffey's an African name, and if you ever look up, like New
Is that
York,
the same Paul Cuffey who was half indigenous?
No, it's not the same one, but he's half also. So that one's from Massachusetts.
Massachusetts, yeah.
This is Long Island. He's from the Shinnecock. This is my 6th great grandfather. But my point is, his mother was African. At least that's what they say. That's what all the writing is, right? So you see, she gave him this last name. All right. So it says the Reverend Paul Cuffey was the second sons of Peter Cuffey, a native Indian of the Shinnecock tribe, and grandson on his mother's side of the Reverend Peter John. He was born in the town of Brookhaven, March 4th, 1757. His mother was said to be an eminently pious woman for many years, a member of the Native Indian Church at Wading River. She being of African descent, Paul was, of course, not of pure Aboriginal blood. But I like to think, so there was a revolt in 1712 in New York, and there was some Cuffeys involved. And I come from a long line of Cuffeys in New York, and it's known that the Negroes from my area did go to New York. There was like a marketplace, and they used to go up there, and I would like to think that my peoples was part of that. That's why I built that up. But yeah, the Cuffeys, you see that name.
Salute.
You see that name a lot. Like there's other names you see a lot also. But I show the Aboriginals this, and they say it was made up. It's reconstructed.
Of course it is.
The Illuminati did it. The Illuminati.
Yeah, I'm saying it's always an excuse why they can't provide anything. Of course, they hate DNA, but I'm pretty sure some of you guys are taking DNA tests too, and you guys have been linked back to Africans too, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I know they hate that part. That's another fear.
No,
actually coming.
Well, we're trying to find my uncle. He reached out to someone in Guinea that shares. She shares some DNA with us, and the tie with that was, but they're trying to figure out who, like within the family, was that Ibn Ibrahim Suri. Because I was just asking my uncle just came here from New York. I was just asking him about that. But he did show me through one of our ancestors a connection with George W. Bush, which is crazy, and Princess Diana. And this is through a slave master that came to Virginia.
Princess Diana.
Yeah, man. I gotta pull it up. It's crazy. The tree.
You sounded like Phoenix Moon now, okay?
No. It's crazy. Look, the DNA test. I gotta pull it because I'm like, how the fuck did you find Princess Diana? It was through a guy named Alder. He was something Indian trader Alder, but he was a slave master in Virginia. See, a lot of these people, they went down into like the Carolinas, and one of his family members, like a governor in the Carolinas or whatever. But tracing their family back, George Bush popped up, and damn Princess Diana. I'm like, this shit is crazy. So I'm gonna make.
I have a friend who met George Bush. I have a friend who met George W. Bush.
Man, I was like,
I don't know how to get off the subject. I'll tell you that.
G.W. Bush, man, one of my cousins. Let me show. Let me pull mine up too. Pull the ancestor up that I found.
Now that person is from Ghana. But the slave trade was fake. How the fuck I'm being related back to Africans? To continental Africans?
Because the Aboriginals went over there and colonized Africa. You forgot.
You're right, from Central America. You heard about them, right? The one that were that what happened to Aboriginals from Central America populated Nigeria. Pretty sure you heard about that one, right?
Yeah. They got an answer for everything, but no evidence. They can answer you, but they ain't gonna have nothing to back it up. Or nothing to back it up.
Because they're frauds, dude. They're just blue-collar criminals, man. You can't trust these blue-collar criminals, man. You just can't. You know?
Yeah, it's crazy, you know, because I've been linked back to people from the Ashanti, from the Ga, Igbo, Yoruba, Limba, Mende.
What test you took?
So again, I did Ancestry. I just did 23andMe and African Ancestry too. So I'll wait for those results to get back. And also did My Living DNA too. So
yeah, I put my raw data in about My Living DNA.
You know, obviously, you know, everybody has to be lying though. You know, we're all lying. You guys know that, right? We're all lying. All this information is fake because we're part of the conspiracy to, you know, to protect the white man. You know, because in reality is we enslave the white folks. This is what they want you to say. They want you to tell
That's
that
QAnon talk, man.
Here go my damn.
That is literally
one of my
QAnon
cousins. Talk. She doesn't know she's my cousin yet. I'm about to inbox her, but she's linked to that slave master. She's like, "Oh, this is my sixth great grandfather." Excuse the line, y'all. I got to get the new phone, but this is my sixth great grandfather. Let me show you guys the. I think it's James Alder.
Wow.
What state was that in?
Let's go back. Hold on. James Robert Adair, right? I'm trying to X the picture out. Hold on. So Dr. James Robert, author, Indian trader Adair, was born on January 16th in Port Patrick, Wigtonshire, Scotland. His father, Thomas, was 24. He married Esther Ann McBride on March 29, 1740 in Virginia. So they had moved to Virginia. They had one child during the marriage. He died on November 13th, 1783 at age 74. Dr. James Robert, author, Indian trader Adair, was born January 16, 1709. And under here, they got JB names of enslaved persons bequeathed to heirs and will. See notes and attached in gallery. Right? And they show the map of this guy. So when I look it up, now this is through the canons. This is under the canons. This is one of the family crests with my family, right? Let me go back. So when you pick up, I'm trying to go on the picture. You see the picture right here? and this is where he was at. He lived in Virginia, but I think they migrated down into the Carolinas and overall into Georgia. So their first stop was in Virginia. Then we got somebody that was a governor that was in the Carolinas, and they migrated over to Georgia. So that's but they're from Scotland. So that canon name, the other surnames or whatever that we have is Scottish. And he's a link with like George Bush and Princess Diana. I got to go back and ask my uncle how did he find that. But he found it's like my 6th, 7th cousins, 4 times removed or some shit like that. Excuse my French.
Hey, if you guys take my living DNA, one thing you're going to come back related to, you're going to come back related to a lot of Brits. I mean, a lot of Brits. And I mean a lot of Brits. It's really unbelievable how many Brits you'll come back related to if you do the my living DNA. But it'll also tell you like a lot of different tribes that you're a part of too. So, but you're going to come back as far as relative. You're going to come back related to a lot of Brits.
No, you know what's funny? I remember back in the day when the DNA thing first started getting popular and they started linking like all the presidents. Oh, they're killing each other. This is the Illuminati, right? So I'm assuming if they seen my DNA and seen George W. Bush pop up, they're like, oh, he a part of the Illuminati.
I'm not related to anybody famous as far as white folks, but I am related to quite a few. As a matter of fact, one lady that I'm related to that I got connected back to was from Oxfordshire, United Kingdom.
I'm about to actually see if I can pull. Let me pull his family up. Let me try to pull this guy's family.
Everybody, I'm pretty sure everybody here too is also related to a whole bunch of white people in America too, right? And even in Canada. I got related back to white folks in Canada, UK, Germany, Italy, Australia and New Zealand. Crazy shit, man. It just shows you how this stuff links around and how the UK, how they went spreading their seeds everywhere. Brutally and in a horrible way, but this is how we come.
They once had an empire.
Just come back related, so to speak. Yeah.
They once had an empire, man.
Yeah, the British Empire was legit. Oh, they'll tell you that's fake too, because those were black Europeans, though. You guys know they've been talking about how Martin Luther King and Medgar Evers were black Europeans who sold us out. They were agents.
Yeah. Everybody's a black European that sold us out. And they be like, look, he's from Jamaica. They say some crazy shit. But this is my living DNA. I took my raw data from I think 23andMe and put it in here. Just to see if I had like other cousins on a different database, really.
You're probably descended from like the Caribs or the Mayans. Stuff, dude. I have a lot of respect for you. Not a coincidence, though. A lot of respect, Respect you, man.
But yeah, these guys don't got nothing to go off of. All right. We go 23andMe, Big Bo. But that's why they don't do DNA, because they can't. It don't add up to their story that they tell.
Why they gonna come back? They're gonna come back Yoruba.
Yeah, but they gloss over stuff, man. It's and that happened like with a lot of our elders and stuff like that, man. When just like once cats start studying Egypt and everything and going over there and whatnot, man. Like in the 70s, a lot of stuff went crazy, and this was dealing with. I mean, you got the hippie movement going on, so you got metaphysics and everything coming in and whatnot, man. So all that stuff got jargoned up. But a lot of the elders, man, it's elders that went to college. They became anthropologists, man. They studied. I mean, during a time when a lot of the anthropologists and archaeologists were racist as hell, they want them to get the information. But after that, nobody ever built they never built on that information. So it got stuck. People just got stuck right there. They got stuck after John Henry Clark and all those brothers, man, folks got stuck and it never just like developed into something else. Or it's people that's doing studies, you know what I'm saying? We got cats that's geneticists or whatnot, but they're not getting the shine like that, or they saying, oh, they agents and all this other stuff, man, you know?
Oh, they say it's boring, bro. I try to talk to some black folks in my neighborhood. I mean, it's in my area, whether my job or in my neighborhood, for the most part, there are black folks who are receptive to it, but majority of them, they like, they don't really care much about history. But then they start telling us they hid all our history from us. Like, they really didn't. I can actually show you. You don't want me to show you because it's not telling you what you want to hear, because you want to hear about how you are Indian. And so this, unfortunately, a lot of black Americans want to be Indian, or they know that most of them know we are of African descent, but they want to talk about being one family member being Choctaw, Cherokee, Blackfoot, and all the other shit like that. And that's the unfortunate part.
Because most of us are mixed with white folks, basically. That's why they want to be Indian so bad.
What? No, but no, it all go. But if go back to the history, it all goes back to the point of we're just trying to escape we're trying to escape being the knee off of our neck, and that's what it goes back to. About the history of what happened in the Americas, why we've always why we tried to change our identity and stuff. About that history. That's why we have insecurities inside of our community, which we always try to claim other shit, because we have a lot of security, and a lot of folks don't know because they never studied it, and they don't teach all this shit in the schools.
Mm-hmm.
But when you try to teach this stuff to folks, a lot of folks they don't want to really take the time, because this is not something that you can learn. I'm still learning. I'm not as far as not a coincidence or Sean, but I have come a long way. I own a lot of books, and I continue to buy.
Let me read this comment real quick. Let me read this comment. There is no evidence for a transatlantic
trade. There's overwhelming evidence. Matter of fact, hey, Tyson, hit the link and come up here and prove it.
Yeah, prove it.
Come on, hit the link.
He's not gonna hit the link while I'm here.
Yo,
nah.
Yo, I want to read you guys. I want to read you guys something out of this book. It's just a small snippet out of the autobiography of a runaway slave, right? So this brother, they're describing the different slaves on the plantation. So he said a Congolese or Lukumi Negro, which Lukumi was a Yoruba, knew more medicine than the doctors, even than the Chinese doctors, even because the Chinese were on the plantations and Cuba practiced slave. I mean, they were enslaved as well, right? And here goes further. It says some were blacker than others, or reddish skin like the Mandingas, or orangey, which I never seen that word like that before, like the Musangos, which was another Congolese tribe. You could tell what country they came from a long way off. The Congolese, for instance, were short. A lot of the Congolese, he was saying they were short. I mean, this is according to him. There were cases of tall Congolese, but they were rare. The true Congolese were small and stocky, and their women were the same. The Lukumis, which were the Yoruba, came in all sizes, some of them almost as tall as the Mandingas, who were the tallest of all. So even in like Cuba or whatever, they had those tribes. Like if you came from like the Wolof, right? You came from the Wolof tribe, or you came from the Fulani, they would associate you with the Mandinkas and different people that came from that part of Africa. They just kind of like grouped all of them together as far as when they were describing the slaves. As far as other slaves, and the Yorubas, a lot of times they would be grouped in with the Ashanti and the Igbo and all that stuff, even though they had their different traditions. But on the island, they knew each other. You know what I'm saying? Because their lands were in close proximity. But this guy, he was just describing like, yo, these slaves right here. I mean, he kind of accurate too. You had a lot of tall Mandinkas, or you got a lot of tall Bamaleke people and Bambara people or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So that was just reading a snippet of that when he was describing the slaves on the plantation, the different ones.
Nah, good shit, Cash.
Yeah.
Tight Sam, come up here. Stop just talking. Yo, OHF, what's good, bro?
What's up, man? What's up, y'all?
How you doing tonight, man?
I'm all right, man. I'm good, bro. Good. Now, I like the fact that somebody mentioned earlier that the people who are covering our history, they started a narrative, and I was thinking about that. A lot of this history is the first stage of this history actually was kind of dealing with the whitewashing of history. So a lot of our ancestors, they had to go through and correct and show a lot of the stuff and show pride and dignity in our history. But the problem is we never move to the next chapter of undoing, actually celebrating history. We just still, now we're still focused on everything being whitewashed and this conspiracy doctrine. I don't think we ever left it. So everything is still looked at through the lens of conspiracy, and I think that gets more hits on social media. It garners more attention than actually just celebrating your history with pride. And I think we got to figure out a way to get Black folks interested and amazed and fascinated with the actual history. A lot of even the Webo stuff, a lot of it's predicated on the fact that somebody is hiding or concealing your real identity, concealing facts. And the early days, the ancestors, they touched that. They went through and showed that, our ancestors contributed a lot to global humanity. Showed those artifacts, showed those things, but we never moved past that. And I think a lot of what this Webo stuff is connected to that.
Yeah.
Let me try to prove myself and prove my dignity.
And not a coincidence. Not a coincidence. Play the video. I just put in the back. It's the outcome of
in the
Suriname.
process, we're trying to blackwash everything.
Hold on, Kelly. Don't jump in. Let me finish. Always up. Yeah.
And I don't know. I think that's the biggest problem we're dealing with now.
Yeah.
Nah, I feel you on that. I got you though, Kelly.
Silence.
Yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that, man. And a lot of the elders was like, they were saying, like, look, we here with it, but we need y'all to take it further. You know what I'm saying? Like, they spoke on that. John Henry Clark and a lot of them spoke on that. Like, yeah, we need y'all to take it further. But see, you cats, like, it's a brother here in Detroit. We talked about him, Sean P, on the channel. Like Sarah Sue said it. I ain't talking bad on the brother, but I can tell where he's stuck at. You know what I'm saying? Or a lot of the brothers that got stuck on Kemet, they got stuck on Egypt. You know what I'm saying? And they never went past that mark. They never went past that mark, and they just got stuck there. And it's so much far as to the not even just you got Africa and the diaspora. It's so much history that still needs to be uncovered. You know what I'm saying? But these cats fell in love with like the glory days, Mansa Musa, Egypt, Songhai. You know what I'm saying? And that's where a lot of that ended with the brothers that still like, oh yeah, we African, but they stuck right there with it. You feel me?
Yeah, they had a job on their hands. Our names ran through the mud for a long time, so they overcompensated for a lot of things most of the time, and we just never moved past that overcompensation. Like, it was needed at the time, you know what I'm saying? Coming from the place we was coming from, but some of the things they got wrong,
Right.
But in the academia field, they needed to, show that the black man, the Negro, was somebody and did things in the world before slavery. So everything became black. Everything became black.
Everything, bro. Hey, look, I used to have snippets, man. What was that website? Crystal Links, and they had these fake pictures of pyramids on Mars, bro. Yo, look, bro, I had that. Like, I made this book of pseudo stuff that I just carried around, bro. It's like, look, bro, we was on Mars, man. The Zulu went to Mars. You ain't hear about the Zulu going to Mars?
That's
bro.
Crazy.
My boy.
That's crazy.
Hey, my boy.
Hold on. Sean thinks you still stuck in the pseudo. I don't think you are. Sean thinks you still there.
His still there, yo. He can't let that shit go. He learned that shit his whole life.
Hey, look, man.
He can't let that shit go, bro.
Now,
okay. Cash, you deep in it, bro.
Yo, look. He told me why I didn't check the first Moore, right? The first Moore that told me that everything was over here. I told him, what was that, back like in 2006? And I was like, bro, I was just confused. I'm standing there listening to the dude, and I'm like, man. Like, one of my problems, one of my issues is it's hard for me because I was so like fixed on what we just said his name, Hannibal Barker. I was so fixed on Hannibal being black, bro. I'm like, yo, Hannibal went over to Rome and went over here, bro. And I was so fixed on it. And now to relinquish that, like, yo, he was Phoenician, yo, it hurt me, bro. It still hurt me because that was like my hero.
Told you he had a hard time letting that shit go, bro.
It hurt me, bro.
Facts.
He got historical trauma.
That's fact.
Yo, I really wanna
he's in recovery though. He's in recovery.
Yo, I really want
to debate Tyson.
Who is Tyson? You talking about Tayshawn?
Nah, Tyson.
You talking about talking with Tyson? You know Tyson. He's in every chat. You know. Look in the chat. You know who he is.
Not the dude with the light voice, right?
Nah.
He got like a deep country.
Ex-gangbanger, man. Ex-South Memphis.
Yeah, he said.
Hey Sam, come up here for a second, man. Stop acting all scary, man.
Yeah, quit acting like a little punk, man.
We ain't even gonna press you like that, man. We ain't gonna press you, man.
Yeah.
We're gonna be nice to you, man.
Put your ass in the car.
Like they Abos really be scared. This is why they got me blocked on damn near every panel. I can't even comment in most of the chats now. This shit is bad, yo.
Oh, yo, didn't what's the name block you? A1?
A1, yeah, of course. Anytime he see me, he gonna. If he can control the panel, he can get me at it.
Yeah, that's their way of not having to have to deal with proving their point.
Yeah, they want a censorship.
Yeah,
it's a cult to me, man. It's a cult. Like it ain't no different from church. None of that shit. Like it ain't no. Like he's their Jim Jones. Word. Like I don't know, man. But I'm gonna get him.
He want to be a Moor, and he like, yo, but Rome was all black. And I'm like, what the hell you want to claim that shit?
He like, the Romans is black. Like, come on, bro. The Romans is black. Like,
yo, he need to watch Spartacus on Netflix, right? Y'all seen the Spartacus?
That's a good. I seen that shit. That was good. I like Spartacus.
He told the boy slave, he said, hey, come put it in, you know what he said. But I'm like, you want to claim that A1? Like, bro, you know what you're doing, bro? He told the boy slave he was with him.
Nah, stop, Cat. Out of all the parts you can mention, why I bring that?
Because, hey, it's like when brother Reggie brought it up with the what was that clan down in the cats that built the stuff down in the Inca, not the Inca, it's a particular tribe with amongst the Inca that had all the erotic art.
The Mayans?
No, not the Mayans. We're talking about South America, not Aztecs.
Oh no,
the Moche. The Moche people.
Oh, what? That's what Reggie was showing.
Yeah, he brought them up like with the erotic pottery and stuff.
Yeah, they was bad about that. Yeah. But no, listen. Remember we did that day because they kept showing. See, they like to show Quetzalcoatl, but he's an Olmec, but he's also an Aztec. So they like to say, no, look, this is Olmec stuff, but they'll actually show Aztec art of Quetzalcoatl.
It's Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah, they'll show Aztec art of him, but they'll try to refer him back to the Olmec. Mm-hmm. But the people that they're showing that made whatever sculpture, whatever it is, painting, they're Aztec.
I know.
But the people with the Aztec, I showed them a couple of deities that was doing some funny shit, and they like, no, that's Aztec, that's not us. But then you always use Quetzalcoatl. It doesn't make no sense.
Yeah.
I pronounce Quetzalcoatl.
Ty Sam said he wanted to debate the transatlantic slave trade, so he said he wants to debate him and say, tell him, come on up.
Why? Hold on. All the Abos is like, oh, debate, but they not. Don't you gotta have evidence to debate?
You do have to have debate. They just want to talk, bro. All they want to do is talk.
No, but look. But even in the conversation, you have to have a conversation first to have actually find points of contention. You know what I'm saying? And they don't even want to have that conversation.
Is this guy over here an Abo?
Who? Nobody's up here. Not anybody on the panel.
Oh, you know what?
The weird avatar. Oh.
No, but I wanted to show that. I wanted to show that on the Our Khan video because once again, when they say that there's no Africanisms in America, just watch that dance from the Al Khan. It's a short little clip that I said that I put in the back chat.
Oh yeah, it's a minute long. I got you.
Yeah.
I'll show it right now. Real quick.
Hey, yo, man! I'm hoping Hannibal, if they find Hannibal bones, that is they Negroid, man.
So they're saying we can't prove it for some reason.
Tyson
He
needs
made
to
a
come up
comment
here.
saying that we can't prove it.
I mean, where does this? I don't. Here's my thing. Where does the logic? Like, I don't even understand the logic in this argument. The logic in having a debate. Like, is this is just denial, right?
Yeah.
This is just denial. At this point, it's just denial because the whole 19th century, all they did is talk about slavery. Every document is about slavery. So it's not like I don't. It's just not knowing history and just denying it. You know, I don't even know if that's worth entertaining it. You know what I mean? Like, let's say
maybe they like move a mountain with a shovel. It's like trying to dig up a mountain with a shovel, bro. Like,
or maybe they like Ron DeSantis or something like that. We're gonna Ron DeSantis trying to hide Black American history. So, you know, maybe they like him or something, and they like what it's heading because they can cover up what actually happened in this country. They can start pretending now.
You know, there's a lot of abos from my state that love fucking Ron DeSantis, basically. They would rather switch Governor Gavin Newsom for DeSantis. They love that guy.
It's the same people, man.
Mm-hmm.
Same people, bro.
Hey, when you get to Florida, man, I was up in Florida, bro. I love Florida. Don't get me wrong, but yo, it's when the mother that's rednecks down there that's really like we don't like niggas, bro. You feel it in the air, man. I was like, like that. But at the same time, I love Florida. Like I didn't want to come. I love the sun, but I ain't want to come back home. Like I'm still considering moving down there. But the rednecks down there, man, and even with the which tripped me out, and it tripped other Latinos out that moved from like New York and Philly down there, right? They was like, "Yo, did you peep the scene?" I'm like, "Yeah, bro." Like I wasn't expecting this from a lot of the Cubans and Venezuelans. They act like fucking rednecks.
I would love to fight a redneck, though. I would love.
Hold on.
And a Cuban and a fucking Venezuelan, though. I can't stand.
Hold on, y'all. To be honest. Hold on. So look, Wisdom Show. He said Black Americans equal pale skin and Euro equals Negro. Wisdom Show, you need to come up here and explain that. Like, you need to explain that.
What did they say?
He said Black American equals pale skin and Euro.
So why don't y'all both come on so y'all don't feel like y'all getting double teamed, man? I think y'all scared because y'all don't.
They gotta come in twos.
Yeah, come in two.
You know, once you show this video, the Abba's gonna claim the Al Khan, even though Al Khan is basically like a Dutch word or like a how would I say that, like a patois type of word for a Khan. These people are like the Akana, which will be from modern day Ghana. They're like the descendants of them. So once you play that, watch the Abba try to claim them as Abba.
I'm gonna play it right now.
Is that Aboriginal?
That's definitely not Aboriginal.
No,
Definitely.
they say, "Oh, we took our culture over there."
Yo, but what happened? I thought root words was coming back. Where the root words at, man? Sean ran root words off. We ain't never gonna see root words again. That's
I
crazy.
gotta give it to them, bro. They brave,
Root
man.
words
When they
keep
come
calling
over
me
here,
Pink Panther. The root words keep calling me Pink Panther for some reason.
You guys heard about the Alcana, right? You guys heard about the Alcana in Suriname, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta
can't
look.
wait because
On one of my
go ahead.
I think it was on My Heritage. I gotta look. I don't even think I had that subscription anymore. But I had some cousins that from Suriname that took a My Heritage test, I think.
Windy.
But Cass, what you were saying? They be brave if they came over here?
No, I said I gotta give it to them, bro. The root word smoke signal just be drunk. I don't know about
but root words and smoke signal do the same thing, bro. They just belligerent. They both just try to talk over you. That's their game plan. But they do show up.
At least root word would come with some type of debate. Like
tell root word, get on here right now, man. I got 1,000 right now. We can bet on the goddamn reconstruction. Come on, root word.
Look, Sean now to bring them out.
On my mom. You know
Sean now to bring them out. Yo, Andy, man, you always come with this left field shit, man. Andy always come out of left field.
Cause you like to talk about pulling money out of your pocket and all of those shit. So I got $1,000 for you right now, bro.
Why Ty Sam not coming up? He over here. Ty Sam talking all this junk, bro.
You win the debate, bro. I cash up not a coincidence, 1,000, and he can pay you 1,000.
I hold it. Well, yo, Cash,
hey, Sean, didn't A1 call you a black European or something? Didn't he call you a black European?
I don't even know. I don't know. I don't keep up with their insults. I only keep up with their claims. So when they start insulting me and shit like that, I don't even be listening to that shit.
Well, no, A1 claimed he Aboriginal and a black European. He like the Moors and the Romans were black and the Scottish, the Twa.
Nah, but bro, you missing. Look, they used the book Ancient Ancient Egypt or whatever that has no sources, but they use that book that says that basically these people from America went and civilized the old world, Egypt, Africa, Europe, and that's how they become the Romans and the Egyptians and all that because they brought that culture over there. So A1's thing is like that's us anyway. You feel what I'm saying? Like he's just everywhere. I don't get it, bro.
Yeah, and they push that. I don't get how anybody can look at 1 billion quote unquote sub-Saharan Africans and then sit there and say that no, the source of those people are from the Americas when majority of the black people on Earth are there. That's crazy.
Hold on, y'all. My bad. We got Wisdom show up here. My bad.
They don't have a doctrine. That's why.
Yo, Wisdom show. My bad. I didn't mean to keep you waiting. What's going on, brother? You got a lot to say in the chat. If this is your time, you can say whatever you need to say right now. Nobody's gonna interrupt you.
I ain't doing no tripping. I would kind of like to ask y'all questions, man, just see where y'all head at, because I don't have to be the I know what I know for myself, you know what I mean? That's all that matters at the end of the day, you know what I mean? No matter what the next man believes for themselves. So I'm just more concerned, you know, like on why you guys feel the way y'all feel for real, to be honest. You know what I mean? Because ain't no real support.
I remember you on Beach Noir before. I beat you up over there when you were trying to claim. This dude was trying to use slave voyages. You never even read the book. You never even read the book that's connected to that website. Which I'm going to tell you about.
Hold on.
Listen, man, I don't do all that. I don't do it. Hey, listen, good man. Because one thing about me, my nigga, is that I'm a man. So all that kitty shit y'all got going on, I don't do none of that. You know what I'm saying? So like, if we want to have a real conversation, we can do all that. But you ain't never took nowhere with me, boy. Never.
Let's do that.
Bro, it's verbal. It's verbal.
Hold on, one mic.
I don't even know your monkey ass.
Can I ask you a question, Wisdom?
Hold on, Sean, I got you. You're gonna ask a question right here, right after this. Hold on, Callie, chill. Wisdom came up here. He's not trying to. He wants to just have a conversation. Let's keep it to that. We don't got to bring up anything from another show or take any jabs at anybody. We don't know. This is the first time I'm talking to him, so we just gonna have a conversation. Sean, go ahead.
Well, it's two questions. I'm gonna just run it back real quick. So I got the first question, right, is because you said you had some questions. So have you taken a DNA test? That's one. And the other one, did you graduate from high school?
All right, so like first of all, you said that you implied that I came up here to ask questions in some kind of way. You ended up asking me questions, and then not only did you ask me questions, you asked me the most mediocre shit I ever heard in my life, because I don't even, I really don't fucking get it at this point, you know, because it started off like a dumbass sarcastic shit that I don't play around again. Like we playing games here or what, man?
I have a question.
Because obviously you can tell by the way I deliver myself that I have above a high school education at least, whether it's documented on paper or not. You know what I mean? I am talking comprehensively to you, right? You are understanding what I'm saying, right?
You said whether you have the piece of paper or not, right?
No, you missed the whole point. Am I having a conversation with you where you come here what I'm saying now? So
there's a reason why I'm asking. If you want to know my reason,
I've even taken some college. If your police ass even know that, I don't understand what the fuck they got to do with anything, bro.
I don't know how me asking you a question makes me.
So I asked you a question, though. You should be satisfied, right?
You didn't answer the other question.
What was the other question again, man? Because I ain't come up here to get interrogated. I ain't asked one question yet, but go ahead, sir. What was the other question? I forgot.
We're going to deal with your line of questions here shortly because you made some claims.
Listen, I just said go ahead and tell me what the other question was, sir. Let's do English. Or I'm going to question your
DNA test. Did you take a DNA test, brother?
No, sir. I have not taken a DNA test. I do not agree with DNA anyway.
So, Wisdom, what's your question, brother? Sean, did you hear his answer? All right. Good.
All right, so let's go ahead and start with the DNA thing. All right. So why is that such a primary, I would say, a primary factor in you guys' deliverance in telling people that they're from Africa just because the DNA states that, you know what I mean? And I'm saying that though, right? Because based on my understanding of what I know about DNA, it definitely can't pinpoint where you're actually from as far as the origin. Now, if you know anything about science or genetics or whatever, period, even if you understand what they call the evolution or the Darwin theory, all that shit, well, the evolutionary theory, if you understand that thoroughly, we'll understand clearly that they're saying that all living life shares the same DNA, but rearranged at different frequencies. So let's say that a human has a DNA frequency that ranges at, let's just say 98 or whatever, whatever frequency that would be. And 8 comes up to be 90%, 96% of that 98% makeup that a human has. That's not saying that we're actually a monkey or anything like that. It's saying that DNA is closely arranged in the same way. And when it comes to like the origin of DNA, like that's like the source. So everything after that, when we talk about markers and mutations, that's away from the origin of it. So quite naturally, if so-called dark-skinned people will have the origin or whatever, origin or original markers or whatever, or not necessarily the markers, but the original DNA that all markers and mutations are based off of, you know what I mean? Quite naturally, we'll be related to whatever human or around the world, whether it's a small percentage, a large percentage or whatever. So to act as if a DNA would emphatically approve of where you're from is still a fallacy in itself, especially if I was to go, instead of being bilateral with it, and I was to go straight up to I don't believe in DNA for these certain reasons, I could pull up many reasons of why I wouldn't even believe in it from the beginning. First of all, the people that themselves say it's basically just entertainment type thing. Then people have DNA from vegetables and animals, all kind of silly shit to prove that is a joke. You know what I mean? There's so many things that support the idea of it being a joke. So I understand that, like I said, when you look into the actual data of DNA and how it actually works, they're telling you there's no way they can actually tell you for sure where your people come from. And then, so let's say people want to say the out of Africa theory, right? That was just so I hope I cleared up the DNA as briefly as I can.
You didn't.
Okay, well, let me stop there and see if anything you want to ask me about what I said.
Yeah, so go ahead, not a coincidence.
Nah, go ahead, Sean. I forgot my question. That's fast. Good. I forgot my question. I had it. I forgot it.
All right, hold on, Andy. So brother, you said that you know the job of DNA pinpointing a specific location, right, has improved with evidence over time, and it does not say that it can't tell you an exact locale, but it puts you on a continent in a particular area.
I got my question.
So when you say that it doesn't do those things, and then you also said all the other mumbo jumbo, commercial use and yada yada yada.
Why? I did that. Hold on. I don't mean to cut you off, but I do want to let you know that I did say that yes, it could be compatible. It could be the same genetic frequencies, just because we all share the same genetic makeup. So yes, there may be a people that share a frequency that you have that may be that's in Africa, but that does not determine that you are literally originated in Africa. No, it's just saying you are compatible with people that are over there, and vice versa. They say, hey, we're compatible with people that's over here, and then you got to think about the database that they have, and then all the people in the world. I mean, we can go on and on and on. So let's be like, I'm the type of person. I don't knock the way you feel about what you feel, because everybody has a supporting reason of why they could feel anything, you know what I mean, or why they could believe anything, you know what I mean. So you can't negate all the facts that I just laid out for you just to call yourself pinpointing things that you think is inaccurate about what I said, because when it comes to actuality, nothing I said that was inaccurate. So let's have intelligent rebuttals about this situation so that people that's listening can understand.
All right, Wisdom. So you're saying that people that when they matching these people, what you're not understanding that so all right, for one thing, let's look at it like this. Let's look at haplogroup testing when they test your haplogroup, right? So we can clearly tell through haplogroups, because we can actually test ancient bodies that have these haplogroups in them. That DNA still is there. And we can see that these haplogroups that Black Americans have, like me, my mitochondrial DNA is L2A1F. We can see this comes from straight up West Africa and nowhere else. We don't find any ancient bodies with L2 in the Americas until people who came across in the African slave trade came over here and died and was buried here, like in the New York African burial ground, where you see a lot of L2s and L3 people there. Until we get to the 17th, like in that case, in the New York African burial ground, when they started burying people there, we don't see these people with our mitochondrial haplogroups. Most Black Americans are going to be L2, L3. I don't know all the haplogroups, but you're going to have a West African haplogroup that is not present in America. That's it. That's my point.
Okay, Sean, brother.
Hold on. Let's Sean. I know Sean wants to say something real quick, and then you go after him.
Yeah. So the whole notion of pinpointing an exact locale is not really the overall responsibility of DNA. It goes back to what he just said about haplogroups. That those markers are very influential in telling a story, because it helps lay out the fundamental for us in America. It helps substantiate our experience, but it also does that for the Native American. It helps substantiate their history, their coming and populating the Americas, which is pivotal for, quote unquote, this new world that we're now living in, that is now opened up to the rest of the world.
So DNA is pivotal. No matter whatever we want to look at, we have it and we can get it and we can substantiate it. That's how important genetics is in that whole field. So for us to dumb it down and say, this or say that and gloss over certain things, that science is right and exact, and it hits home because of the evidence that is there. Not feelings, not regurgitated claims and talking points, but it's evidence-based. And no one has yet to disprove your biological makeup and the use of genetics in the field to substantiate who you are as an individual, being a Homo sapiens sapien. And I know you were trying to go into out of Africa a second ago, so I don't know what you're about to say.
So, like, I want to go back to what the brother Dr. Witcher was saying first, and I'll try to address you as well, because for some reason, I think you think that I'm trying to take away from what you believe in. Either one of you brothers, and I'm not. What I'm trying to do, I'm trying to see if I can make it a bilateral idea to where you understand that it could be this and that, or any kind of other way of looking at it. You know what I mean? Besides the straight way that they've taught us to believe it. Okay. So let's say, like for instance, right? You telling me, yeah, man, I got my history, man, this and that. Bruh, I'm from Africa, bro. You know what I mean? This and that, because my DNA say this and that. Who am I to tell you, nigga, fuck all that, nigga, that ain't where you from. Okay, that's where you want to be from, cool. Now, when I try to find truth in what you're saying, right? If we was to go according to, I'm sure you brothers like from up north or something like that. And I think y'all gotta take the general consensuses or whatever common knowledge is serious. You know what I mean? You guys just don't look over it like it's just a bunch of jargon and all that. So I'm gonna try to deal with you guys on that level of it. So now, when we think about, I don't know if you guys agree with any of this. Stop me if you guys don't agree with anything that I'm saying, right? So when it comes to New York, first of all, I want to be sure that you guys are from the north. Sound like y'all from New York area, up north. Is that right? I don't want to assume that if that's not true.
I think I'm the only one. Sean's not. Okay. I am.
Cool. So that's you the man I want to talk to anyway, considering this point. Okay. So now, according to what history says or whatever, they say that New York, basically like a Dutch colony, all that type of stuff with the Dutch people that came over, with New Netherlands, so on and so forth. Okay. And then when we go back to where they supposedly came from before they colonized this area, they supposedly came from the Netherlands. I mean, Amsterdam, all that area, Italy, all that shit. Okay, so now we go a little further back, who was running things during that time, of course, that before the Romans started really doing their thing, that'll lead us back to what they call the Etruscans and all that, which we understand that those are melanated people. Whether y'all want to call them black, Negro, whatever y'all want to call them, they were definitely supposed to be melanated dark people. So we understand all these cultures have been developed basically on them. That's about as far as they can go back. And of course, they erased most of their history and everything like that. And they say that the Roman culture owe a great deal of the way they do things to them, to that culture. And you can actually compare their gods and all that type of stuff along with the Greek gods, the comparables. And then, of course, that leads you to Egypt and Alexandria, whatever, so on and so forth. But we see that it's an intertwined, interconnected culture in this whole area. And then all depending on how far you want to go back, you understand that what we would call North Africa today, was basically like a Roman province of Africa. You know what I mean? So that's easily Googleable as well, where you can look that up. You're like, damn, just talk about BCE and stuff like that. It's like, hold the hell up. You know what I mean? Roman was running this part of Africa way back during that time, way before what you would call the transatlantic slave trade and all that. You know what I mean? Then that's when you get into the French West African company and not company, but French West Africa and Portuguese West Africa and Dutch West Africa. So then it kind of give you an insight on, okay, we see what's going on now. So then you understand about the Indian trade, or West Africa, the West Indian trade and all that, so on and so forth. So y'all get the grip. So to lead you back to what I was saying about how you just as well can be from Africa. Is that what you want to say, right? Because I can't say you wouldn't be, but based on the history, right? Because the Netherlands was occupied by what you call people call the Moors or whatever during that time. You know what I mean? And they went from the Netherlands, they came to the Americas. You know what I mean? That's a fact. Everybody knows this in history. You know, so yes, all the people that was in the north and all that type of stuff, all you brothers up there, I think you guys may as well have been the colonizers unaware and don't even realize it. And the reason why I'm saying that too, right, to give you a little more context about why I'm saying this stuff so boldly, is that when we just go into the, like I said, the general narrative of where they say the slave trade took place at, right? Most of us will understand it to be the 13 colonies.
Your wisdom, you're everywhere right now, man.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Slow me down, baby. I'm trying to keep it all together because they do it everywhere. They put everything everywhere. Not a coincidence. It take a person that's really into it to be able to bring it to one force. I slow down with you. I don't have a problem with it. Just stop me, bro. This is cool. Go ahead.
I feel you because our problem in these conversations, it's a lot of things to talk about. So I understand you want to tie a lot of things together, but if we just stick on one topic like we started with the DNA, and
that's cool.
You know, move to something else after we go through this, it'll make for a better conversation. Because right now you just went to Rome and everywhere else.
Well, so let me bring it back then to the bullet point I wanted to bring about what you were saying. Because you came in and you started talking about how your family is from of Africa and all this type of stuff because of A, B, C, and D, right? And so all my point was to you was that yes, that could be so based on how the area that you're from, New York, was developed. You know what I mean, with the Dutch and the French and all these people. You know what I mean, that you probably are affiliated with. Or
that's just that's one side of my line that actually started in New York. Most of my family is from Virginia, the Carolinas, Georgia, Alabama, just like every other black person coming out of the South. I actually do have a black ancestor, William Brown. He was born in 1800s. He's a Negro, and from what I see, he started off in New York. He is of African descent because that's on my father's line. So his haplogroup is EP252, which comes out of Africa. So he ain't no Aboriginal, even though his records start in New York. Like I don't find him coming up out of the South. That's my point. So he could have been shipped directly from Africa or his parents directly from Africa, but he's definitely an African because the haplogroup says he is.
I have a question for.
Hold on, real quick, Andy. Let me just do this real quick because I mentioned two things, and I just want to show these. I mentioned the haplogroup and being L2. So we see from this. This is from the Nature.com, and they're talking about how the L2 haplogroup, the mitochondrial haplogroup, originated in West Africa. Right. So
that's something I wanted to say real quick. That question, if you can, you brought me back to one of the things that you said. I wanted to ask you. Do you agree with the fact that West Africa was like colonized, like with a lot of people that came from over here?
Colonized by who?
By people that came from over here. Like even if we just go to the 1900s. No. So you know, because to me, man, it's quite ironic. No. Let me just clarify myself. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, the answer to your question is no.
It's no.
Okay, let me say this then. Do you agree with this then? I'm sure y'all got to agree with this, or y'all don't know history at all. Now, I'm serious, man. I'm dead ass serious. I really want to know the logic. You know what I mean? I understand how people want to believe certain things. Me, I'm trying to get to the nitty-gritty.
The answer was no, because West Africa and the continent of Africa experienced what? They experienced what I just said, colonialism. They dealt with colonialism.
What you're talking about, brother.
Dealing with chattel slavery. So how?
So you're not familiar. Hold on, let me ask you this, bro. I already know what your narrative is, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Narrative.
So what I'm asking you, I'm trying to see if you know this certain stuff to see if you can make better.
Wisdom.
How's that a narrative?
Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna let you go, Wisdom. I don't, because I just want to because this was a point I made a couple minutes ago, and I just wanted to end it real quick.
Okay.
Because this is important, because like I said, when it comes to this DNA with this haplogroups, you do not find this L2 haplogroup in the Americas prior to the African slave trade. And I just want to demonstrate something real quick. So here we see this report in this journal, in the scientific journal, where they tell you L2 originated in West Africa, right? I'm not going to do a lot of reading. Anybody want the source, I'll give it to you, right? Here, this is from the report on the New York African burial ground. And they're talking about the molecular genetic affinities of 48 individuals of the New York African burial ground. And we see these L2, L3, L2, L2 haplogroups, and they're telling you they're from West Africa, West and Central Africa, right? And to bring it back to me, like I said, mine is L2A1F, right? The L2 haplogroup, 180 years ago. L starts in East Africa. L2 goes to West Africa, originates there. Well, L goes to West Africa and originates there. And like I said, this is my maternal haplogroup, which is
how many years ago you said? You said 180 years ago.
Well, L started 180. L2.
So what year would that be? If you took 180 years from right now, what year would that be?
It would be it wouldn't be a year, but if we want to put it in years, 178,000 BC, some shit like that.
You said 180 years ago, or 80,000? You said 180 years.
180,000 years ago.
Okay, 180,000 years ago.
Okay. Can you see the screen?
What is this, Bantu expansion?
Yeah, the L2 is part of it. Yes, the Bantu.
Yo, not a coincidence. You mind if I just jump in real quick whenever somebody finish? Just jump in real quick with a little.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yo, Zab is back too. Did he try to come in yet? He snuck back in.
Did y'all know they can't even really track the male mitochondria, and that it only comes from the female, and that it's not even determined if it originated in Africa or not, and that they saying that
Hold on.
Let Sean get this.
Where did you get that from?
Just put it up.
No.
No.
Listen to what I'm asking. Where did you get that from? What source?
Like you hear what I just said? I said just try to put it up. Put in mitochondria DNA.
I'm asking you, where did you get it from? I don't want to just.
If I could tell you, I'd be glad to let you know. But I'm telling you what I did to find it.
So you don't know where you read it at. You just look for something online to support your bias.
Listen, man, you can try to if you want to believe what you always believed, who am I to tell you otherwise, bro? But I'm telling you though, I found something that said what I just said. It said you can Google exactly what I said and you can find it. I'm sure you're a smart guy.
Where'd you find it?
Can you hear me, man? I don't even know you can hear my phone's ringing.
Where can
we find this information, bro?
Hold on, real quick. OHF.
But one thing about me, man, I ain't just gonna say nothing out my mouth that you can't find. So that's one thing you should know about me. I don't have nothing to prove. I don't have no agendas or none of that shit. I was surprised as fuck though, what I'm saying, because I'm starting to realize that when I be listening to a lot of you guys, I can't hear you, bro. We talking at the same time. I gotta probably go in and come back out. Your shit low now. I can't really hear you. Go ahead.
I'm gonna wait till he come back.
Oh, you guys know that he used to say that white folks are indigenous to South Africa. That's the type of shit that he used to say. I know exactly.
You lying on me, bro. Hey, listen, man. If you act like you know a whole lot about me, I'd much rather you let me talk for myself, though, fam. Because you full of shit. I can already tell.
You know why?
Because everything you quoting you lying on me.
She didn't delete her video,
what I can
bro.
tell you,
She didn't delete her video.
I don't have to lie, bro. I'm not scared of you, man. So listen, I can tell you what I said.
Hold on,
I can tell you what I said.
You also used to use slave
I don't think white people compare people, period. So you talking to the wrong person. So
you
what I
don't
can
even
tell
know
you though,
You
hold
don't
up,
even know
bro, hold
Gregory E.
on, man.
O'Malley is.
Listen, I
Hold
already
on,
told you I can't really hear you,
finish.
bro. But I
No,
heard,
I'm gonna let
I
you.
listened long
I'm just
enough
gonna
for you
say
to
I'm
lie
getting ready
on
to
me.
hop off,
So I
bro.
ain't gonna let you lie
Bro,
on me, man. So then,
I'm getting
so
ready to
then
hop
pause
off.
for 1 second, bro, if you
Like I
can,
said,
because you
no,
saying
I'm
something
gonna
that
hop
I
off in a
said, nigga.
second.
Who
Gregory
is
E.
better to say what I
O'Malley
said
and the
than me?
Slave Voyages website.
Hold on, y'all. I can't hear
I'm hopping
nothing
off,
y'all
bro.
saying.
No, I'm just
Hold
saying I'm
on.
gonna
Right,
hop
because
off
I
in a
can't
second.
even really hear the dude for real.
All
I
right.
want to go out,
Listen.
but he's speaking on my name before I can even go
Wisdom,
out and come
stop.
back, man. You know what I mean? Don't do that. You've been told a
Hold
whole
on.
slander, and I don't know what the hell you've been said. So at least before I get
Stop.
off here, and we can come right back. Let me say what I said, because you said a bold claim. You said that I said that people from originate, the white people originate in South Africa. That's what you just said, and that's something that I ain't never said. So I can tell you what I said if you want to know that, or you just want to just slander and then just run off with a claim that's not true. It's up to you.
He got the video.
Okay, good. I'm finna come right back. Play that
I'll go get it
motherfucker.
from the June the Wise Play page, bro. I know, because you also try to use Slave Voyages as well.
Callie, save it, Callie, save it. He dropped off. So here's the thing right here. He's making a lot of claims, right? But like always, when it comes to the evidence, they do not have the evidence. I don't think that he understands why the why is so important in DNA. He doesn't understand. So he's just talking around a whole bunch of stuff that he's heard online. He's regurgitating. Listen.
Oh, he's back. He's back.
Every talking point is the same shit we done went through with everybody else.
Yo, but listen, y'all, we can't talk at the same time, yo. And Wisdom, you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear y'all now. I couldn't really hear the dude the first time to know they was talking. You know what I mean? That's my
check
fault.
this out. Bro, you can talk, but you gotta sometimes try to cut yourself short because you kind of long with it, bro. So that's
true that. I am. I rather not talk at all unless y'all got a question for me or something. You know what I mean? Because I like to be thorough.
No, we want you to talk. We want you to talk, bro. Don't
because like dude just jumped out the window. Well, you want me to talk? Let me go ahead and state my claim about what dude said.
Hold on, just let me end with
Unless you going somewhere else. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. Listen, when you're talking and somebody does jump in, it's probably because you was talking a little bit too long. So instead of trying to go back and forth, at least try to listen to what they're saying, because we did give you the benefit of the doubt of letting you talk for as long as we did in the first place. You get what I'm saying?
But check me out now. So right now, what you're doing, you're slandering again, because every time you guys did jump in, I genuinely stepped back and let you guys say whatever you want to say.
Oh no!
What I'm saying is, I had no problem with nobody interrupting me. You're painting the picture as, man. You know what?
No.
Okay, cool, man. I heard what you said, bro.
I'm going
cool.
off what. No, it was fine when it was me, you, and Sean. Then you and Callie had a back and forth, and nobody could hear nothing. That's my point.
Yeah, I just told you why though, man, because I couldn't hear the dude talking. But okay, cool, man.
You couldn't hear nothing. That's cool. So we good. Ain't nothing else to talk about.
Wisdom? Is he claiming that he's an Aboriginal? What is his belief system exactly?
That's to you, Wisdom.
I have a question for Wisdom too.
Hold on, Andy. Let you can ask the next question, but after Andy goes Sean. But Wisdom, did you hear Ken's question? Wisdom
show.
Y'all don't know what happened.
He must have fell off. But yo, man, this Zab is crazy, bro. Like y'all ran him off the panel. He got scared and ran off the panel. This dude is talking crazy in the chat, man.
Hello? I don't know if y'all guys hear me or not, man. Y'all hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you now. Somebody had a question for you, Wisdom.
Say it again.
I want to know your stance, Wisdom. Like, are you an Aboriginal or you a Moor? You mentioned something about the Moors, or
I'm
are
an
you just like
Aboriginal American.
Are you Aboriginal American? What made you come to that conclusion? Like, what made you come to that conclusion? Like, you decided, like, I'm an Aboriginal American. Like, what made you even come to that? I'm just asking. I'm just figuring out the background.
Yeah, I just started doing my etymology on these white folk words and just understood they tricked the fuck out of me. That's all. There wasn't no rocket science to it. Just
but the
simple basic
words,
research.
though, the words, like, even are you which part of the South you from? If you don't gotta tell me like your city, but just like the part, right? Which part of the South you from?
Oh, I'm from Florida, man. That's where I'm mainly from. Then my ancestry probably go back to Georgia and all that, as far back as I can track it. But as far as I'm born and raised Florida, my near grandmamas, about 3 great grandmamas. I'm Florida all day.
So
Florida
you never
wasn't
heard of
necessarily a state.
you never heard of the Fort Mose down in Florida?
Yeah, I heard that.
Right, and you know they do say it was Africans that was at Fort Mose, right?
Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah, it probably was.
Now, and I'm saying this because a lot of Aboriginals would be like, "Yo, y'all listen to stuff that the white man told you," but I never learned this in like elementary, middle, or high school. Right, I had to learn this and look at this on my own. Same with Georgia. You know about the Stoner Rebellion and how a lot of slaves were supposedly going to Florida because that was Spanish territory, right? Wisdom? Yeah, I think he falling off. He'll come back on or whatever. I'm just asking these questions because I'm like, with this evidence outside, because a lot of this stuff I didn't learn in elementary, middle, or high school, but with all this evidence, with
none of us learned that. None of us learned it. But I think,
man, can y'all hear me now? That shit keep falling off for reason.
Yeah, did you hear what yes?
Yeah, I heard what he was saying.
Oh, you heard him? He was asking.
Yeah, I heard what he was saying.
But go ahead.
When you say about Fort Mose, like all that, man. Like first of all, man, like to me, I'm just being real with you, man. Like to have a conversation with me, and I'm not finna insult nobody, but I'm still gonna ask you a question based on my ability. Like the way y'all look at stuff, I ain't gonna look at it the way y'all look at it. The words y'all use, I ain't gonna interpret them the way you interpret them unless you look them up and you understand from the lens that I'm seeing it from, or I can see from the lens you seeing it from, and then I can walk with you on the way you see things. Because when I hear African, I'm not thinking no dark-skinned Negroes. You know what I mean? I'm thinking, you know what I'm saying? Or are we talking about the Europeans?
Hold on, wisdom. Can I ask you? You said something that just stuck out to me. I'm not cutting you off, but I would like to expound on that. When you think of African, what else are you seeing? Like, and where are you getting this from?
Okay. Now, when you go to like where Africa first started, right, and you understand that there's a certain section in North Africa, which is not the whole. It does not encompass the whole entire continent. You know what I mean? It became that. You know what I mean? Over time. So we initially talk about Africa. We're not even talking about the whole continent. Period. So to even have a conversation with me, you have to at least know that much, and then we can kind of narrow it down to what they're actually referring to and the people they're actually referring to. And who was in those areas at that time doing who, what, when, where, and how. But we can't even get to the idea that the whole continent is not even really called Africa and deal with it from how it was originally dealt with, even with Asia.
All right.
Yeah.
So for me, it's the name of the continent, and it's a colloquial term. It's modern, but it actually it goes back, but it's a name that comes from other people. I don't really care about that part. You know what I'm saying? Like, but the people, they still come from that continent. You can call it whatever you want. You don't like the word Africa.
Cool then.
I don't see why. Hold on.
Go ahead.
But they still from that place. So that doesn't change it.
I know where you're going with it.
We use that word African though. But how long does that place need to be called that for it to be okay?
Listen, I understand where you're going with that, so I can overlook that part. Okay, so let's just deal with the slavery part of it, period. Okay, and why I'm saying that I think that people that we call African, I was trying to explain to you about your question, right? You asked me, how do I equate Africans with white people? I think pale people. Is that what you were asking me?
Yeah, because I didn't say that word, but that's what I was leading to, because that's what I was thinking.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So now, when we talk about the Berber slave trade or the Moor slave trade, when they were enslaving all these Slavic people and white German people, we know that there was a pale slavery going on. Everybody knows this. This is history. This is documented. When we talk about the galley slaves, all that type of stuff, the motherfucker that were rowing the boat. You know what I mean? These are pale people. No doubt about it.
That's
you know
a lie.
What I mean?
What the fuck they got to do with us?
That's a lie.
What the fuck it got to do, bro, is that if you can't hear that, I'm explaining to the brother, because we're talking about Africa, and I first gave my synopsis that what we talk about Africa, we talk about Northern Africa anyway. You know what I mean? We talk about slavery and how it really got started in that region. It didn't have nothing to do with no Negroes from the beginning. It had everything to do with white people being pale slaves over there. That's a documented fact. And they were used as concubines and everything else. And then in South Africa, where you had the Cape Colors, where it was the Dutch and and like I said, the Moors and all the people in Cape Colony, you know what I mean, where you come up with the people they call coloreds, aka bastards, and everything else. You know what I mean? They were sending them everywhere. You know what I mean? They end up in the Netherlands, they end up in New York, they end up everywhere. These were people that got their rights and calling them the colored people. Anything that's dealing with African period, they are directly related to slavery, no ifs, ands, or buts about it, calling it the diaspora. But then we talk about the white slave trade. For some reason, that's a taboo for some fucking reason. When everybody know those funky bitches came over here, they have a motherfucking thing, was orphans in in New York, you know what I mean? All the orphan ass, baby ass children, where the word ghetto itself come from the white Jewish stinking ass motherfucker that was in New York running around and have a pot to piss in the window, throw it out, shipping them bitches from Kansas to fucking to the South, every damn thing, bidding on them hoes like they was goddamn property. All this shit is history. We talk about the goddamn sharecropping, or not even necessarily sharecropping, we talk about the apprenticeship. You know what I mean? Everybody know that the niggas were teaching these dumbass crackers how to read and write and every motherfucking thing else. You know what I mean? When we talk about standard English, we supposed to know that standard mean average. That don't mean advanced nothing. Everybody's supposed to know that American English, the way the black or Negro American English, the way we speak it is where standard English derives from. But no, we've been taught. Yeah, don't get me motherfucking started. Y'all don't know enough to talk to a person like me.
Shit?
Hey,
how am I making it up?
Y'all, bro.
You go prove anything I made up.
Hold on real quick.
Everything that you said is made up, brother.
Hey, listen, that means you don't know enough.
No, that means that you can't skip time periods and start making up.
The man said pause, man. Follow directions, man.
Wisdom, chill out. Sean, you got it right now. You gonna respond to him. I just want to say what's up to Sutek. I always see him in the chat.
What up, bro?
How you doing, bro?
Oh, you done
I'm
pissed
cool,
Sutek off. He didn't hop on the panel. He got time.
If he done hopped on, it's gonna get ugly. But Sean,
Wisdom converted me, bro. He converted me.
Yeah. Sean, you can respond to Tech. You can jump in anytime you want.
I have a question for Wisdom.
Now hold on.
Wisdom, I got a
Andy,
question for you.
Andy, hold on real quick, bro. Hold on.
I just want to say what he's doing is an etymological fallacy. He's using the etymology of a term and trying to compare it to the modern usage of a term. So yes, Africa at its inception was talking about North Africa. But we're not talking about North Africa. We obviously know when we say in Africa today, we're talking about the entirety of the continent. So these is like word games that these niggas play. So I'll let Sean go from there. I'll hop back in if need be.
Somebody said that's Top Cat's uncle.
Yeah, man. So the whole thing about what was being said is that you can't take history and you can't massage it in a way and present it in a way to where you can mix up a whole bunch of other shit, because we're trying to deal with a case by case. And then, right, like Khalil said, it is the classic Gish Gallop where you just throwing out a whole bunch of shit and then you're hoping that something sticks. That's not how things go, right? History, I can't quote John Henry Clark for it, but it's a timeline and it tells a story. And the story that you just told was full of lies, and it doesn't follow a timeline. It can't be in 1600s, and then next thing you know, you're talking about the 1900s, then it's back to the 1700s, and then you're at the 2000s, and then you're all over the place in what you're saying. Your assessment on the subject matter at hand in which we're discussing is very remedial. That is why I asked you at the beginning of the conversation, did you graduate from high school? Because if you did, then you would understand that. Then I would understand that you have a level of competency that would allow you to have at least some type of integrity to know that, all right, let's start here, let's deal with that. Then we can move. Let's start here and let's deal with that. Then we can move. but we have not agreed on anything yet with you.
You finished? Because like I hope everybody was listening. First of all, you know what I mean. Because one thing you can talk your ass off, that don't mean it's true. You know what I mean. And one thing about me, I said a whole lot of shit that was in it there. Hold up, pause, nigga. I ain't said a damn thing after insults and everything. After your wrong insults at that. You know what I mean? Because all the shit you said I didn't do, I did do. First of all, you know what I mean. And another thing, that you have not pinpointed anything that was incorrect about it. Like you just threw shit against the wall. You hoping it stick. You know what I mean? Even with the insults. But it ain't gonna stick right here, player. Because I walk your ass down through the dates and everything still gonna stand as I said it was. But like I said, obviously you don't know enough. So you are incapable of being able to compile a bunch of related info. Hold up, wait. I don't stop.
No. Stop right there. Don't go no further. Prove that I don't know. Prove it.
Who don't know about what? That's exactly what I was telling you. Prove that what I want you to do is tell the people what lie I told, because that's what I'm trying to tell you. If you can't prove that lie I told, first of all, hold up, pause, nigga. I already know you only got enough discipline to know enough.
Yes, I do. I just asked you.
I can't tell.
Stop you. To keep you from talking so long. So I'm stopping you and I'm asking you to now prove what you just said.
You didn't stop me from talking so long because you didn't hear nothing I said. I didn't tell you nothing to prove.
Brother? Can we get a source?
About what?
Every goddamn thing you said. Can we get some source?
About what? Because you said I was everywhere, nigga. Everything about what, nigga? Can you even tell me what I said? Cause I just got finished telling you, bro. Listen, I just told you that you cannot point out damn thing I said I lied about. You can't even point out one point that I made. That showed that you're not comprehending nothing. I guarantee you cannot point out no point that I even made to even tell me something to look up. Tell me one thing that you are interested in that you boldly call a lie. To make a claim like that, you damn sure gonna have to point something out.
Okay.
So you just said everything I said, which was a whole lie, was a lie. And you can't tell me one thing you want me to pull up and show and prove. That is disingenuous and boy.
Before you drop, you were supposed to be showing evidence for the claim that you actually made, necessarily regarding the Y lineage and the X lineage.
I didn't tell you I was gonna pull up nothing. I told you what to do to pull it up. I said all you gotta do. What I just tell you again? See, you're not an honest person, brother. You're really not.
I'm not.
And people like me, I have a tendency to listen when people speak and remember. And so, and I'll be glad to bring it up every time when everybody else might forget about what you said and what I said. They'll remember when I remind them. I told you what to do to look it up to find what I found. And I told you I don't give a damn if you believe it or not. I told you that too.
It's on you, brother. The burden of proof is on you. You can't.
I don't answer to no judge or jury, bro.
You can't tell me to look up your claim.
The burden of proof is on who?
You can't tell me to look up your claim.
Listen, I'm not under your jurisdiction.
You provide.
I don't have to. You don't have to show burden of proof unless you under somebody's jurisdiction. I'm not under your jurisdiction.
If we're shooting, if we're playing a game of basketball and we're shooting to see who the captain is, right? If I miss and you make it, you got first pick. You hit the shot.
Nigga, I already first pick was when I told you what I told you. Listen, bro. Let's check this out.
Where's the evidence?
Hey, listen out. See, because the thing about it is, you think you're smart, but you ain't. And then I'm trying to be calm with you, let you know how to be patient with silly people.
I don't care about you trying.
I'm trying to be patient with silliness.
That's okay, right. I know.
Yeah, it's obvious, man. You ain't had no male figure in your household. It's obvious. You've been raised by your mammies. It's obvious. But listen, I'm telling you what it is. I'm telling you because you don't have no integrity, bro. You don't have integrity. That's how I know. You do not have integrity.
No, I don't have integrity.
You a type of person that'll get on the witness stand. They ain't never sold no dope with somebody. Be like, yeah, he was over there trapping. Just because everybody else said. Yeah, get a nigga 20 years and ain't saw nothing with no evidence at all. You get up there and sound real good. Yeah, he was over there. He was in a red car. Man, let me stop. No, hey man, quit it, man.
Sean, you mind if I jump in real quick, Sean?
Brother, I wrote a book called From Cocaine to Consciousness. If you must know, nigga.
I wrote a book called Build Your Character on the Solid Foundation. So what, nigga? So what?
Yeah.
Which one more positive, nigga? Which one more positive, nigga? Don't nobody give a fuck about that shit.
Avoiding evidence. So all of that
I have a
shit
question
you
for
talking
you,
about,
Wisdom.
homie, about the stand and all of
Yes,
that
sir.
shit, I ain't getting on no motherfucking stand.
Hey man, I'm real to the bone, man. You ain't never seen nothing like it. Cause you ain't got no real bone in your body, boy. You think you're asking.
You're right, you don't.
Go ahead with your question, bro. You think you my bad. You think you was enslaved. That's what I meant to say. Go ahead.
You still ain't got
Yeah, I have a question for you, Wisdom.
What's up, bro?
What do you have against Native Americans? And if you do, what do you have against them?
Typically, man, I don't really have nothing against Native Americans, except for the fact that, you know what I mean, they came and then roached on the original people here land. I would like to consider some of my ancestors as well that was forced out of certain places or whatever. Because, you know, Native American just mean you were just born here in America before the what they call the shit, the revolution or some shit like that. You know what I mean? But you know that by when you look into the research of the Native American Party, you know what I mean, they end up becoming the Know Nothing Party. I don't know if you guys familiar with that or not. And then it'll go into explaining when you look at that history about how that was how they end up using, even like I was telling you guys about this, how it correlates with the Jews and all that in the ghetto and stuff. I was telling you guys about like the Four Corner hustlers. They had different kind of New York gangs, the gangs of New York. And don't quote me on the exact game. Hold on, man. Don't cut me off, please, man. Okay, I'm trying to roll it out.
You told us to stop.
I'm not doing it again. This man asked me a simple question, and I'm related to it, man. It's comprehension, man. The dude asked me the question ain't got no damn problem because you can't comprehend, nigga. And I'm sick of it. I don't have patience for dumb shit. I don't, man. I ain't up here for my fucking help, bro. And I ain't up here just to be talking.
Well, that's what you're doing.
You niggas just want to just win a fucking argument, nigga. I don't argue, nigga. I don't put a reason for nobody. Hold on, let me get back on track, man. Cause you don't want to see the real me, man. Listen, man, you ain't got no smoke intellectually or gangsterly, bro. I'm telling you, you don't want these kind of problems, bro. I'm telling you right now. Nigga, I'm not your kind, nigga. I'm not your kind. If you don't like what I'm saying, just pause and don't say nothing to me, bro. But you ain't got to cut me off when I'm talking to another man. It's rude and disrespectful, bro.
Show us.
It's rude and disrespectful.
He's talking to me. Hold on.
Do you have manners, man? I told you ain't got no daddy, man.
Show us who you don't mention my daddy, sucker.
You ain't got now, nigga, because you will have manners. That's the point. Nigga, don't give a fuck about your daddy, boy. It sounds like you've been abandoned. Which is my point exactly. Bastard ass nigga, you got the wrong one, man. I'll tell you that right now. Listen here, man. Back to the man question, man. I'm damn about to forget what the fuck I was talking about. What, you an agent or something, boy? What's wrong with you?
You ain't got no evidence.
Anyway, man, back to what the man was saying. They ain't got no evidence, nigga. Charge me in court then, nigga. Sue me then, nigga. Sue me, nigga, because you ain't got no evidence about that African bullshit you talk about neither. You don't even know how to, man. Don't get me started, man. I don't want to insult you. I don't want to insult you because everybody over here is in the same fucking boat, my nigga. Let me tell you that right now. If you dark skinned like me, as an African American, we're in the same motherfucking boat, nigga. Whether you from Timbuk motherfucking 2 or you from the deep south of Alabama, I don't give a fuck, nigga. You get treated the same, nigga. You're dealing with the wrong one, man. So all I'm trying to say is, I'm trying to bring a bilateral understanding.
Did you ever show evidence for the mitochondrial shit not going back to Africa?
You believe in.
Yo,
so
wisdom.
You're just talking us to death, man. It's just emotional.
So I'm gonna be smacking you on your ass right now, but I could be asking that.
Come on, bro. Like, you gotta respect the host at some point in time. You just going off,
I ain't even
bro.
hear you, man. You talking, man.
I know, because your mic is loud.
Hey, stop the fuck shit, bro. Don't do me.
Yo, but look,
I will be
I'm not.
respectful.
Listen,
I'm asking the man a question, not a question.
I know, but listen.
I'm falling back.
Listen,
you on it, man. You got it, man.
Listen,
man.
both sides are gonna, step out of character a little bit, but you gotta be able to feel yourself and pull it.
Man.
All right,
I want to get back to the man question, like I was telling him the whole time. Don't interrupt me while I ask the man question. I'm saying in character.
Hold on.
What he did there was rude, my friend. Sean, what he did there was rude.
Andy,
so you may want to apologize.
I ain't apologize.
Sean, can you apologize?
No, like stop, Andy.
I don't
like,
need
hold
no
on.
apology, man.
Hold on.
Coincidence talk, man. Go ahead.
Hold on. Let me just break this up real quick. Yo, Cash, you got something to say?
No. Oh yeah, I did. He said he was Aboriginal. What tribe is your people? Like, what tribe do you affiliate with or come from?
Yeah, I hope the next question don't be like, what's the language and all that dumb shit. But if I got to answer your question, you know what I mean? I'm from the southeastern United States. You know what I mean? My people from Alabama, Georgia, Florida, Mississippi. So all the tribes are considered in those areas, would be Choctaw, Choctaw, Chickasaw. You know what I mean?
So
Muskogee, all that. I got family that stay right now. They still all take off Muskogee Road right now today. You know what I'm saying? So okay.
So if we pull up a picture to see if you look like these people, you know, and it doesn't look like you, then what would your answer be for that? Would you say the invaders?
What I'll be, man, America is a place of the indigenous racists, plural, of America. So you might find a Chinese-looking motherfucker that came through for the bear motherfucker straight or where the fuck they come from. You might find some crackers. There's an albino motherfucker, whatever the fuck you want to call them, a Slavic motherfucker. I don't give a fuck what you call them. But that ain't got nothing to do with my people. I know my people from here too. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's kind of broad. Okay, y'all got a picture of the Chickasaw? What do you say, Chickasaw or Choctaw?
Listen, man, like I just told you, man, I'll tell you where my people from, and I'll tell you where they stay at right now today. So if y'all go by the indoctrinated shit about what they say, because y'all don't understand what they call that
I
shit.
got $1,000. I got $1,000. You don't have evidence to prove that
that's
your
on
people
y'all,
from
man.
here. I got $1,000 that you can't prove that your people are from here.
Boy, that's $11,000 you will ever lose, because you must not know what y'all call a Native American is.
Here you go.
But I have a friend who's Choctaw.
We want you to
I have a friend who's Choctaw.
Yeah, did he say he was Choctaw? That's what he said. He said he's
all
Choctaw.
that shit. I got
all the ones that enslaved black people.
I said I was an Aboriginal American mutt. That's what I said I was, nigga.
But we want to know the tribe though. We want to know the specifics.
Nigga, I just told you 1,000 of them, nigga. You ain't hear me?
Bro, you can't say that. You can't use that.
Y'all don't listen very well. That's why I know y'all don't know enough. Y'all can't tell y'all ain't know information.
Hold on real quick, y'all.
I'm gonna run through it again, man, because you say you want to know what tribe. As if I answer your question thoroughly, even above and beyond what you answer you ever heard. Again,
that's
right?
Gish galloping wisdom.
Hold on, yo, Cass.
Specifics, bro.
Cass, let him answer.
Introduction to my motherfucker.
Go ahead, Wisdom. Tell us.
What the fuck you talking about?
Wisdom. Go ahead.
Nigga,
Tell us. No. Tell us. No, I'm saying. You was about to tell us what tribes. Tell us. But after that,
exactly. We this dumb ass. But this nigga talking about Gish galloping. Like, nigga, y'all niggas just so too goddamn robotic for me. But anyway, I'm gonna say it again.
Come on, bro.
I'm saying it again. Here I go. I just told you. For what I can research, right? My people go back to, first of all, a broad Southeast United States. I said that broadly, right? So y'all understand what that means. Hold up. Hold on. What the land folk? I ain't
Now, Cass, let him go, Cass.
Let him go. I wait for the intersection. I love it.
I'm sorry. I'm trying
to. Hold on, y'all, because I want to get the OHF in quiet. I want to see if he has a question. So answer this question. I want to move to somebody else real quick. But go ahead, Wisdom.
Okay.
Guys, don't cut him off no more.
No, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh.
Hey, understand,
See,
man.
Wisdom, you see, I got your back, man.
I'm trying to give you a major education in a short amount of time, so you got to be able to listen to everything I'm saying, because I don't use my words out of place. Okay. So first thing I said, right, is that my people is mainly from the southeastern United States. So when I say that, if you're familiar with any kind of what Aboriginal Americans teach, you'll understand that most Negroes was in the southeastern United States that they would call the so-called woodlands. That y'all probably agree with that the so-called tribes had African Negroes as slaves down there. Like y'all must have forgot about the Spanish Negroes and all that they were taking over during that time. But anyway, that's another damn topic. You know, for some reason, everybody was their slave down there.
All right, hold on real quick.
Now I said that part, and I said in those areas in the southeast United States, my people is from Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Florida, and even my northern part come down from fucking Connecticut or some shit like that. But anyway, Most of my people come from the southeast United States in those certain areas. And then, of course, you go back to the history, like what was Georgia back then, or how far did Florida actually go? Then you get to North Florida, no, East Florida, West Florida, all that shit. But I don't know if y'all know enough information for me to even go into all that shit.
And again, I got $1,000 that you not no motherfucking Native American or Aboriginal. Your ass West motherfucking African. DNA test approve it, and you'll get the money.
Take that shit.
You want me to buy your DNA test too? We can do it right now.
Yeah, you should buy him a DNA test, man.
I can share your screen, brother. Share your screen.
Well, let me say this to Wisdom. See, this is but you see how broad that is, bro. Like when you saying southeast, look, Wisdom.
You see how remedial you is.
No, real wisdom.
You remedial. You can't call.
That's like me saying.
I guarantee you cannot give me a summary.
Let me ask this, Andy, what tribe? Andy, what tribe you from, Andy?
Y'all don't know.
I'm Olmec and Aztec. Olmec and Aztec.
Okay, right. See how he gave me a direct answer, right? I needed that from you, far as me questioning you to say, hey, I'm Choctaw, I'm Chickasaw. You know what I'm saying?
You want to lie, then I could have gave you a
that's
lie.
Pierce.
That's what you wanted.
No, you can just.
I thought you wanted the whole truth and nothing but the truth. But you ain't
bro, that's like me. That's like if I ask somebody.
You like believing in lies. That's all it is.
No, that's
you ain't told us the truth. He ain't been truthful yet.
Told you right to your face. He told you a damn lie.
He been lying this whole time. He been on the
believe it.
That's like saying, I ask somebody where they from. Oh, I'm from every tribe in Canada. Like I can't really pinpoint that, bro. Like, you know, that's my thing. Like I can't pinpoint it, man.
Pinpoint Southeast United States. Pinpoint that. I gave you something to pinpoint, bro. And I gave you different tribes within that, bro. Like, you pinpoint all of them, nigga. Pinpoint the Chickasaw, pinpoint the Cherokee, pinpoint. And then what you want me to go into saying, hey, man, really, it's not even really Cherokee,
but you weren't
bro.
being transparent. You weren't being transparent, man.
Hold up, bro. Let me talk to you, man. Let me let you know why I couldn't give you
hold on.
You want to learn anything. Or you were going somewhere. Because I didn't give you
I wasn't.
You go somewhere, and that's where you're going. So let me just say Chickasaw, make you happy. So the conversation can move forward. Obviously, you had a line of questions you wanted to go.
He fell off. He probably gonna come back. But hold on real quick. OHF, you had something to say?
I mean, while he was up here, I mean, just
I was trying to get you in there.
Yeah. When he come back up, we talk. I mean, it's not.
All right. So if you got something directed towards him, I'll wait when he comes back up. Sutek, you got something?
I just wanted to know how the mitochondrial DNA of humans don't all go back to Africa. I was curious.
Yeah, he's running from that. I tried to show that. Hold on, wisdom. Hold on.
I'm just trying to be a truth.
Wisdom. Hold on. All right, hold on, wisdom. I got you. Yo, Sutek, I was trying to show that. OHF has a question for you. All right, wisdom.
So we brought you up, bro, to kind of like, because we saw the comment. The comment stood out to us. We saw the comment about the transatlantic slave trade. So that stood out to us. We need to find out. No, we know from our perspective as a black person who covers Black history, that's kind of alarming. But I want to kind of find out your logic. And also, I kind of would prefer this to be, instead of you arguing, a bilateral exchange. I use big words, so I don't, excuse me, but a bilateral exchange where I share something, a fact, and then you share something back. And then we're able to kind of follow your logic.
Question and answer, man. Like how conversation supposed to do. Like I attempted to do.
Got you, bro. So just hear me out. So in terms of like, where could I find some of the information you're consulting? I know you're consulting a body information for your research. Now, this is not what I'm familiar with, but I do cover a Black history page. And my pledge is this.
Cool.
Hold on, bro. Hear me out. If you can cover something that's evidence-based, I will follow up, write down your sources, and cover on my Black history page because it's a part of our history. If it's connected to Black folk. So if you have something for me, I do want to hear it. If you could direct me to the source, I do want to be directed to it. Most of us are pretty good at kind of following up and pulling up sources on the spot. I know Not a Coincidence has a lot of stuff bookmarked. So where can we find some of this information that you're referencing regarding white people being the main slaves, the transatlantic slave trade not really existing the way we know it? Where can I find this information at?
Okay, so like I'm glad you're a history guy, so I might not have to be talking to explain so fucking much. Okay, so when we talk about how familiar with you are you with galley slaves, brother?
Yeah, I glanced at books. I don't know very much. Tell me a little bit more, bro.
Okay,
And
so you
what
start
book
looking
would I
into the
consult?
galley
Give me a
slave.
book as well.
Listen, I'm not gonna do all that shit y'all talking about. I'm just gonna give you, like you said you were gonna do the research on whatever I'm saying, and you said you was a history guy.
No,
Hold
here's what I
on.
do. Here's what. No, I'm sorry. The part of the
Hold on, bro.
bilateral.
Listen, follow what I'm saying, bro. Listen to what I'm saying, man. I'm not gonna give you what the hell you're asking for, but I'm gonna give you what you're asking for. Because you just told me, right? Whatever I give you, point you in the right direction, and you gave your word that you will do the research on what I'm saying, right?
You do have to offer some specific stuff, bro. You can't be. It
Follow
can't be
what I'm
just.
saying, bro. How you gonna skip over what I just asked? That was the question. Did you just say that or not, bro?
So no, I don't know much about it, but we do need some specifics so we can follow up and have
See,
it.
right now you just said you want to have a bilateral conversation with me, right? You said that, right?
Absolutely.
And so you just skipped right over what I said as if you did not hear what I said. You did not reply to what I just said.
No, I do want you to. No, the disclaimer is I do. Listen, bro.
I'm doing it
I need you to hear
again.
this
You
out, bro.
said bilateral conversation, sir. Then you say
I'm gonna mute up in a second, bro. Listen, but I do need you to kind of provide some sort of a book.
I'm trying to, sir.
You do got it, bro. All right, take it away.
You still over talking me, but you act like you want something from me.
We're talking together. I'm not over talking you, bro.
No, we're not talking together because you're not listening. Because you acting like I'm not answering your questions, bro. Hey, I do this for real, man. I don't know about y'all, man. Y'all playing smart. What's going on with y'all?
Hey, can we get the evidence though?
You said you was a history guy, right?
Can we
I have
get the evidence though?
I'm asking you.
I have evidence.
No, let him have this. But yeah, no, I'm not arguing with you, bro. You got this. We're not arguing.
Not arguing with you neither. But you are arguing that you put up a reason. Argue just mean to put up reason. Argue not necessarily a bad thing. What I'm saying is you putting up reasons for something you didn't have to put up reasons for. You asking me a question.
Yep.
You asked me, what can I lead you to get certain information? And that you was going to listen. And that you was going to look up everything I said. But then you want me to get down to the nitty gritty. And I'm saying I'm not going to give you that part, but I can lead you in the right direction. But instead of you letting me do that, you telling me how you want me to do it.
All right, so now I'm letting you do it, bro. Go ahead.
Okay. So the first thing I mentioned with your history, I don't know how valid your history thing is now, you're making me question that. Because I asked you about galley slaves, and you said you don't know much about it. So I decided to let that slide, and I was gonna go into what that was all about. I thought you would know that already.
But brother, are you gonna get to it, brother?
You teaching, bro.
That's why they said
talking about what I was talking about from the beginning, which is galley slaves, nigga.
You keep going back.
Because he rudely interrupted me, nigga, when I was doing it the first time. Remember?
You keep criticizing the brother. We trying to listen to you. You criticizing the brother. Come on, man.
Hey, listen, again, you ain't even asked the question, bro. He ain't stopped me just then, you did. Another sidebar ass nigga. Where y'all come from, dog?
You teaching, bro.
Okay,
You teaching,
that's the galley slave, my brother. Because I'm trying to make sure the brother know where we was at, where we left off. That's why I'm doing that. It's for him. To let him know I'm listening when he talk.
What we talking about, bro?
Nigga, it got
we all want to know
though.
though.
The galley slave, my dude. Like you just told me to explain, you were listening, right? The history guy. You said how I get the idea that over in what's my idea about the Atlanta slave trade and shit? That's basically what you was asking. And basically where I get this concept of white slavery and shit from. That was your question.
No, I think he asked you how you came to the conclusion that the transatlantic slave trade didn't happen. I'm pretty sure that's what he asked, man.
I don't like talking over people. You go ahead, man.
All right, be quiet real quick. Let me clear this up. He's asking you for evidence of your claim. You claim that the transatlantic slave trade didn't happen. So can we get evidence for that? Just simple.
I ain't claim that shit, nigga. He just asked me to explain to him what I think about the transatlantic slave trade. Now you saying that I said it didn't exist.
What do you think about it? What do you think about it?
I was just doing that. Is you niggas slow?
Let me go back.
We just asked him, bro. We just want you to get to the point, bro.
You. Now you stop me again to reiterate a question I was just answering, bro. That's literally what you just did. But okay.
All right, we're not gonna interrupt. We just want to hear it, bro. That's it.
So let me get straight to the point. with y'all. Okay. Transatlantic slave trade to me is talking about the northeast Atlantic slave trade. Is that good enough?
Yeah.
That's
the Northeast Atlantic slave. What?
So the transatlantic slave trade to you is the Barbary Coast slave trade.
Yeah. So
that makes sense. That makes sense to you. Make that make sense to us because it don't make sense to nobody else on the panel.
Obviously, you ain't looked it up for you to be able to make any sense out of it.
Yeah, okay, so help us make sense of it. We don't know, bro. We all dumb. You got all of you.
How can I help you make sense of something? They your senses.
You the one saying it, nigga. What the fuck are you talking about? Don't nobody else say this dumbass shit but you. So you have to help us understand.
See, I told y'all all this come from the Moors, man. All this come from the Moors. He went back to Moorish doctrine because this is what the Moors say. He then took it back to the Moors with the barbary slave trade and all this crazy stuff, man.
That's crazy.
I said the shit didn't have shit to do with shit, and he gonna tell me that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
What you said?
It'll show like always do, right?
Make no sense. It's like it's one thing if you make an insult and you right, but it's like y'all don't even realize
you didn't graduate high school, brother. I know
Who told
it.
you that, stupid? Who told you that?
The way that you're conversing, you don't have any.
I converse like a genius. I don't know how you converse. You sound like you slow.
You sound like a genius.
That's the dangerous part is that you think that shit.
It sounds like you just want to be insulter. You know what I mean? Like you some kind of high school.
When did the Barbary Coast slave trade start? When did the Barbary Coast slave trade start?
And you want to know what I thought, and so what I'm trying to the smart thing to do is be like, well, why you saying this with the Northeast transatlantic? Why you calling it that? That's when you're supposed to ask more questions because y'all say I talk too long.
Well, but hold on, wisdom.
But instead of you asking more about that, and you don't even know about it,
you
know
tried.
You decide
I'm
to
laughing
say,
behind your microphone. You tried. This shit failed.
You sound dumb.
Wisdom.
Yes,
it seems like you trying to be argumentative to try to deflect from what we're asking you to provide.
How does it seem that way when that man? I just answered that man a question directly. How
no, but it seems like because every chance you get, and I'm not saying that you're wrong. Some of the arguments that you're having is because people are jumping in or whatever, but it's like you keep choosing. Hold on, I am. Hold on, see, look, you see how you. Look, you see how you cutting me off? Now I could argue with you. Hold on.
That's why.
No, look, no, I could listen. I'm about to show you. I could argue with you about you cutting me off, or I could just try to move on to what my point is. But you keep choosing to argue with somebody instead of showing us what your point is. That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You're not telling the whole truth, but I guess I just gotta just take what you're saying as a truth and just be quiet.
Is he not telling the whole truth? He been sitting here listening.
Yeah, you keep cutting me off. You the main estrogen person that kept cutting me off.
Because I know when you full of shit.
But look, I said, look, people might be cutting you off.
At least you just cool, not a coincidence to be a liar.
No, I said there and said people might be cutting you off.
You said it might be. You ain't say people is cutting you off, and that's why you snapping. I know why you snapping, Wisdom.
But my point is, listen. My point is,
what you saying, bro? But
you would rather feed into that. No, listen.
I'm not listening.
Whatever. Like you would rather feed into me and this imaginary lie instead of showing us that. That's
nothing.
My point.
I'm trying to keep on answering y'all questions. Like I was just answering that guy question about the transatlantic slave trade when I was talking about it was a northeast Atlantic slave trade, and instead of y'all asking me more questions about that, I heard laughing and kicking, and then I say, "Oh, y'all must not even know nothing about it. Y'all ain't learned enough." And instead of
understand,
y'all started laughing and bullshitting. That's what just happened.
Hold on. Sutek I got a question for you. Go ahead, bro.
Hey, when did the Barbary Coast slave trade start?
A long ass time ago, man.
Exactly.
I don't know the exact date, bro. I hope that was a good enough answer. We know it was a long.
When did the transatlantic slave trade start?
They would say that would be when you want to talk about the United States. When you talk about the 1619 shit, motherfuckers came over here. You talk about that.
No.
Someone has a question for you. They want to know if you have kids.
Someone in the chat
Hold
asked
on,
you a
Andy.
question of wisdom.
Man, that's personal as
Andy.
hell. I have 3 adult kids. If one more, y'all must know. I got a daughter in TSU right now going to school for law. Anything else you want
All
to
right,
know?
hold on. No, hold on. Sutek, you got more for him? You was done? Oh, you got. Go ahead.
And children to be exact. So we supposed to know
The
kids.
Barbary slave trade started after the transatlantic. There was some shit already in motion, and he's trying to bring some shit that started after that. So you're talking in the 1600s, bro. They've been doing this shit since the 1400s.
Okay, cool. So
The
that
white
when they say
people, no. I'm talking
started-
about the transatlantic shit since the 1400s. So why you coming 200 years later and gonna try to project that there was a white slave trade and yada 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 and do all of that bullshit? You fucking up.
Okay.
No.
I see you emotionally attached. Let me ask you a question.
Evidence. You couldn't provide
I want to
that.
argue with you, my boy.
No.
I want to have
Yeah,
a conversation with you.
I'm the wrong motherfucker. You
Hey, nah, slow down, man. Slow down with all that shit, man. I can tell you ain't about that life, man. You ain't about that life. You think you a slave, man.
You
too pussy to fuck with a real nigga.
No, it ain't about what someone
You already think
thinks.
you a slave.
It's
So
about
go
what
chill out,
someone
man.
knows.
Chill out with the tough shit. Let's have a conversation. So you the one emotional. I need to talk to you. So you the one emotional.
Come on, Wisdom. Look what you doing, Wisdom. You're not answering this question though.
Yeah, well,
So like I said, you made a claim. You made a claim. The very first thing that you said when you came on here is the same thing you said to OHF. You started talking to Barbary Coast shit that had nothing to do.
I didn't mention Barbary now.
Don't cut me. No, brother. You simply brought that bullshit up, and I said that ain't got nothing to do with us. And you told me that I ain't no shit.
You're lying, but go ahead, man.
No, everybody heard you tell me that that I didn't know shit, and you went off on these little tangents.
Nothing about Barbary, man.
You went off on these little. You went off on this tangent. You start talking Gad shit. You start talking Northeast Africa, and I said, brother, that ain't got shit to do with us.
I ain't say nothing about no Northeast Africa. You lying again, man.
What? This nigga is saying.
Yo, this dude PNF research group said Sean P. Our people was put in bondage in 1779 and 1860.
I can't hear you. Hold on, babe. Hold on.
Ass nigga, yo. Fuck him. He's dumb. Because my point is this. You have no integrity, bro, because we simply sit here and ask you to point us in the direction.
You use my shit
and
on
you
me.
refuse to do that.
You gonna use my shit on me. Boy, I told you why you ain't got no integrity. Don't get me started on that again.
Asked you for your evidence, and your ass did not provide it because you're lying. You don't know history. You came on here trying to act like you knew some shit.
So what Northeast was he talking about then? What Northeast was he talking about? The Northeast coast of America? Like, what are you talking about when you say Northeast?
Yeah, man, that's what I'm talking about. Like, if y'all know the history, man, and how the shit started, you know what I mean? Y'all know that when we talking about these invaders or imposters, they came through the goddamn Northeast.
Come on.
Everybody know that shit.
No, when the slave trade kicked off, brother, they weren't coming
everybody know that, man. You look at the history.
They wasn't coming from no
Where
Northeast.
you get the so-called Eskimos and all them people from? That where you get the
so-called
Eskimos is west.
Y'all gotta do some history, man.
What do you got against the Eskimos, man?
Y'all got to get up on your history, man. Y'all been too far.
You just fucked history up.
Y'all land. Y'all
How
don't
we
know
gonna get up
where
on
you
some
put your
shit you
foot
just
at.
fucked up?
Hold on, how did the Eskimos get confused with the Northeast?
That's what I'm saying, Cash. He just
Learn about
making
where you
shit
got
up
your
as he
feet at,
goes.
man. For real.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Because when I heard him say Northeast, I thought he was talking about like New York, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it all come from not knowing, nigga.
Bro, you just said you just agree with me, and now you dissing me.
Said
Come on,
that,
bro.
nigga. You just said what you thought I said. You said that. I ain't say shit.
Yeah, but you just said a few
not,
minutes
nigga.
ago you was like the Northeast. Yeah, I was talking about the Northeast coast.
That's one thing I know. A lie ain't nothing for a nigga to tell. Like you keep telling.
Wisdom, you was a boy. Listen, bro, you full of shit.
Yeah.
Rude words, you're stupid as fuck.
When you got shit all the way up through your motherfucking nose.
You are full of shit.
Nigga, them cracker had you full of shit when they were fucking in
You
your
can't
booty
even
with your
prove
ass.
shit you saying, but you know what you gonna do?
Nigga.
I already told you what it is. Now you gotta go do your job and look it up. No,
you
nigga.
Got me fucked up, nigga. I ain't lying damn time, nigga.
Hey, Root Word, come help this dude. Come help this dude, Root Word.
You niggas
Come up
constantly
here and help
lying
him.
the whole time.
You
Because y'all
listen,
must got some kind of agenda
listen.
to support some
You
slavery
fake
shit.
as fuck,
I don't
bro.
know what you niggas
You
on.
fake as fuck.
I don't know what
Everything
y'all on.
about you is fake.
Nigga, never
He not
that,
making
nigga.
sense.
You know, that's why you
He
saying
done
that for.
jumped.
You
He
ain't
done
never
moved the
talked nothing
northeast.
so
Look,
real
he done
in your
moved the
life, nigga.
northeast
Everything about
position
You ain't
from
never talked nothing so
Africa
real in your
to
life,
the
man. You
Eskimos.
niggas
Everything
don't
about
even know
you
what
fake.
real is, boy.
Hold on,
Everything about
y'all.
you is fake.
Too
The
many
only
people
reason
talking.
y'all got any kind of swag because the people from the South went up there
What
and
the fuck
created
you
the
talking
whole
about?
the
Nigga, you don't know
Renaissance.
shit
And
about
them the
swag.
niggas
It's too
that
many
came
people
They got to
from the
do
talking.
with
South
It's too many
motherfuckers
people
like
that
talking,
you,
got
y'all.
hot and popping, man. Don't forget,
Hold
man.
on.
Don't y'all forget.
All right, real quick. Hold on, y'all. There's too many people talking. Wisdom, hold on. I asked PNF to come up here. PNF, what's good? You jumped up here earlier. But I didn't get to you fast enough, so you jumped off. What's
Yeah,
going
I
on?
had to
You got
take a
something to talk
ride.
about?
I had to go somewhere, man. I wanted to get up here while Shaw One was up here because he called me out. But
Oh,
once
okay.
again, you know, I come to your channel every time I interact with you. You seem pretty cool, not a coincidence.
I
But
try to be.
yeah, a lot of the dudes who rock with you, I don't really know them, and they just call me names, and that's not research. So I don't know what warranted that because I ask questions and I stand up for what I believe. I don't do the name calling because if we do that, that's not research. That's just fighting. So I'm questioning Sean P because you know we had a little back and forth one time, and it don't really. It's not necessary to call each other's names, man. I'm not gonna do that, but I will deal with you, not a coincidence, because I don't got respect from these other dudes. So what I'm gonna do is challenge what you said about the Reina Loyola. That's the only thing we got, the only disagreement. And the word more. A lot of people is dragging the word more and Moorish and saying it's Moorish doctrine, just making up stupid shit.
I
You
said
know
that.
what I'm saying? Who said that? Ken?
I said that. Yeah, King
Yeah.
Cass.
Oh,
It's
that's
King
King Cass.
Cass.
Okay, well, we can go back and forth. I never had no disrespectful moments with you.
Yeah.
But yeah, I disagree with that. Moorish doctrine and more this, more that. It's a lot of dudes like Taj Tariq Bey and dudes from that umbrella. They follow that and they misconstrue and misappropriate Moorish culture. That's not what we teach. We teach that we are indigenous people who did set up kingdoms in Africa. We're not anti-African. What we do is teach that it's thousands of ethnicities in Africa. So you're not just
What
going
part
to
of
this
Africa?
name, huh? What you say?
What part of Africa?
Yeah, okay. So like I said, I got you. I answered that. It's thousands of ethnicities and thousands of languages in Africa. You're not just gonna just throw us in Africa without being specific. So you know, we're not Africans, we're not black. You can't do that to us. You have to be specific. So we do support an African history of dealing with Kemet, and even
Where you
Andalus,
at?
right? We support that Moorish
Where you
history.
at?
Yeah, right. I'll relinquish the mic for now. Go ahead. Bro.
Hold on.
Y'all still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm looking for a documentary. It's about Mauritania and the Moors. Hold on, I'm looking for it.
You ain't even got to look
Yeah,
for none of
man.
that shit, man.
I
Sute know
honestly
that shit back
recommend
and
something,
forth.
man, for real. Like, I think y'all do it short, man, and I think y'all be too busy trying to prove y'all self right
Sute know
instead of
that
trying to
shit,
prove
Ken.
yourself
You ain't even got to
wrong.
look it up, bro. He know the whole history.
Yeah, we
Like,
not
you don't really
Moors.
got to
Don't
start looking
nobody
into
know
the
shit.
goddamn some of
Don't
them
nobody
words,
know
man, for
everything.
real.
That's a lie. Don't nobody one man know everything.
Sute
Hey,
know.
PF,
Sute
You know
got
what
all
I'm
that
saying?
shit
That shit.
under
Hey, nigga,
wrap, bro.
fuck you, you stupid ass nigga.
All that shit about that more
Yo,
shit.
yo,
Sute got
PF,
all that
hold
shit under
on,
wrap,
bro.
bro.
PF,
calm
hold
down,
on,
man.
man.
How the fuck this nigga gonna just tell us one nigga know
Sute got
everything
all
about
that shit
us?
under wrap, bro. You
Don't
ain't even
even
got to
make
look
sense,
for it,
nigga.
bro. He
I
got all
don't
that
know
shit. All the
everything about
books,
motherfucking
all the
Marcus Garvey.
doctrines.
I don't
He
know
familiar
everything
with all
about
that shit
Kemet.
for years,
You
bro.
a clown, nigga. You look stupid as fuck, nigga. You don't
Mark,
know
yo,
how to
PF, bro,
Who we talking to?
we here for the debate, bro. We ain't here to name
Who we
call, man.
Hold
talking
on,
to?
y'all.
Hold
Right
on,
out
hold on, hold on.
disrespecting me,
Nobody
bro.
talking to
Yeah,
him. Who
you
he
Y'all.
came
talking to?
straight out
Who
disrespecting
he
me,
talking
dog.
to?
Yo,
Nobody talking to
PNF,
him.
Be doing
Yo,
these
PNF,
days.
stop.
yo.
Hold on, let me get this,
Talking
y'all. Let me
cash.
get this. Let me get this. Hold on, y'all. PNF, you came up here and you started off by saying, "Oh, you don't like how people resorting to calling names." As soon as Sean says something, you try to Go right and call him names, man. Come on, man. You gotta
Man,
stop.
listen, y'all.
But
Cut
hold
me
on, you
off.
talk. No,
I got
you talk. Everybody let you talk. You gotta let somebody
Nah, they
rebut
really
you.
didn't. That's why I snapped. They really didn't, and that's disrespectful.
Bro, no. PNF, they let you talk.
No,
At
they
the
didn't.
end, bro, you had the whole floor, bro. Come on, man. Nobody said nothing when you was talking.
That's not
You
true.
finished, bro.
Dude is already slighting me and already being biased. Let me finish. I don't need all that shit. I broke that shit down easy for a kid to comprehend. I already broke it down who I'm rocking with on the debate. Dude is not here for that. He's here to call names and disrespect me.
No, he didn't call you no names, bro. You called him a name.
Yes, he did. He was
All
calling
right,
me.
but hold on.
I was
PNF, but
speaking
hold
not a
on.
coincidence. I was speaking to Cash.
All right,
I
then
think
my
I
bad.
referred to Cash
All right, my
because
bad.
Cash said he was looking up something, and
And
I
he-
referred to Sutek and said, you ain't got to look that shit up because my nigga Sutek is on all that more shit. That's all he been focused on forever and ever. So he know
And
all
that's
of
what
that
all
shit.
Sean said. Yep.
Right. And I disagree. I don't believe one man know all
And
that.
then you started calling him
That's
names. So
stupid.
hold
That's
on.
disingenuous. Don't
All right,
nobody know everything.
PNF, hold on, brother. Hold on. Let's just get back to the information. Sutek, do you have a response for PNF and his Morris claims?
Yeah, I'm just waiting on him to answer my question. He said he came from he believed that they built kingdoms in Africa, and I asked him what part of Africa. Because in the chat he said northwest, either northeast or northwest. I'm just trying to make sure that that's the claim.
Yeah, so what are you asking me? Did Moors and Moorish set up kingdoms? I said indigenous Americans left America and set up themselves kingdoms and civilizations.
In Africa?
Indigenous Americans known as Moorish Americans to history or known as Moors went into Africa to set up themselves kingdoms in old times and in recent times. This can't be debunked.
Because it was made up. That's why it can't be debunked. This shit was just made up right here during this hour. What do you mean?
Okay. Well, I'm willing to debate that. I'm willing to debate it. I don't want to go back and forth with him. You're a funny looking dude. Like, I'm willing to debate that shit.
Look, why are you attacking him?
You just made that shit up.
No, I didn't. Like,
where you get it from? Where you get it from?
It's like if I say something and all the motherfucker rebuttal is you made that up.
You being biased. You being biased. Where you get that shit from? Where you get it from?
Yeah, I'm asking because I ain't trying to be biased. I'm trying to get
biased. We want to know where you got that shit from.
I'll really just debate you.
Where did you get that cute shit from, my nigga? Where'd you get it from?
Dude, hey, calm down, man. Stop asking me questions, fam.
We just want to know where you got it from. We just want to know
what you want to know. Let somebody else ask me, Flip.
3 people just asked you.
You already
asked, and I haven't disrespected you, fam.
Somebody
so
said, "Get him, King."
Let me get an answer.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, you can ask me, man. This dude is just playing games, nigga. Like, fuck out of here, man. Your name, Abo Killer. It's like, what the fuck you gonna get out of that?
Yo, but we got to get specifics though. Like when we talking about these Moorish American kingdoms from these Moorish American kingdoms from America came to Africa and set up kingdoms. Now we got different peoples and different groups throughout Africa, and the same in America. So we got to figure out which, when we doing history, we got to figure out which kingdom, which tribes came over to Africa and did this setting up. You know what I'm saying? And then after that, we get into the specifics, language, culture, what they shared or whatever. So, which tribes did this that came to America and did this? I mean,
right.
Africa.
What's your evidence? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
All right. For recent time, I can show you how sub-Saharan Africans, West Africans don't have any writing script. That they got their writing script from King Noya from Cameroon, and also the Vai syllabary is from America, from the Cherokee script. So both of these places in West Africa and Central Africa both get their language writing script from Moors of Asia and America. So look up the Vai, V-A-I syllabary.
Which King Noya, brother? Which King Noya?
Hey man, stop asking me shit, nigga.
Which King
Noya?
Which King Noya? You can call me all the names you want to. You can call me all the names you want to. That ain't gonna faze me. Which King Noya? Which King Noya?
It don't make a difference.
Which King Noya, brother? Which king you referring to? Since you
It
said
don't matter.
he
It don't make a
provided the
difference.
writing
You're
script.
done. You're done, man. You're done.
You're making claims. And
Interrupting me, that's all you got.
You
I'm
said
laying it down for the brother who asked the
you
question.
said researcher.
I'm not
You
gonna
said
let
name
nigga
calling. You
interrupt
said
me
all these
when I'm
things.
answering another nigga's
You was
question.
referring to
I'm
me.
not answering shit.
You
for
just said
you,
my
nigga.
name several
I'm answering
times. I
his
ain't said your
question,
name
nigga.
not one
Fuck your
time.
stupid looking
You
ass
said
nigga.
my name several
I
times. I
don't
ain't
give a
said
fuck.
nothing.
I can't
I
even
just
donate you
asked
no nigga.
a
Fuck you,
question.
nigga.
Now, who is King
Come
Noya? Who is
on.
King Noya? I
You got
never
the
heard of
fool
this
stick
guy.
up your ass. You so
Hey,
tight.
tell him to shut the fuck up so we can learn.
You got a
Hey,
fool stick up your so
niggas
tight.
a straight
Jay
goofy,
Reed.
bro. Can't y'all see a goofy when
Is
y'all
you the police, Jay Reed? You the police?
stupid ass fucking funny ass nigga, man?
Yeah.
Who is King Noya? And how many was it?
Abraham, okay, Abraham
Yeah.
Noya.
Oh, it's on
Yeah.
now.
Abraham Noya.
Come on with it. Come on with it.
Listen,
Come on with it. All that.
what's wrong with this nigga, bro?
Where is your evidence?
Right, I just dropped the video on the.
You ain't dropped shit. We ain't got that. We ain't got no. I don't see nothing. Ain't nothing in the private chat.
Right,
Ain't nothing in the other chat.
Hey, now the
We
question
ain't
on,
dropped
man. You
shit.
starting to put
We
that
ain't
nigga,
dropped-
man, for
we ain't
real.
dropped shit. Where is it?
This ain't cordial and
Where's it at?
fucking clown pussy.
Where's it at? There's nothing. No, you don't
know
like being challenged. You scared because you can't prove that shit you be kicking. And I caught that ass since
Nigga,
day
I'm
one,
answering
my nigga.
one nigga's question.
Since day
not
one, I
two,
knew you was
you
on some
idiot.
fuck shit.
Nigga, I'm not answering no two niggas question. I'm answering one nigga question
you
at
hurt.
a time.
You hurt.
Nigga,
Sean got him some money turned up.
You said you
ass
motherfuckers left
All right,
America
Sean, I
and
see
went
you.
other
Dumb looking
places
ass nigga.
and built kingdoms. We want that
Stupid
evidence.
ass
Where's
home
it at?
truth, nigga. Shut the
You
fuck
said
up.
it can't be refuted because you just made it up, my
Nigga,
nigga.
shut your bitch ass up, nigga. We
You've
do
been on the
debates
panel
out
for
here,
30
nigga.
minutes.
I ain't giving you
Been on
all
the
my
panel for
info.
30
All
minutes on that bullshit.
Hey, so P and F.
Come on.
So
all
what
this shit
about
you came on here talking
Unsubidi,
about, calling names and all of that shit.
Capele, Phone?
Talking, bro.
That's all you've been doing.
You got the
Research
Adinkra
that.
symbols. How did you miss all those other scripts?
Where the research at?
Okay. You said a dinka, bro. I said written language script until Moon came. And that borrowed
You got
arguing against your
you
ass.
got Tafina, Capele, Unsubidi. These are all writing scripts.
Hold on, did you miss Sub-Sahara? Sub-Sahara.
He's naming
did not have a
Sub-Saharan writing scripts
until King Noya introduced it. I said Sub-Sahara. I didn't mention East and North and all those places.
What the fuck is Sub-Saharan at?
People, Matthew, because they like to emphasize on the Bantu Sub-Saharan.
You don't know. He don't know.
You're saying you a black African, right? What is the etymology?
No, I'm not saying that.
No, I said they. I didn't say you. I said they. Just listen. Now,
you got Lotus arguing against your stupidity. You got to be out your mind. He was on your side.
When you look
So
at
you
the
fucked up.
definition, it take you back to Sub-Sahara, right? The definition of black, a dark-skinned person, typically from Sub-Sahara, right? So I'm saying they didn't have no writing script to 1903. So
That's
they're not
bullshit.
civilized.
He
That's
just named Insuditi. It predates all of
Shut
that.
your pussy ass up, man. Let
It's
the
a
man
wrap.
finish.
Right, you know that nigga's
It's a wrap.
a weirdo, bro. We can sense his weirdness.
See, and you got to understand how these writing scripts. You got to understand how a lot of these writing scripts were used too.
Come on, man. Y'all don't even fucking know African languages, brother.
Yeah.
Y'all sitting over here talking about what no writing scripts. Nigga, they been having writing scripts. What the
Y'all
fuck is you
can't
talking about?
see a funny ass nigga when y'all see
You
one.
niggas don't know, bro. You don't know. You just sit here and said you motherfuckers left America and went other places and start building kingdoms. Where the fuck is that evidence at?
I can say what I want to say, you dumb bastard.
You right. You can say whatever you want to say, but that don't mean it's true. That don't mean it's true. So everything you say, we take with a grain of salt because you a coward ass nigga sitting on a panel lying your motherfucking ass off. You done came up here trying to be not a coincidence. Not a coincidence. It ain't even cool for us to get up there and be calling niggas bitches and saying this and saying that. And
So where's the Arabic script come from? Where's the Arabic script come from?
But soon
Like,
as
that's
Sean
what we
say
doing,
something,
man. So
fuck
we
that
ain't really
bitch,
trying to
fuck
learn
that
nothing.
bitch.
So we just gonna
Yeah,
antagonize
you suck
people.
ass
That's what we
nigga.
doing.
You don't know nothing.
I got that shit, better shit to do in my damn time. So we
Well,
just
go
antagonize
take your old ass to
people.
sleep, nigga. Take your motherfucking lying old ass to sleep.
That's what we doing.
Wisdom, take your old lying ass
That's
to
what we
sleep,
doing.
nigga.
Y'all ain't shit but some clout chasers.
Then you go suck your
Clout
mama dick,
chasing who,
nigga.
nigga? You ain't got
You
nothing.
go suck
You
your
ain't got
mama
nothing
dick,
none
you
of us
pussy
have.
ass
All
nigga.
you do is talk about
You ain't got
Aboriginals
nothing
every
none
day,
of
nigga,
us
so you
want, bro.
chasing clout,
Go
nigga.
There's
suck your mama
nothing
dick,
that you
pussy ass
have that
nigga.
any
That's
of
the
us
way
can
you
do,
do.
Those
bro.
are not letters.
We all got our own
That's
shit
not
going
right. That's
on,
not
man.
letters.
Cloud chasing. Who the fuck chasing cloud off a nigga that just said you left America and start building kingdoms everywhere else? Who wanna follow that dumbass shit?
Listening to that nigga, your ass gonna goddamn.
Your ass couldn't
Nigga,
even
they
build
don't
a
want to be
goddamn boat, nigga. How
they
the
don't
fuck
want to
you
be
gonna
no
talk about
slave.
building a kingdom?
You
You
cool
can't
kid
build one.
ass nigga. Nigga, they don't want to be no slave.
Y'all two dumbass niggas, man. Take your
You a
old
slave.
ass
Boy, you
to
a pussy,
sleep,
boy.
nigga.
You a born
tired.
pussy. You believe you
Take
pussy.
your old
I'm
ass
not
to
gonna
sleep.
lie, some niggas.
Boy, you
Wisdom,
say
take
you was a
your
slave,
tired
boy.
old
You
ass
make no
to
crap.
sleep,
You
nigga there
nigga
is
any
weird,
kind of way.
bro.
Take your
Nah,
tired
nigga.
old
Hey
You
ass.
address your
yo,
fate,
we
nigga.
showing the Insabidi. They showing the
They know
Insabidi
it.
writing script
They know
Them
it.
right
boys,
now,
them
which
boys
they
They
believe
know
still
it.
white folks
use in
enslaved them.
They
they
know it.
still use it in Nigeria and they use it in Cuba and Brazil as well.
When
It's
was
dated
it
to the
developed?
5th
When
to the
was this
15th
writing
century.
developed,
What was the
brother?
date on
Not
that?
pictographs.
What was
We're
the
talking
date?
about writing.
What's the date?
Writing letters, brother.
What's the
Script.
date? Nigga, how the fuck you think they
I
just
don't
built
even
the script
hear
not to
you,
write?
bro. Like you so much of a kid, nigga. You're a kid.
God
Bro.
damn.
Fuck you, nigga. When I get down, I get down. If I
You ain't getting down on nothing but your
Yo,
knees.
PNF, man.
all right, bro. I respect
No, I want to hear. I want to
saying?
hear about PNF. I want to hear about the writing scripts that came from over here. So you could present and show the writing scripts that predated these other writing scripts in West Africa.
Judas do the right thing and kick him off right quick. On the real, I know he one of the guys, but kick his bitch ass off, bro. No disrespect. We can come on, bro. Let's do this, bro.
It says the 5th century.
Nobody. He just wants some attention, and y'all know it, bro.
Don't want shit from you, nigga.
Yo, listen.
Shut
Hold
your
on real
ass
quick.
up, then.
Hold on. Yo, peer up. Hold on. Listen, Sean is being real cool right now. He ain't even wild or nothing. I know how Sean get.
Yeah,
You came. Hold on, PNF. Yeah, no, you came on here talking about no name calling, and the first thing you did was start calling Sean names, bro. That shit is crazy.
Nah, you misheard me. I said that's all they do. When you come with facts,
Man, he was all types of bitch ass nigga, all
call.
types of shit, bro. Like, come on, bro.
I didn't say I was
Yo,
gonna
it
call him.
says. Check this out. It says Insabidi was transported to Cuba and Haiti via the Atlantic slave trade, where it developed into I can't pronounce it. Aforana.
Cash,
And
as you
Bebe
talking,
symbols.
Cash, as you talking, right?
Right?
Get this book. We ain't gotta we ain't gotta argue with no goddamn body. That's why I say what I say.
Man,
we ain't gotta argue with nobody. Get this book.
Up, nigga. It's not on you right
Get
now.
this
bro.
book.
It ain't even on you right now.
You see the book?
Hold on, PNF. Let Sean go, then it's on you next, man.
You see the book?
You can say what you gotta say.
You see this book? Get this book. Flash of the Spirit. All right. So in here you see the Insabidi. All that shit is in this book. Other artistic shit, all in this book. It talks about the experience, how shit got to the Americas, all of that. Get this book.
Well, you tell us then, smart guy, how shit got to Americans.
I just read it at the bottom. I just read it when he had the Insabidi.
Take your old ass to sleep.
It says
Guys,
Insabidi was
get from it.
Insabidi, yo, wisdom. I'm about to read it.
Yo,
I'm about to
wisdom.
read
You
it,
asked the
wisdom.
question. Wisdom. You asked the question.
I'm about to
Cash
read it to you.
answer it.
It says Insabidi was transported to Cuba and Haiti via the Atlantic slave trade, where it developed into the it's the small Anaforana and Veve symbols, and we call it in Palo, we call it Patipimbas. So the Patipimba is the same writing script that we use, and the Abakwa is the Anaforana. I might be pronounced because I'm not an Abakwa initiate, but it's basically the same thing that we write on the ground.
Now, can I ask you a question about it? Because it seems like that's a one-way synopsis. So is it by chance that it could have been coming from the other side as well, like a trade, because you know trade is bilateral. So you're trying to say that no one from Brazil or from the Americas ever went to Africa before?
It's a secret society language, man. That
Yeah.
language
Right.
wasn't used commercially.
Listen, man. Listen. I did not deny the man. Listen, man. Y'all be listening to argue, man. I'm just trying to see where the fuck y'all brains is at. All
I can
that
answer
together.
your question. I can answer your question.
I ain't even really get to finish it because niggas be coming with some rough shit, man.
Well,
I'm telling you,
well,
man.
go ahead, Wisdom.
I'm too gangsters to let whole niggas try to check a real nigga. It's never gonna happen, dog. It's gonna be friction every time. I'm not no fuck nigga. Never gonna be one. Respect.
No, go ahead, Wisdom, because I want to answer. I want to answer your question. I want to
Right.
answer your question.
So now I'm asking again, bro. First of all, I ain't heard nothing about this language stuff you bringing up. You know what I mean? So now I'm actually asking from critical thinking aspect. So
Yeah.
so they saying that I heard you reading that you said that people came from. I'm assuming that they came from Africa and they went into down to Cuba and shit that you were saying. If I'm not mistaken, that's what you were saying, right?
Right.
So now I'm asking, could there have been a bilateral situation as well, to where people maybe had left from Cuba or the Americas and went over to that place and had been there for a while, and then other people getting transported back over here or whatever the case? Could have been a two-way situation is what I'm saying.
Well, it wouldn't have been a two-way situation in the case with us, right? Because so with me and Paulo, right? I come from a specific house. My house is Trunco Saber, right? And it has dates. You know, some of these houses go back to the 1870s, 1850s, depending on when the slaves who came over, you know, when they established it after the slave trade happened. Same in the Abaquar, which they use the Insabiti or it's hard for me to pronounce that word. They, in those lodges that they have down in Cuba, they have certain dates. And they say which part of like Nigeria or Cameroon they come from, whether it's the Fik house, whether it's a BBO house, or whether it's the Ford house. You know what I'm saying? So with all these houses or lodges or different groups, it has an origin date on them. You know what I'm saying? Especially with
Africa. Just tell them they come from Africa.
Yeah, it come from Africa. But he's saying, like, well, is it a two?
No, I like what dude's saying. Why y'all keep doing that shit, man? I'm learning from this guy, and I want to ask him a question based on what he's saying.
But I want to give you the specifics, Wisdom, like because in the lodges, in the Abaquar lodges, which they come from these people, they got the exact date. So if you go down there to like one of their lodges, or you go around it, it'll have, hey, this lodge, we started this in 1850, we started this in 1875, because a lot of them that were brought over there were fishermen. They were all good at fishermen, because in that part of Nigeria, where in Cameroon, where they snatched them from, that's the Delta region, right? That's the Delta regions, rivers and everything right there. So they were already good fishermen. So when they came to Cuba, they used a lot of them for that skill set. They were good fishermen and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of them started those lodges over there in Cuba, those Abaquar lodges, where they still use the Insabiti to this day.
Yeah, but still, that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant when it comes to what he's asking us. It ain't about the lodges at this point. We know that the language traveled. Several languages traveled, but some languages was lost, or scripts were lost. The claim and what we're talking about goes back to someone saying that motherfuckers didn't have no goddamn script.
Mm-hmm.
That's the claim. Okay. So all the other stuff doesn't have anything to actually do with it. We know that there were several
scripts. Right about the specific question, but I guess, let me be more specific. Yeah, you're right. But the point he was making, I guess that don't have nothing to do with what I'm asking, right? So now I'm just taking that point because he ended up using that, kind of caught my attention when it was saying people were going to Cuba and all this type of thing. And then by him saying that these different lodges or whatever, that they was over there in Africa, and that
they brought African
Cherokee script was similar to it. Y'all saying something about Cherokee?
Yeah, but it had the date. They had dates when they started. That's why I was saying it wasn't a two-way thing, because they had dates of when they started the lodges in Africa. Because he was asking, was it a two-way thing? Because we had went over there, and I was like, no, because these dates of these lodges, this was when they got there in Cuba. you know, after some time, this is when they started these lodges, these fishermen. That was, you know, that was there.
From some Cuban perspective, but the fucking Africans are gonna tell you that we ain't got shit to do with none of that shit. We brought what we had with us, and when we got there, we had to hide the shit under some other shit. Syncretism.
Yeah. Okay, let me ask you, brother, this though, because this kind of what I'm going with. Because like I said, man, I'm just trying to put everything on the table. You know what I mean? Y'all want to continue to go down a certain narrative, that's fine. But I just want to throw some stuff out there because I'm asking. Now, when it comes to like I said, like the trade and everything, you know what I mean? Like it, man, you know that Africa coast and Brazilian coast is like right there. You know what I mean? I'm sure these people have been trading with each other for many years. No. And even like when y'all talking about the 1800s or whatever the case, we know according to the standard history that they saying that the Spanish was in Florida and all this type of area within the 1500s and shit like that. You know what I mean? So, and of course we know they had the Spanish territory, the West Indies and all that shit on lock. You know what I mean? Of course we know people being sent from Europe and all those places down. So what I'm saying is, like, how can we just say that it wasn't bilateral? How can we just indefinitely say that?
Because we have evidence.
No way you can indefinitely say that.
We have evidence.
Like during that time, though, my brother, I heard you say you got evidence. But what I'm saying is, but there is more evidence support to contrary too, is what I'm saying. When we
no, it's not. There's no evidence saying that they brought some shit back. There was no trade, bro. The early inception of any type of trade was influenced by Europeans' involvement. No one in Brazil,
bro. You know that's automatic line when you just look at the trade period. Why I'm not trying to cut you off,
but they weren't seafaring people.
Instead of you guys want to just look at it and be like, damn,
they weren't building boats and going out the ocean, bro.
You making it an absolute. Hold up, bro. Hold up, wait, man. Cause I be either question your integrity or I be questioning your education. One of the two.
Absolute. I didn't. Okay, we don't have evidence.
I'm telling you,
what was the oldest boats in South America that were made in South America?
Man, come on, man. That's what I'm saying. That what the fuck they got to do? Anything?
There's no archaeological evidence for your claim.
Indefinite, bro. That
okay, not your claim, your question.
It was not. Listen, I'm repeating what you saying, so you might want to listen. Because I think I'm repeating what you saying. I think you just said that. When I was asking, could there have been, right? Not using absolute, could there have been a bilateral trade? You made an absolute saying no, it could not have been for the ABC, whatever reason you just gave. And you basically telling me that's not how trade works with ships. So what I'm saying is, when you just look up basic trade, period, you know that people go from one place and drop off and pick up from that place, and then they go to that place, drop off, pick up from that place. They never try to leave with their vessel empty. So that's an automatic lie.
So who was coming from Africa to Brazil to pick up and drop off and then take back?
The French, the Dutch, the Portuguese, which was like some of the first people to travel across the water.
That's
according
the
to
slave trade.
Wait, listen,
that's
man.
Definitely the slave trade.
No, man, it's not really true, man. Listen, man.
Yeah, it is true, man. Yes, it is.
It is you guys, y'all biased thought way of thinking.
No,
you're gonna do everything, you don't do nothing at all. Y'all leaving
trade in natural resources.
Listen, man, you leaving valuable information.
Also
y'all act like y'all want to know what history, what really happened, but y'all don't want to know.
Okay,
so how can you tell us what really happened when you don't have the evidence?
Cash,
bro.
What the fuck is people doing? What the fuck is people doing? Africans doing in Cuba? What were they doing in Cuba? Were they not?
They were brought over there to do slavery.
Right, but what kind of slavery? What kind of work were they doing?
They were sugar. They were doing a lot of sugar over there. Sugar and rum.
So we know that they were trading sugar. We know that they were trading sugar, but they motherfucking was bringing slaves over there, bro. That's what we saying. We got the history.
We're trying to get to the who, what, when, where, how, though. Okay, whoopee. They were sending slaves. That's your main point. Bro, that ain't the point. What I'm trying to explain to you is that, bro, what y'all call our Africans are not fucking Africans. The people that was coming and shit for the most part. What I'm trying to explain to you, hold up, wait. I'm going to explain why I'm saying that. You got to give me time. Then just explain why I'm saying what I'm saying. And you can then refute the shit.
We ain't got
to you what I know to be true for my damn self, like I said from the beginning.
All right, so I'm gonna refute you real quick without even saying a word. I'm gonna let you talk, I'm gonna let you talk, but I'm
finna be finished, bro. It's gonna be short.
Put me on the
So
screen.
you won't even think it'll be
I'm gonna
long.
let you.
But it's like you
No,
gonna
I'm
talk
gonna
right
let you
after
talk.
me.
I'm gonna let you talk. I'm gonna let you talk.
Here it come. Here it come. Well, let me talk. Here it come. What I'm trying to say is that part of Africa where y'all saying everybody come from for some reason, all I did they basically come from fucking that part of Africa for some reason. What I'm trying to say, these are the so-called European folks, which is the French, the Portuguese, the Dutch, and all that, and the Romans, you know what I mean, that all control that area of Africa, bro. It's a fact. You know,
Hold on, he going through different time periods, man. The Romans.
No, what I'm trying to say is, bro, it's still, y'all keep saying different time period. What you got to understand is that it always have been controlled by other people for a very long time. When you go down, when that first thing when I mentioned,
you got to stop now because you're
hold
wrong.
on, let me just finish with this sentence right here, bro. Cause I can't hear you when you talking too, nigga. So goddamn, let me just finish so it won't sound like we being rude.
You still gonna
be
wrong.
So, okay, well, I need to pause something. Man. Go ahead, man. Somebody got something to say something important. Can I finish my sentence?
This is very important. This is very important.
Go ahead, man.
It's called African slavery in Latin America and the Caribbean. We know what the fuck was going down, brother. We got the evidence.
Going down, nigga? What was going down?
You just asked us about a fucking trade, and then you involved the French and all of these motherfuckers who were kidnapping and bringing people to these fucking places that's right here in Latin America and the Caribbean to do slave work. They tended to fucking sugar. Look, we can't make this shit up.
What is that, bro?
Oh, you don't read books.
A book, brother. It's a book.
Some you afraid of.
What I'm saying is, man, why you gotta be like, man, hey man, respectfully, man.
No. While you was talking, the evidence is on the screen, brother.
Hey, listen, man.
You got the whole shit. Everything.
Hey, listen, man. I don't do the. Listen, I don't do the in the cloud shit, my nigga. Cause that's what it seems like you on. So let me just say this to you,
what
man.
the fuck is that right there? Does this
Listen,
look
man,
familiar
I don't
to
understand,
you? Does this
bro,
look
why
familiar
you
to you?
keep fucking
Does
up
this
the
look
bill,
familiar
bro?
to you? Look at
Bro,
this.
let me
Does it
ask you
look
this
familiar
question,
to
man. Why
you?
you keep fucking up the bill, bro? Is you doing this on purpose?
Does this look familiar to
Is you doing this on purpose?
Hold on. How you fucking up the bill? Because he's showing evidence? That's all he's
because I was
doing.
just trying to close out my damn shit. What evidence he's showing? Not a coincidence. Some bullshit
He's
that ain't
giving-
got nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Does this look familiar
He's showing
to
you.
What is he
he's
showing?
showing-
Like plantations that just mean just a place to work at? Plantation don't mean nothing. Don't mean slavery, man. It don't have to mean slavery, man. Like who taught y'all? Who educated y'all, man?
No, what he's showing you is the area. Yeah,
Y'all think just
he's
because, hold on,
showing.
man. Y'all think just because they say African descent, that these folks literally say you got to be the king of Africa?
You?
No, it don't mean that, fam. That shit can mean
Yes,
that you
it
just follow
does.
African culture and you can be of African descent.
No, it
But y'all
don't.
don't know what words mean.
No,
Because
it
y'all so
don't.
tricked. You know what I'm saying? But like I say, the nigga can't even get to the basics with y'all about nothing because for some reason this guy just keep on just interrupting for no reason.
Yo,
Because I was
Sean,
trying
let
to
me know when
mention
you're
because the
done
brother
so I
just
can show him
said
something.
that I was going out of the timeline. When I was
I'm
trying to
almost
mention to him
done.
about the importance of French
I'm almost
Africa,
done.
Portuguese Africa,
This
Dutch West
Africa,
Africa,
this
all these
Africa
West
right
African
here.
places.
Why they
And,
showing Africa
bro, God
right
damn,
here?
man.
And
Okay, man,
then
let me know
going
when
back
you
to the
finish,
Caribbean
homeboy.
and
Let me
South
know when you finish,
America
homeboy.
right here. Why would they do
What you
that?
saying again, man? Repeat what you saying, man. Cause
Hold
you
on,
be talking to
wisdom.
me and I can't hear your ass.
I
Go
know
ahead,
because you
man.
keep
Repeat what you
talking.
saying,
Wisdom. You can't hear him because you keep talking.
nigga. No shit,
Come on,
nigga.
bro.
I just said I'm finna be quiet so the nigga can talk, but you must not hear me talking, nigga.
I
If you
hear
got
you.
questions over what the
Now-
fuck I was saying, nigga, fuck it then.
And I hear
Nigga, I'm
you
listening. I told that
still
nigga I
talking.
was listening, and you come back and say some crazy shit that I just said. That what you were saying again, man? Repeat that.
Alrighty. So right here on the screen is the places where they got people from, right? They dotting them up and they showing you where they got these people from along the coast of West and Central Africa. And then they're telling you where they dropped the motherfuckers off at. South America right here. And the fucking Caribbeans and everything else we just talked about right here. These two maps
Can I
are
ask you a question,
essential.
bro? Sean? Can I ask you a question, Sean P?
These two, no, hold on, let me finish.
Let him finish.
All of this goes back to the actual point of what we're talking about. Because you started off talking about, was there a bilateral trade? And I'm telling you, the answer to that is no. There was no bilateral. Then you brought into the equation the white people. Now you're talking about the slave trade. And yes, a part of the slave trade were fucking people on that boat and resources. And they were bringing them to these islands in South America and places like Brazil and all of that shit for sugar.
Yep.
Because the French love fucking sugar in their tea. That shit was like fucking liquid crack back in the days for them.
Go.
They didn't know how to mine that shit.
Bro, they was working folks to death. They was working folks to death,
what did I
man,
say
on
to
those
disagree with any
sugar
of that?
plantations.
What did I say to disagree with any of that? What was his whole point of bringing that
No,
out, y'all?
the whole point was, brother, you was on some whole bilateral trade shit. No, that negates all of that. And it takes us back to where we needed to go the whole entire time. That's why I told you to take your old ass to sleep, because you asking dumbass questions. You acting like my kids when they get sleepy.
Listen, man, you sound stupid, man. All that shit ain't gonna fly. You ain't got nothing else to say, fuck nigga, because you already supposed to know you can't tell grown folk when to go to sleep, you pussy ass nigga.
Man, you take your old ass to sleep, brother. You asking tired questions.
Else, man, you ready to talk knowledge again with your stupid ass boy? You sound like you wet behind the ears, don't know how to respect your elders. Now be putting a belt on your ass.
But hey, Wisdom, I hope he like when he showed the book and we kind of talked about it, explained that it wasn't like a two-way thing or whatever, because you know, showing you what was going on. You know, showing you was. I mean, it was a.
You seem like you got sense, man. Can I ask you a question then?
What's
Since
that?
These niggas don't want to get to no real information. They did too extra out and shit. Yeah, because you can tell I sound like a man. But anyway, so it ain't no thing. It ain't no such thing called not fuck the bilateral. What they would call the trilateral slave trade that y'all were actually
it was a triangular slave trade, but the triangular represented the routes the Europeans went to coming down from Europe, you know, going to Africa, going to the Americas, going back, you know, because what they would do once they would get, you know, like sugar and different things, they was make one of the things they made was rum, right? Or they got European products, and this is what they traded with different warring factions, the kings or whatever down in Africa for slaves. You know what I'm saying? Whether it was an umbrella for the king and that was worth so many slaves, guns was worth so many slaves, cannon, and one of the things they could do with the rum, you know, with the sugar, they make rum and shit like that, and they trade that for slaves.
Hey, respectfully, so that don't sound like you explaining what I was saying.
I mean, no, I was trying to figure out what you was getting at, but if that's what you're saying, what I'm saying, as far as that particular trade,
the main idea, you know what I mean? I don't know why it's so hard for y'all to get shit.
But it was a trade.
Trying to argue against a nigga.
The middle
passage. But all I'm saying is it wasn't a fucking trade. Trade mean back and forth. That shit don't mean just one motherfucking way. A trade,
but it was a trade for slaves. It was a trade for slaves.
Okay, cool. But you said it was a trade with slaves, but I said it was a trade with slaves, sugar, everything else. Labor, free motherfucker was coming. All kind of shit was going on. You know what I mean? It ain't no box how y'all try to push it in, no circle how they got y'all niggas in.
No one put it in a box. We said all of that shit, and you didn't say that. So now you're trying to agree with us without trying to agree with us. You're not
trying to disagree neither.
Now, hold on.
I just told you ain't trying to agree with
Sean, you right.
Did you not catch it?
Yes, Sean, I agree. I call it. Hold on, wisdom. Hold on, wisdom. Sean, explain your point real quick. Wisdom, please do not interrupt you. Go ahead, Sean.
All right. So the point is this. You asked, was there a bilateral trade? No. There was no bilateral trade. All of this is orchestrated. When you brought the European in it, then you were having a different conversation. That was the Europeans doing all of this shit. There was no fucking Africans coming to the Americas and no fucking Americas going to Africa and doing business, picking up or dropping off or meeting halfway in the middle of the fucking Atlantic. Wasn't none of that happening. Mm-hmm. This wasn't our daily drug deal at the 7-Eleven. That was not happening. There were bodies on ships. The cargo manifest read if they had sugar, if they had salts, if they had certain peppers or seasonings, if they had clothes, ammunition, slaves, all of that was on these manifests. So we know when you're talking the French, the Dutch, the Spanish, the British, when you talking them motherfuckers, they had bodies on those ships along with their natural resources. They doing all the moving. They're the only ones orchestrating something because they're gaining everything from what happened. Oh yeah, I can't forget about the iron bars and shit like that, Khalil. You're right. But they had established, right, everything that was key and right. And guess what? When Khalil said rum, that shit was so addictive for them. That's what they really needed the sugar and shit for too. So they brought people here to tend to those lands and to tend to the fields in those areas. So now, if you go back and you really look at it, what the fuck were they taking Africans to South America for? And then you go and read and understand that when they taking them to South America, get Hugh Thomas' book, Slave Trade, get Hugh Thomas' book. My bad. There you go. Boom. On the screen. You get this book right here. It's gonna tell you where they were picking motherfuckers up at and where
that's Sean. Let them know the primaries they can find in there and how you could just
from the very first motherfucker who got kidnapped from Africa.
Yeah, how you could just, you know what I'm saying? You could just pinpoint, like, you could just focus on, like, they give you a person and now they take you to a whole nother route. Just look up these names that they give you. Yep. Look up the sources. Track the sources down.
In here. The
I know. Yeah,
telling the whole shit.
They got everything in there. They got everything in there. Like, so that's a good book right there.
They telling us, and I know, bro, you might not have read this and you don't know nothing about this, but they telling us we entered a village at night. When we entered the village at night, everyone started to run, but we cornered them. We killed a couple of them, captured the rest of them, and burned the damn village down and took them back to a whole nother place. They telling us shit like that specifically.
How we was hitting them with them.
You said we,
yo, what about
that? What you mean by we?
Yeah, we. Those are our ancestors. Yes, we. Those are our ancestors. So what about when we was hitting them with them poisonous arrows? And niggas was dying or be sick for weeks. Weeks off of them arrows. Like they wish they was dead. It was so bad. But that book also. Hold on, real quick. Wisdom. Yeah, Wisdom, real quick. That book, y'all can find that book on archive.com too. If you don't want to get the hard copy, it's on archive.com. That's a good book where you can start to try to understand the slave trade and things that happen. What's that? You got the.
Let me take the background off. I gotta take the background off on
this. Yeah.
So the right question is, well, why if y'all can say that y'all ancestors was the ones that was over there doing wreaking havoc, I guess you're trying to say on other Africans with the Ashanti slave trade, I guess all that shit.
Nah. Don't do it. Don't sell it like that.
Yeah.
Don't sell it like that. So real quick, hold on real quick. Let me tell them what this book is right here. See, this is right here. You got Jay Ajay, Michael Crowder. This goes in and tells you exactly, you talking about Oya, this gonna tell you all of that. But they're also telling you what's happening. They got a whole shit in here about these white people, yo, and what the hell they done came in there and did. They got the whole thing right here, yo, the whole thing. They telling you from the 1600s to 1800s, and they got it before that. They telling us what's happening. And these are Africans giving us the other side of it from their perspective. That's what people don't even know. And I got tons of this shit over here. Let me right here.
Yeah, Sean, we know you got that library over there, man.
Come on, man. And I can go downstairs and do this again, yo. I got the books all the way down on the floors and shit.
See, look, and he calls that indoctrination. Like that's the sad part. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, it's not.
That's what it is.
No, it's absolutely not.
Well, you might not know what the word indoctrination means then.
See, these things are supported by evidence. Like, we have a newspaper here of an ad for people to be sold. So there's no reason for them to. This isn't a story to tell. These people at this time is trying to sell something, man.
Yeah,
ain't no story to tell.
What's going on over there? We know that. Everybody know that.
So it's like 1 minute you're denying it, next minute you're saying it's happening over there. This is in South. This is in. Hold on.
I never denied that.
This is in South Carolina, brother. South
Try that
Carolina.
right there.
South Carolina. Look, we got Negroes. We got 114 Negroes coming in from Gambia. 127 coming from Gambia. These are different ships. We got a Negro woman just arrived from the coast of Guinea, right? We got prime 260 prime Negroes, all in good health and free from smallpox. Arrived yesterday in the ship Royal George Thomas Wonder directly from Angola by Bruton Doyley and Bruton. This is in 1769.
So
So
that's
look,
during
you
the
see,
time where it was still indentured servitude, right?
yeah, but these are slaves though, brother. These ain't you have indentured servitude. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Stop. I'm answering your question. Stop. Look, I'm answering your question. Servitude and slavery is not the same. At this time, we have laws that clearly make it that people imported in from on boats are slaves. People imported from non-Christian countries are slaves. These are the laws, and then also once they get here, and if a black woman is enslaved and she has a child, there's laws for that too. The mother, the child takes he inherits the condition of the mother. So, like you hear, it says healthy slaves, 127 healthy slaves. We're not going to confuse indentured servitude with slavery, right? We're not going to do that, and we know they're slaves because the ads say it.
Hold on, who they say was indentured servants? Somebody said I just came back.
No, well, I don't know. He just threw that out there.
A question because I'm just trying to. I see what that's saying. You know what I mean? Okay, I can't knock what you're showing there, but I don't even know you can find 5 other references to even support that. Since y'all want to talk about how you got to have 5 supporting documents to support what you're saying, you ain't gonna be able to support.
I got
find
you.
5 other documents
So
to support
now,
that right there. You know,
if I could
what
do
I'm
that,
saying
then
is, though,
what?
I was asking this though, not a coincidence, is that I'm not the type of person that sees shit. I just believe it. I'm just not. I'm still gonna use my own critical thinking. So don't think I'm just trying to go against what you're saying because I'm asking questions. That's not what I'm trying to do. So I'm just saying, according to history or whatever, right? You know what I mean? We would look at what they were saying, unless I could be wrong about the date. The first person that technically had the first permanent slave would have been the Anthony Johnson guy that supposedly was a black man. You know what I mean? They went to court. It's supposed to be Supreme Court documents already and all to support this. We understand that the first people that came in supposed to have been.
Okay, but question. I got a question about the Anthony Johnson thing. I just got a question about the Anthony Johnson thing.
You don't have to. That was just one. That's an example. Don't
I
start
know, but this is what you do.
The idea is, let me just finish. Not a coincidence, if you don't mind. You know, because I don't want to lose track of thought and get caught on my example. I was trying to make it that ain't my conclusion. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, okay, you heard the point I made about the Anthony Johnson or whatever, how they saying, and that's why I said, quote unquote, black man, quote unquote, supposed to be a Supreme Court case to support this. So I was trying to give a so-called primary that you reference to even support what I'm saying. So I would have to be stopped on that anyway. I didn't think you would stop me on that. But anyway, we know they're doing that. He's supposed to be a so-called indentured himself. They end up getting his freedom or whatever the case that he supposedly came from Angola, Africa, or whatever the case. You know what I mean? Which I don't technically believe, but I'm just trying to support to go along with what you're saying. But it seems like, okay, let's say if I was to believe that there were slaves over here or whatever the case, you know what I mean? Yeah, they were slaves until the time they was freed from their indentured servitude. So yeah, they were a slave for those 5 to 7 years or whatever indentured servitude they might have had under whatever contract for their food, clothes, and shelter or whatnot, or whatever for reason that they came over here. But we know for a fact, if we was to be genuine about y'all supporting the history, that they saying that there was people came over here and they didn't start off as no slavery as we know it. You know what I mean? It started as indentured servitude, and indeed, people did get their freedom, and it was mainly the people in the North, which is y'all, which is them 13 colonies and stuff that I'm talking about, that generally didn't have anything to do with the South. Georgia came later on, and that was a debt colony.
What are 13 colonies?
Bro, hold on.
List 13 colonies.
See, because that's the thing about it too, man.
List the 13 colonies.
Man, goddamn, shut the fuck up, right? Shit, bro. One shit.
No. We trying to go slow.
First of all, nigga, you can
we
find
trying
that
to go
shit
slow. You a con artist, bro. We know
Nigga,
you're
I'm
an
not no
old
motherfucking
school
con
con
nigga.
artist.
First of all, nigga,
We
you
know you're an
want
old
your
school
smart
con
ass nigga
artist.
instead of talking, want your smart ass
What
to
are
be
13
quiet in
colonies at,
class
bro?
and Google that shit, nigga.
What are
Won't you
13?
Google it right
Why
quick?
I gotta do
And
your
then you
work?
tell me the motherfucker 13, and then
Why I
you tell
gotta
me
do
when I'm
your work?
lying, nigga. Quit
You
stopping
said
me, nigga, on
you said
bullshit.
there wasn't no colony in the
So
South.
hold
Stop me on
on.
bullshit, you young ass nigga, you. Nigga, that you acting out
I
in
don't
class,
know.
nigga. What the fuck you doing?
Man,
You get put out the
listen.
motherfucking class, nigga.
Take your
You need to
old
take your
ass to
motherfucking
sleep.
ass to sleep, nigga. Because
You
that's
take
what
your
babies
old
do.
ass to
They
sleep.
start whining, they
You
start
bum ass
crying, they
reject
start,
ass
you know what I mean?
nigga.
Shut the fuck up, nigga.
You ain't
Fuck
got
wrong
shit
with you?
going.
Ask me some stupid shit like that, nigga.
Old
Ain't need my
dumbass,
motherfucker. Point your
old
dumb ass to look
dumbass
up the
Pluto
13
ass
colonies,
nigga. You
nigga.
too goddamn
Nigga, I
old to
just
be
told
this
your
stupid.
ass though is that one of the motherfucking
You
colonies was
too
supposed
old
to
to
be in
be this
Georgia,
stupid.
but you supposed to equate that.
You
Nigga,
too
hold
old
on,
to be
man. I'm
this
tired of talking
stupid.
stupid, nigga. No, you got something to say, man, so I can
You
finish what
too
the fuck
old
I
to be
was
this
saying.
stupid. What are 13 colonies at, nigga? Did you say Canada?
See, that's what I'm saying, man. Bro, you got life bullshit fucked up, man.
What are 13 colonies at, nigga?
Yo, hold on,
Is it
Sean.
Canada,
Let me ask him a question, Sean.
He don't know the answer, huh?
Canada,
He
nigga.
said he
That's
don't
where it's
know.
at.
He said Canada.
Canada
What
and
happened?
Hawaii, motherfucker. That's where they was at, nigga. In the Pacific fucking Ocean, nigga. In the Atlantic, nigga.
Right
In the
where
sky,
your
nigga. On the
right where
goddamn
your
moon,
diploma
nigga. That's
is,
where they was
where
at,
you
nigga.
said you graduated from.
Nigga,
Hold on.
you say dumb shit, you gonna get dumb answers, nigga. I'm sick of you
You got a
stupid.
Hold on,
GED, you got a
Sean.
GED in prison.
I give your ass another dumb answer, nigga.
You got a GED in prison.
Yeah, in prison, nigga.
I believe you too.
Yeah, for
Wi-
murking pussy ass nigga like you, nigga.
You ain't murder
Manslaughter, nigga.
shit.
With my
Hey,
hand,
wisdom.
nigga.
You ain't killed nothing that ain't let nothing die.
Nigga, I would never talk to a pussy nigga like you in real life, nigga. Never.
Yeah, your wife
Wisdom.
would. You got one.
Wisdom.
What's up, man?
Yo, look, let me say this. And I my thing is, I think a lot of this come from the Moors with our history right over here. A lot of it's being over complicated. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a lot of people ashamed of slavery. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's nothing to be ashamed of. It happened. You know what I'm saying? And America got the benefit off of it, right? But I don't want us to miss the goalpost. Like, we gave a lot of like certain specifics about the slave trade. You know what I'm saying? We started talking about Cuba, we started talking about Brazil, we started talking about what's going on in Africa or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Well, it's really one-sided for the European. You know, they may have taken certain goods over there, like rum and different things, to the Africans, but that was for slaves. You know what I'm saying? So we can't really call them like indentured servants or anything like that, because once you got over here on these side of the shores or whatnot, you was a slave for life. You know what I'm saying? After, what was it, like this 1600s, they just made black synonymous with slaves, period. And
Hold on,
one
bro.
thing.
Let me stop you right there, if you don't mind, bro. See, because that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm gonna have. I'm gonna have a little attention with that. When we come to the contemporary history, you know what I'm saying? Because unless you can show me otherwise. But as far as what I understand, that's not true. You know what I mean? That this so-called permanent slavery shit, unless Anthony Johnson and all that shit in those Supreme Court documents is a lie and all that. You know what I mean? That
All right, hold on.
Indeed.
Look, I need you brought it up again. Why do you keep bringing up Anthony Johnson? What is your point in bringing up Anthony Johnson?
Do you know? Are you familiar when I say Anthony Johnson?
Yeah, I am. Yes, I am.
I'm not familiar with it.
I am. I'm very familiar.
They say he supposedly that he was the first permanent slave owner, and there was supposedly was a black guy. There's some guy that somebody tricked him and tricked the slave into running away and saying that his time was up, his indenture time was up or whatever. And
so
and
Anthony
went to court.
So he don't know all the way.
Nah, so Anthony Johnson is a black man, right?
That's what they say, yeah.
And he's credited for owning the first slave, right? That's what you're saying?
Permanent, yeah.
Was that slave black or white?
They said it was a black one.
So what is your point? He's black. The slave is black.
My point was is that we were talking about the 1880 and all that type of stuff.
Anthony Johnson is in the 1600s.
Not necessarily 1880. What we're talking about. Hold up.
Anthony Johnson is in the 1600s.
That'd be wild when I say that, man. Goddamn, man. I got very good comprehension. I don't know about y'all.
No, you don't, nigga. You just fucked up 5 times.
Nigga, why the fuck you cut me off, nigga? How the fuck, nigga?
Because you dumb, nigga. Take your old ass to
I
sleep.
hate you niggas, man. I swear to God. I hate you niggas.
We know
man.
we hate you too.
Niggas like you, I hate you niggas. Not a coincidence talking to me, man. And I'm trying to answer this man question and pushing niggas.
Hold on, but you jump.
I hate you
Listen,
niggas, man.
Anthony. Listen, Anthony.
So if not a
Hold on,
coincidence, let
look.
me ask you a question.
Hold
bro.
on,
You the
Wisdom.
one
Let me
that
say
told me,
this.
right?
All right, let me say this real
Let
quick.
me ask you a
And you
question.
got the
I heard your
floor.
question, bro. I heard you.
Anthony Johnson dies in 1670, so there's no point in bringing up the
Cool, not a
1800s.
coincidence. It is a point if you let me explain it, bro. You asked me a
Nah,
question,
you
right?
about to make up some more shit.
Hey, coincidence. Did you ask me a question, man? All right. So I was asking.
No, he don't. No, he didn't. He didn't ask you shit.
Boy, I hate you pussy ass niggas, boy. I'm telling you, Lord have mercy.
Nah, he
Now,
didn't
hold on,
ask you
Sean.
about
Let
Man,
him,
you need to go kill your motherfucking self, nigga. I'm telling you.
let him go,
Go
Sean. Go
OD,
Sean.
nigga. Go to your nearest
Not a
fentanyl,
coincidence.
man,
Tapped out
and
on
get
asking you
busy.
shit, bro.
I'm sick of
You
you.
didn't win.
I'm sick of you, man.
You just tried to
not
flip
a
200
coincidence.
years of
And
history.
you had said though, you had mentioned about this picture on the thing right here.
What kind of
And I had asked you
integrity do you have,
you
bro,
had
to
told
talk
me that was
about
in South
a
Carolina. You know
nigga
what
from
I'm
the
saying?
1600s?
Hey, nigga, on
from the
damn with
1800s.
men, nigga. On
It
damn
doesn't
with
have no
men.
merit, bro.
Nigga.
Shit evolved and changed.
On damn with men.
There's no way
Back to
that
you,
you
not
can
a
make.
coincidence.
There's no way that you can make
This your
something that
show?
happened in the
Do you want me to
1600s.
ask your
None of
question or
it.
not a coincidence?
In the 1800s, when the circumstances is different.
Exactly.
Sick of you niggas, man.
So,
But anyway,
Anthony Johnson.
You had told me
Anthony Johnson.
that this picture right here was from in South Carolina, right? So when you told me that, I was like, okay, South Carolina. Then I think you told me a date too. I think you said something about like the.
Take your old ass back to church.
You said the 1700s.
Nah,
right? You said something about
1700
get off YouTube and take your ass back to church.
Man, listen, man.
Rejoin the church.
Hold on, Sean. Yo, Sean. Let him get it out. Let him get it out, Sean. Let him get it out.
God damn.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I don't even understand how that these niggas don't even know they pussy.
Hold on. Let me say something. So Anthony Johnson, yeah, he is a different case, but a lot of laws come about through his situation. Like, did you know in 16? Hold on, hold on. Wisdom. Hold on, real. No, do you know? No,
nigga. I mentioned Anthony Johnson.
Wisdom. All right, did you know?
I'm trying to get my point. I'm trying to get with the understanding with you about what I was saying, based on what you were saying. Because that's why I brought up Anthony Johnson, based on what you were saying. I was trying to ask you a question. Remember?
All right, go ahead.
Because I said when you were telling me about the South Carolina thing, how these people were indefinitely slaves, you know what I mean, during the 1700s that you were saying. And I was like, damn, I don't really think that's true, not a coincidence, based on the fact that if we're going to go with the history they were talking about, what's up with the indentured servitude shit? And I use Anthony Johnson as an example.
It cannot be true.
So I guess I'm asking you is, when did it get to the point, like, was it after this 1700 time, that's when people actually became slaves in America? Because aside from that, I'm still thinking that it was still indentured servitude, bro. And that was white or black.
So look, you're asking good questions, brother. You trying to take a minute to get there, but
this nigga being nice.
But so laws, like that's what I was trying to explain to you. Laws change. So like with Anthony Johnson, in his lifetime, and when he died in 1670, they made a law where basically black people can't own land because they're aliens. They're not from America, so they can't be citizens of these colonies. So when he died, the 50 acres that he did have, that he still had, they ended up taking it and giving it to his neighbor, a white man. Anthony Johnson, he did own white indentured servants because they didn't have laws stopping people from owning white indentured servants. You get that also in 1670 when they say no blacks or Indians can own a white Christian. And then in 1705, you get more laws where they say blacks, Indians, mulattoes, and I think they said Muslims can only own people of their own complexion. But meanwhile, white people can own everybody. Okay. So there is an evolution to slavery. It doesn't just start off as, oh, you're black, you're enslaved. It becomes that as time goes on.
Okay, let me ask you this, bro. Are you familiar with the transportation era? You know what I mean? I forget exactly what it's called, but I know they set up a transportation act to go against it. And like the brother was trying to infer that I was saying that white people come from South Africa and all that. That ain't necessarily what I'm saying, right? As far as like how I'm following not a coincidence, is that
So he was
like
right.
they've been playing word games with us. That's how I feel. I'm just
Well,
giving
he
you my
was
personal
right,
opinion
and you
I could be
try to
wrong.
make him out to be a liar, and he was right.
Nigga, I'm not trying to make him out to be a motherfucking thing. Fuck,
You
nigga,
did,
I'm
nigga.
sick of
You
you,
tried
man.
to
I'm
say
telling
that
you,
wasn't
man. I
you.
hate your
You
kind,
tried to
dog.
say that
I'm
wasn't
telling you,
you.
man.
You said it
Boy,
wasn't
you'll
you, and it
never
was
be a
you the
real
whole
nigga, man.
motherfucking time.
You'll never be a
I
real one,
told you
dog.
that you was
You gonna
fucking
always
con
be a
artist, bro. I pay
slave,
attention
man.
to what
I'm telling you, I can
you
tell
say
you
you
was a
talking
slave.
about, motherfucker.
I can tell your
I listen
ancestors
to
were slaves.
your old
I can
ass,
tell your
bro.
ancestors were sellouts.
Listen,
They
bro.
were snitches.
Listen, bro.
They were spies. They was
I
everything else. Boy, it's
listen
all
to
in your
your
bloodline,
slick
boy. I
mouth
can tell.
talking ass, nigga.
I can tell, man.
You tried to
I
make
can
Cali
tell,
out a
man.
fucking liar, yo, and
I
he
can
was right
tell,
about
boy.
your motherfucking
I
ass,
can
nigga.
tell. I
Nah,
can tell,
you
boy.
get the game fucked all the
I
way
can
up,
tell.
bro.
You get paid real good.
Yeah, yep.
Real good.
Oh,
This
dude,
your life, man.
you junkies love me.
You got too much invested, nigga. This sound like your
You
motherfucking life.
junkies love me, nigga.
You don't live who you is. You an African
Yeah.
nigga that don't do shit African. I guarantee it, nigga.
Yep, I do everything African, nigga.
I can't tell, nigga.
Shit, the
I
shit
guess
you doing right now,
but I guess
African.
so. Being a pussy ass nigga must be one on, nigga. You need to take that off the list.
Ain't nothing pussy about me.
I can't tell, nigga. You
Nothing pussy
talk,
about
you got
me.
more extra than a little bit, nigga.
Ask your daughter,
You eat a
nigga.
lot of soy.
Ask your
You
daughter,
ain't got no
nigga.
natural
Some
food
pussy
up there
about
in
me.
nothing, nigga.
Ask your
You
daughter.
I'm
Nigga.
telling you, nigga, you can't out-jose me. You can't out-intellectualize me. You can't out-curse me. You can't out-clown me. You can't out-sun me.
I don't need
Bitch,
to
you a
do. I
broke.
don't need to do
All
none
the
of
way
that.
around, nigga.
I ain't
Boy,
out
you ain't got
stupid
time
you
to
either,
get your
'cause you
ass
dumber
whooped
than
right
a
now. But
motherfucker.
I spank you real good. Nigga,
Yeah.
I'll make you go say that you got child
You
abuse,
sound
boy.
gay.
When you go to
You
school in
keep
the
talking
morning,
about
they gonna
spankings,
say
nigga.
child abuse,
Ain't
nigga.
no
They
motherfucking
gonna
grown ass
call
nigga
the
getting no spankings,
motherfucking
nigga.
law on me,
What is
nigga.
you
With
talking
your
about?
police ass. With your sheriff ass
There
nigga.
you
I
go
guarantee
again.
you one of them
There
motherfuckers
you
that
go
came down
again.
here
You keep
talking
bringing the
about
laws into this,
Jesus
man. He trying to
Christ
get your
is
channel
gonna
shut
save
down.
you. You know what I mean?
You keep
Nigga,
on
you a
bringing up
down Martin
12
Luther
and
King
all
and
of
the
that,
rest of
bro.
them nigga. I
You ain't got
guarantee
to
it,
do
nigga.
all of that. What you
Somebody
trying
we
to do
shall
all of that for with
overcome.
some
Nigga,
information?
we ain't have shit to overcome.
You
Y'all
that
pussy that nigga being abused up there in New York, nigga.
you
That's quiet as a
look.
kept.
And
Y'all
now he
nigga ran
think that
down
I'm
here.
in New York.
Nigga, don't
Look
you
at
put
what
your
y'all
nigga
saying.
ass
Trying
up.
to talk about New
All
York.
the white gangsters up there was fucking y'all niggas up, left and right.
Look,
Man, we gotta get
look.
this
Yeah.
motherfucker
He don't even know
down,
what he's
man.
talking
You
about.
know what I'm saying? That's what we gotta do. Oh,
He don't
country
even
ass
know what
nigga
he's talking
came down
about.
there and say, hey man, come up here, man. We can teach y'all English, cause y'all speak too much slang for us.
Look
We
how
slow.
dumb
We
this
can't
nigga
catch
sound,
on, you
yo.
niggas.
Hold
You
on,
niggas
we
shut
ain't
the
gonna
fuck
do
up.
that. We ain't
Yeah,
gonna
man.
just jump
You
on
don't
New
know
York.
shit.
Like, you
You don't know
wild.
Look how
shit.
dumb he sound, bro.
You don't want me to just tell you dumb straight to your face. I was trying to be polite. Nigga, you stupid.
Hey, I'm in Nashville, bro. You can tell me I'm dumb straight to my face, bro. That's how I want it.
Boy, I'm telling you right now, nigga.
You ain't telling me shit. I
stupid,
can't see your
nigga.
face.
Boy, stop playing with me, nigga.
I can't see your face. How you gonna
Nigga,
tell me
nigga,
something to
hey,
my
the
face
camera
and I
ain't
can't
it.
see your face?
I'm not going, if that's whoever talking, I'm
I
not
can't
going to
see
do
your
nothing
face,
to
bro.
that
So
guy.
how you gonna tell me something and you can't? You won't even
I
put
am
on
scared
camera.
for my
You
life.
can't even look
Whoever
me
this
in
guy
my
is right
eyes,
here,
man. You a fucking coward.
this guy is scared for my life. If I ever see him in person, I'm
You
going to
a
feel
coward.
threatened. And I do not wish to cause him no harm. But if he get within my range, my personal range, I'm going to be scared for my life. I think his name is
You
Sean.
gonna be all that.
You know what I mean? It will be
Yo,
total
yo,
self-defense.
That nigga doing the Charleston White.
Like,
Yeah,
find
you doing
somebody
the
to play
Charleston
with,
White.
nigga. I'm not going to play them games with you. Find somebody to play with.
All right, hold
Find
on.
somebody to
Wisdom.
play with, nigga.
Wisdom.
Play with your daughter,
I tell you niggas ain't about that life.
Wisdom. So
Yes.
did you know in 1670 the Johnson family lost their land because they was black?
Not in particular, sir.
And you know that they had to give it to the white neighbors. Did you know that?
Not until you tell me, but that's what I was saying. That we'll have a debate about white, black, all that other shit. I don't want to do that. But no, I didn't.
Debate.
Yeah. Because I don't know if you guys are familiar with the fact that North Africans can be white, according to the status.
Well, we're not talking about North Africans. So did you know?
No, we said we're talking about white and black.
That's
When you talk about white and black, you're talking about Africa.
We all over the place again.
No, I'm not on point. And
No,
when
you
you're talking
ain't.
about white and black, you're talking about Africa and Europe. That's what you're talking about. When you talk about white and black, you're talking about Africa and Europe people.
No.
Immigrants. You talk about immigrants.
No.
Yes.
No.
So look,
how did you come to that conclusion?
Because when you talk about black,
no, listen to what I asked you. I asked
you, how did I come to that conclusion, nigga? I'm answering you, fuck
no,
nigga.
You not. You trying to take me
I hate
somewhere.
your kind, nigga. I hate your kind, nigga. I'm just
yo.
on my toes,
You
nigga. I don't have to think about it. You asked me a question, I was answering, nigga. You just
don't know
slow.
the answer.
Like,
you don't know the
nigga,
answer,
my
so you
question
just
already?
keep talking
Yeah, nigga.
until
It's
you
called
get
witch,
off
nigga.
answering
That's
the
what it's
question.
called. It's called witch. Do you want to answer or not? You ask me how did I come to the conclusion, and I say, well, black, such, and you say, listen to what I'm saying. Boy, stop.
Keep your jail.
Hold on.
Somebody to play with, man. Your attention span low, man. Go take your Ritalin or something so you catch up, nigga.
Nigga, you just said you just had a problem with people reading books. I put out a 1,000-page book, and you're like, why you reading that? That's indoctrination.
You nigga
But you gonna
need
tell me that
long
my
stroke or something. That's what it is.
That's my dog.
That is long stroke.
That's my dog, matter of fact. You hear my dog in the background.
I'm talking about some pussy, nigga. You need
that was your dog? I thought that was
that's my
Cash
dog
snoring. I thought that was Cash snoring. That's why I put it up there
that's
like
English
Nigga,
bulldog.
need to go get some pussy, nigga. Need to learn how to daddy long stroke.
All right, hold on real quick.
Ask your
Yo,
dog.
Sean.
Too much instant, boy.
Sean, let me show him something real quick.
Let me show him something real
quick.
Yeah,
Sean,
I'm playing with her. Fuck
yo,
you
wisdom.
Yeah.
You told me you didn't know about the 1670 law that said that black people in these colonies are aliens and they can't own land. So you told me you didn't know about that. So this is in 1705. Let me show you. So this is an act concerning servants and slaves, 1705, right?
Yeah.
And so this is how we know black people wasn't owning white people because, and this is what they said in 1705, Mohammedans or other infidels shall at any time purchase any Christian slave, nor any other except of their own complexion, or such as declared slaves by this act. And if any Negro, mulatto, or Indian, Jew, Moor, Mohammedan, or other infidel, they making sure they got everybody, or such as are declared slaves by this act, shall not withstand and purchase any Christian white servant. Right? So again, they got their own complexion, Christian white servant, and also in this thing they talk about who becomes a slave. They're talking about people that are imported and people that are coming in from non-Christian places, which is Africa.
Right, but you go deep into it though, not a coincidence, man. You know what I mean? Like the shit can get real deep, man. And then the thing about it is, like I'm saying, y'all had to be willing to.
How deep he need to go? How deep he need to go?
How
deep he need to go? No, you said you gotta get deep, nigga. How fucking deep he gotta go?
You gotta stop it, man. You gotta stop that shit, man.
How deep he gotta go?
You gotta stop that shit,
How
man.
deep
You
he gotta go? Because you ain't never been there.
You sound like you must
did
be in
that
your 20s or
research.
something, man. Boy,
You ain't did the research.
Man,
So what the fuck? How deep he gotta go? How you gonna tell this nigga to go somewhere you ain't never been in a day in your life?
Let your soft ass talk.
What kind of shit is that?
Soft ass nigga, man.
You finna tell him to go somewhere you never been.
Tell that soft ass nigga shut the fuck up. Not coincidence.
You tell me to shut up, nigga.
I told your bitch ass shut up all night. Nigga must not be working. Your daddy must need to tell you.
He told me nothing.
Nigga, he the one allowing
the only bitch on here is you.
Behavior,
the only bitch on here is you with your
old
ass.
It sounds like not a coincidence. A reasonable guy, he know how to listen and talk. You faggot ass nigga, you.
Bruh, you just talking. You ain't even listening.
That man, they got been talking to me though, bitch ass nigga.
Nah, he ain't talking to your fuck ass nigga. Dick sucking ass pussy.
Nigga, you don't even know how to talk right. You referring dick to a man's mouth. You soft as fuck.
Yeah,
nigga, I'm telling you, boy.
Nigga,
I'm telling you right now.
All right, break it up. Wisdom.
Yeah.
So how you feel about this law in 1705, brother? I feel like you're deflecting because you keep trying to argue.
Nigga, I ain't had time to really talk to you right now. Not a coincidence. I'm sick of you doing that shit too, nigga. Stop playing, nigga. Do your booty parties or something, nigga? I'm sick of you, nigga. Every time I'm trying to talk to you like a man, we had a real dialogue. That fuck nigga come out of nowhere. Stop that pussy ass nigga, man.
Talking about, man?
That nigga paying you here, your sponsor or something. I respect it if you're your sponsor. You ain't supposed to knock your money.
Your daughter,
stop it.
She support us well.
Knock it.
Your daughter
must be on the payroll or something. You know what I'm saying? That's why you talking so much.
We get your daughter money, nigga.
Shit. I know he got to be sick of you niggas too.
Yeah, we get our motherfucking Pell Grant money, nigga. Fuck out of here.
He got to be sick of you niggas too, man.
Yeah.
Nah,
The
Sean,
shit ain't
Sean.
becoming for real. The shit ain't really not becoming, man.
Nah, I need Sean around. I don't know what you talking
That's why
about.
I know because you the fuck nigga. You know what I mean? You let that
Nah,
nigga do the fuck
listen.
nigga work. That what
Listen.
nigga do.
I'm telling. Listen,
Nigga
everybody.
do-boy ass nigga.
Hold on. Let me. This is a good
That
time.
nigga be the
Listen,
first
y'all
one to get his
need.
head cracked first. Nigga jump
Hold
out
on,
there. Nigga.
wisdom. Come on.
Yeah.
Hold on. I need y'all. See, Sean, he's the methodology guy. He's a science guy. I need y'all to go subscribe to his channel.
Nigga don't know shit.
You got what is it? Science with Sean, and what's the other one?
Mossy.
Yeah, Mossy Warrior Clan. He's gonna show you. See, he's not gonna play around. See, sometimes I get caught up in the bullshit. He's gonna show you the methodology. He's gonna go source for source. He's gonna show you why he came to his conclusion. You know what I'm saying? And he's not gonna deal with the bullshit. Sometimes I like the extra shit sometimes because it
like
leads
that
to
shit.
conversation.
I ain't think you liked that kind of shit. I thought you shut down the
No,
bullshit.
because my point is Sean's not gonna entertain none of this shit on his channel. It's either you coming with a source or you're
You know
not.
what I mean?
When I mean that, look. When I mean the extra shit, hold on.
Tonight.
Wisdom. Hold on. Let me tell you this. When I mean the extra shit, I actually allow y'all to talk without a source. Sean is not gonna let you talk without a source on his channel. That's why nobody goes over there. I'll actually entertain you for a little bit. Just to get a conversation.
Oh man, I'm with the sources in there, motherfucker thing. It don't make me done. And like I said, you know what I mean?
I mean, you've been up here for a minute.
Ain't not a coincidence. I want to tell you something, bro. And when you happen to go back and listen to anything I was saying tonight, bro, do yourself a favor and look it up. Everything I'm saying, because I'm not just talking just to be talking.
Look, that's the problem though, bro. I'm not saying I can't go behind what you said and look it up. That's not the problem. But when we're in these conversations, you need to be demonstrating. And that's what you're not doing.
Y'all don't have enough patience for that. Not a coincidence.
We do. We've been how long, bro? We've been talking.
And I would have shut up 2 hours ago had this nigga pulled up a source and started reading that shit.
Listen, you already said
no, that's all we want.
So just imagine if I pulled up all those sources, bro. Just imagine.
You ain't pull shit up.
Imagine, man, you don't listen too good. They ain't talking to you, nigga. So like I said again, not a coincidence. Like I said, everything I was saying could be pulled up. And what I'm saying again is, and what I'm saying again is not a coincidence. What I'm saying is not a coincidence. If I don't finish my thought when I just push the nigga talking. And that I've been putting up so many sources, y'all wouldn't have the attention span.
The only pussy nigga around
here. That's fine with me, is what I'm saying. They be like, hey man,
now we got trust me.
French West Africa, pull that shit up. And I'll be like, okay,
cool,
no problem. Let's do it.
I'm
with that. I'm with all that.
We got the attention span. We got the attention span over here. If you come in
over here, yo.
We actually waiting. We're waiting for this day for this to happen. Like that's what people not understanding. I'm waiting for Abo to come up here and actually defend it with sources. I haven't seen it, and I've been in this Aboriginal community for some years now. On their panels, they not showing
anything being said. Not a coincidence.
Yeah, but see, this is what y'all do. Y'all gish gallop. Y'all say a lot of things and try to put it together when they don't lead to that conclusion. Y'all go from anywhere to the African.
I'm not them though. I'm me. I'm a motherfucker. I'm me, nigga. I come from my
motherfucking
mother. My daddy nuts.
See, look.
Hey, I come from my daddy nutsack. That's who I am. I'm an Aboriginal American. Where I'm from. I know where I'm from. I don't know about no other niggas and what they doing. You know, it's plain to see, nigga. I came out my mama pussy about my motherfucking self. So don't include me with nobody else doing. I told you that, hey, you want me to pull something up, I'll pull it up. What I say. I don't know what nobody else doing.
Your daddy don't even say he indigenous, nigga. He don't believe he was in this motherfucker. He believe he African. So how the fuck you gonna bring your daddy into this shit, nigga? Talking about you come from your daddy nutsacks, nigga. That didn't stand on the like
you must not
this
know
nigga wasn't checking. He wasn't checking other. When he signed your ass up to school, nigga. When him and your mama signed you up for motherfucking elementary school, nigga. It wasn't checking other, nigga. Your ass African American.
You need to go to grammar school. Everything you speak is spelled in a curse, nigga.
About you know where you came from.
Keep on cursing your enslaved ass self, nigga. You stay a slave, nigga. Stay a slave, nigga.
Dumbass
stay a slave.
You found out this shit in the penitentiary, nigga.
Stay
Before
one,
you
nigga.
got out of jail.
Stay a slave.
Slow dumbass nigga. How the fuck you gonna
stay a slave,
talk
nigga.
about you know where you come from? Where the evidence at, nigga?
You got the shot and everything.
Where the evidence
you got all
at?
that shit.
Where the evidence at? What the evidence
Boy,
say?
stay a slave. Stay a
Old
slave.
slow ass nigga.
Stay a slave, nigga.
That show you how stupid you is, nigga.
Stay a slave.
You don't even know shit.
You act like you want to be mad because I'm trying to free your ass, nigga. You want to be a slave? I don't give a
You
fuck.
ain't freeing me. You fucking up my brain
Nigga, you
cells.
want to be a
dumbass
slave, boy?
nigga.
I don't care.
What
What's
book
your
have you
problem?
read? Have you
Why
read a book
you
in your
mad?
life?
Boy, you act like I'm trying to say, boy, you ain't no slave.
What book?
Boy,
What book
you a
have you read?
slave, boy.
What book have
You
you
come
read?
straight from Africa, boy. You come straight
What
from
book have you
West
read?
Africa, boy. What part you come from? Boy, you
What
come
book have
from
you
Ghana.
read?
Them crackers
I
did the damn
told
thing
you
to you.
this
They
nigga
fucked
didn't
you up.
graduate
They
high
fucked your
school. This
parents
nigga
up.
ain't never
You
read
got
a
a white
book.
man name. All that shit you said, nigga, yeah. You sure right, nigga.
You ain't even read a goddamn book in
You
your
should take
life.
your ass to sleep, nigga. You with your
Yeah,
African
you
ass.
need to. You need
With your
to.
African ass.
Yo, hold on.
With your Islam ass, nigga. The end, nigga.
Dude,
What
it's
else you
past
mad about?
mine.
Talking about police and Buddha
What
hoes.
else you mad about, homeboy?
Take your
What
soft
else you
ass
mad
to
about?
sleep.
Boy, you said you saw,
Hold
boy.
on, yo, wisdom. Hold on, y'all. We gotta. So listen, I've been on this 6 hours 40 minutes right now. So we gotta wind this thing down. We still didn't get what we was looking for, like always. And I'll be on here. I'll be putting in
I don't
shit.
know what you were looking for. What you looking for? Not a coincidence.
Some shit you
I'm
ain't
waiting
got.
for y'all to present some evidence. You see how? Look,
What you
I'll make.
looking
Hold
for? Not
on.
a
I'm gonna tell
coincidence.
you. I'm gonna tell you what I'm looking for. You see how, like, boom, with Anthony Johnson, and how I told you how after him laws changed and things like that. I start bringing up sources and showing you and demonstrating. Like I brought up the act. I showed you how he lost his land in 1670 because he was black when he died. I showed you the act in 1705 right here. What are you looking at? Where he tell you basically anybody who ain't white can't own somebody that's white. They can only own somebody that looks like this. So this whole thing that you trying to imply about this black slavery didn't happen and it was kind of different and they own white people. And even when you brought up Anthony Johnson, the person that he owned for life was a black person. It wasn't even a white person.
This
So
nigga took
what
us
I'm
to the
waiting for,
barbarous slave trade. All
yeah,
kinds
he
of
went to
dumb
Rome, but we just we want to see people demonstrate their thoughts and how they come to this conclusion. Am I right, Sean?
shit. Yeah, you're right.
You want to see people demonstrate what they're thinking and how they come to the conclusion. Like it's not that hard. Like
You know what? I understand what you're saying. Without a coincidence, and I guess I can agree with you on that. But what I'm saying too, though, right? Let's say for instance, like, this is my first time up here, right? And they say like, I don't really give no fucks the way y'all do, cause I know what I know, like I said from the beginning. So I'm not in the business to try to prove nothing to nobody. If you got no common sense to look it up, then that'd be on you. But not that I saying I can't, right? And not that I saying I won't either. But what I'm saying is, when people are trying to explain what they're saying, you cannot have clown niggas like these just cutting niggas out just on GP when niggas trying to explain.
now, look, I
As
guarantee you.
if that's
Listen,
not happening.
check this out. Now, look, wisdom. I guarantee you, anybody who's on any of my panels, and Sean will tell you, because that's the one you arguing with. If you going to be like, all right, I'm about to pull up my source, I'm about to read from my source, we're all gonna shut up. Sean, am I lying?
Hell
Okay,
no,
let me
you
tell
ain't.
you
We've
about
been
pull
waiting on
something
that
up for
shit
you right
before.
now.
Wanna know why? Because listen, we're gonna examine this shit. We want to hear everything you're saying. We want to look at everything and make sure you show everything. We want to get the whole context of it. We're gonna read this motherfucker. We ain't gonna interrupt you. But when it comes to just the talking and all that, you're gonna get interrupted because it's like, all right, show me.
I
Like
see what you're
if
saying.
somebody,
Because
if
y'all
I
don't
tell
believe nothing
somebody,
motherfucker saying, you believe what the source that you can read. I think I see what you're saying.
yeah, because otherwise you made it up. If you can't prove, where you're getting this from, like if I say, like just now with this law I got up here, black people couldn't own white people because the law said so. You'd be like, bullshit, prove it. Now I bring up this law which it shows you that anybody, black, Indian, mulatto, they can only own somebody their complexion and could not buy a white Christian. Now I'm showing you where I'm getting this from. I'm not making this up.
Agree? So do you agree to just the basic, like this bullet point sources without having to go too far into fucking details about bullshit? Do you agree? Do you accept that kind of stuff?
Your
or do it have to be told enough?
Yeah, but see
like
that
how to pick out
that leads to the cherry picking. Even though like I pointed out one thing in the source, yeah, right. But I'm not cherry picking because I'm saying we can go through this whole shit.
Okay.
And
Can
I
you pull
also
something up for
showed
me?
you
Not a coincidence? Because I'm on my phone, bro. Can you pull something up for me? And I want to know what you think about this. And y'all cherry picking, y'all with y'all scholar at, let me know, because you might show me something like, hey, nah, that ain't true or whatever. I don't know. But pull this up for me, and it's kind of going into what you were saying. See, because like, listen, not coincidence, right? Well, like, first of all, we know that just to be honest, that black and white was not always used indefinitely. You see what I'm saying? A certain amount of time, it was a certain time where these words start being used and being referred to us or whatever, right? And even when we look at it now today, we look up what white is according to the status and all that, according to the people that created the shit, they definitely include North Africa in it. You know what I mean? So we put two and two together, knowing that the so-called Moors or whatever
What we
had
pulling up,
a
bro?
large
What the fuck
influence
we
over
pulling
that
up? Fuck
area.
all that. What we
You know what I
pulling
mean?
up?
We're supposed to be Negroes or whatever. We know
We
they
trying to
had a
wind
large
down, bro.
influence
What
in
we
that
pulling
area.
up?
So it made me think that when we talk about the Europeans or the white people, they can just as well be the so-called Moors that's being talked about that we know is created for history of enslaved people or the Berbers or whatever you want to call them or whatever. That was in Mauritania and Morocco and all this during this time. And I'm saying even during that time that these places weren't considered the Africa as the way we would know it, because we know North Africa was basically like
what are we pulling up?
After Africa, man, was basically like a melting pot.
No, don't tell us about Africa because you don't know. What are we pulling
and it was
up?
called like
No, fuck all of that. What are we pulling
Roman
up?
African
You just said
province
not a
in the
coincidence. Can
BC
you pull
time,
up something you on
right?
your
Not a
phone?
coincidence. And then with
What are we
like I was
pulling
saying too,
up?
with the French, the West Africa, Portuguese, West Africa, all that shit.
That's crazy.
All I'm saying is, brother, there was a whole lot of shit
That
going on during
motherfucker
that
hit
time.
me, yo.
Yes, indeed. These people probably was coming from Africa, indeed. But what I'm saying is, they wasn't saying that.
those people. Hold
If you
on.
kicked him off and brought him back,
Anyway,
he still be talking.
Yeah, wisdom. Those people that you just mentioned are not the people that was brought to America. You mentioned the people in North America. I mean, in North Africa. Those are not the Africans.
but
Like
I
I
went
don't
on
know
to say
why
though
you
about West
bringing up
Africa too, though.
Berbers and all that.
You heard what I
Huh?
said?
What?
I went on to mention about the West Africa too. So, are you familiar with Cape Colony and Cape Town?
Yeah.
You ain't sound like you were saying the truth, man.
Yeah, Cape Town. What about it?
You know what I mean? That's where all the mystery was going on at, bro.
It goes back to what Callie was saying, yo. This
The
nigga's
South
on some whole
They
shit.
was though. It's true.
Yeah.
Callie told us about
Unless
this
you don't
nigga.
believe the information. But anyway, man,
Callie told us about this nigga and he denied all that shit.
You say you like sources, right, bro? I don't know if you want to pull it up or not. You can.
All right, nah, like listen.
Whatever, or you
Wisdom.
want to pull up universal manhood and suffrage or whatever, because that's gonna kind of explain. That's the real thing about that.
Listen,
Hold on, wisdom.
yo. He just ran.
Hold on, wisdom. Hold on, now we gotta end this. We about to end this.
Okay, yeah.
So, but listen, this your first time pulling up, or you been watching?
Yeah, I watch every now and then. I watch everybody every now and then, man. Y'all don't be talking about nothing though.
Yeah, I hear you. I hope.
You know what I'm saying?
Listen, wisdom. You got. I think there's some hope for you, man, because it seemed like you kind of. I see. Look, you was doing good, man. Listen,
you was kind of, man. What's up, man?
You was kind of accepting some things, but I hope you come back around.
Man? Go ahead, man.
Nah, I'm just saying. I hope you come back around. We can have another conversation. Sean's a good guy, man. You don't gotta hate him, man. He's a good guy, man.
I just don't do busting shit. I don't do extra shit. That nigga full of extra. That nigga sweet.
All right, but look, nah. Sean want to see the source, man. That's it. He want to know where you getting this from.
That nigga don't want to see shit, but a line there book.
I don't want to hear you talk. I want to see what the fuck. I want to see where you got your shit
good
from.
thing I ain't come up here to see your ass, nigga.
Hey, your daughter did, nigga.
This sounds like not a coincidence.
All right, but hold on. I'm gonna give everybody a minute to close out.
I'm gonna say again for the record, man. If I see that
pussy
ass nigga in the streets, I'm gonna be scared for my life.
You ain't gonna do nothing. You ain't gonna do
right
nothing.
now. You know what I'm
You
saying?
ain't gonna
So
do nothing.
all threats towards
You
my
ain't gonna
family
do
members
nothing.
and all that
You
type of
ain't
stuff.
gonna
I
do
think he
nothing.
disrespect my
You gonna be
daughter,
the whole ass
and
nigga you
I
been
think he
your whole life.
disrespect to
You gonna be a whole
really
ass
harass
nigga
my
you
daughter
been your
in a
whole life.
sexual
Ain't
way.
nobody listening to
I
all
really
that.
don't appreciate that. So,
You gonna be a whole
by
ass
all
nigga
means,
like
I
you been
will
your whole life,
defend
nigga. Talking
my
about you
daughter and
real
anybody
fake,
in
nigga.
my family. You know what I'm
Ain't nobody
saying?
hear that shit.
And I don't think it's an idle threat neither. I think he's really serious. Do y'all hear him? He said
Yo,
he
yo,
really serious.
yo. Would you,
I
yo,
hope y'all
wisdom?
listening.
What type of shit you on, man? Chill out, man.
You
He the
I'm on my
police. He the
self-defense
You want
shit.
to let
That's
police.
what I'm
Charles
on.
go?
I'm on my self-defense shit. You know what I mean? If I'm anywhere
Yeah.
50 feet around any fuck nigga, you best believe that
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
fuck the
defend
shit out your
myself
daughter, nigga.
because that nigga is egregious. You
I'm gonna
hear
fuck
him?
the shit out your daughter, nigga, and see
Yeah,
how you
y'all
like
see
it.
what's happening to
All
all
right,
these
hold
niggas
on.
around here. They getting kidnapped and
I'm
they
gonna fuck the shit out your daughter and see how you like it,
him.
nigga.
Y'all hear him, right?
Let's get up out of here,
And
man.
I'm gonna do this shit on the live, nigga, so you know.
Hold
And I'm
on.
gonna put the camera on while she right beside me,
Hold
nigga.
on, yo, Sean, real quick. Hold on.
nigga.
Yeah.
Yo,
And
wisdom.
I'm gonna be like this. I'm like, come here, babe. Come here, talk to your daddy.
Don't play with your booty, pussy nigga.
Yeah.
Yo,
I'm gonna play
hold
with your
on. Yo,
daughter
wisdom.
booty.
Yo, wisdom.
Yeah.
Yo, it was good talking to you. I'm about to let you go, man. I'm
No
gonna
doubt.
see you next time, man. All right. Yo, Sutek, you want to say something before we get up out of here?
Nah, man. I'll just say, as per usual, we didn't get no evidence. We didn't get no sources. These niggas came up here and talked to death. But I got hope. I got hope. I'm trying to be optimistic like you. Not a coincidence. You said you got.
I'm trying.
I got hope for these
crazy,
niggas.
Yo. Y'all niggas crazy.
Yo,
We'll see
Sean is not
we'll
trying
see
to hear
what
it.
sources they got next time, man. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm out.
Definitely.
Man,
Yo,
I
Sean,
ain't
I'm
hearing
gonna
none
let
of
you.
that
Hold
shit.
on, Sean. I'm gonna let you go last, Sean. I'm gonna let you go last. Yo, Kaz, you still there? You got
Nope.
something to say? No, he been going,
That
right?
nigga sleep, yo.
Word. Yeah, he going. I'm gonna let him go. Go ahead, Sean.
Yo, listen, bro. I don't know why niggas don't understand that all we want to do is to find out where they're getting their shit from so that we either can make corrections or they can make corrections.
It wouldn't be no argument.
None. I wouldn't be saying
Just show
shit.
us.
If I
Because
gotta
that's
sit
the
here and
first thing
listen to
we
you
had.
talk, yo, you gonna trigger me because I gotta sit here and listen to you talk. But if you demonstrate, I'm gonna give you enough time to get your shit out, and then when you start fucking up and not want to read shit like Root Words was doing earlier when he was reading from
Oh
that
my
bullshit
God.
that source.
You
And
see
then
how he cut that shit off real quick?
Quick. He took the shit
Yo,
down and everything.
He didn't just stop reading. He took the shit off the screen. Like he just went to something else.
Yeah, he was like, nah, that ain't what it was saying right here, yo. Look, nah, nigga, quit doing the dumb shit. That's what I'm saying. Like they be trying to Google themselves in the arguments. You know what I mean?
This shit
You
is
can't do
comedy.
that.
Nah.
Yeah, you just trying to go against some shit just because you feel a particular way, or you just trying to. I hate you niggas. You know what I'm saying? Wow, he wasn't lying. He hate us because he hate himself. You know what I mean?
But
He don't love
also,
himself.
did you hear him say that he basically learned this shit online? Like he wasn't thinking this shit his whole life.
Yeah, the
He
nigga learned that
just
shit, nigga. Yeah, for real.
they being converted. They're being
Right.
converted.
Right. And
Right.
they stuck. And when they can't argue, then they take us all the way around the world, and now they regurgitating dumb motherfuckers who ain't showed them shit, yo. Like we ain't have to do all that. He could have let you smoke some weed. He could have let you get high with his source on the screen, and you could have been smoking and reading
And
his
just
source.
chilling, right? Yeah. But no.
It wouldn't have been no argument, bro. It would have been a smooth little show. It was.
I gotta play referee all night because
Man,
nobody want to show Sean a source. Sean ain't gonna beef with y'all if y'all got a source, man.
Right.
Like PNF. He come up there, he say what? He say, yo, listen, the name call and all that. First thing he do is now Sean's a bitch. Yo, you asked him one question. You asked that man one question, now you a bitch.
That nigga lost it, yo. That nigga lost his whole shit. That nigga was like, fuck you, bitch. Motherfucker.
Yo, this shit was straight
yo, I
comedy,
just asked you
yo.
where you get the shit from.
Word,
Like
you ain't say nothing disrespectful, nothing.
Man, listen, that nigga said you can't, and I bet you can't challenge this shit, nigga. Hell no, we can't. You just made that shit up right now.
Bro, right now you made it up. But you know what it is, Sean? I be trying to wait to ask them for the source. You just right off the bat source, which is what I'm used to doing. But I know them. You feel what I'm saying? So I gotta try to like lead them into shit. Try to you know, it's like pulling teeth with them. You know what I'm saying? Because they'll take you everywhere. You'll be on Jupiter. You'll be in Asia, in Europe, and you won't even touch the Americas. You won't even get back to Americas. Like if you let them keep going, you'll never turn back to America. Like so,
that nigga PNF said we left the Americas and started building kingdoms everywhere else.
Oh my god! And then once I think who said something? Somebody said where. Sutek said where. I know Sutek did. You might like where. Never got an answer for that. Like
no.
Whoa.
He just like what the fuck? Like you know when they say first of all, when y'all say bullshit, and I know y'all niggas is still here and listening to this shit, not saying nothing. But when y'all say bullshit, we picking up on all the bullshit. Like we can sense it. So if you just put a source on the screen and now we can see where you coming from, then we could either help you make corrections or you can admit you had fault and comprehension issues. I'm not gonna tell you that you slow, but it's evident. You sit back and listen. I can't wait to listen to this nigga again, man. I gotta listen to this last nigga because I know he was tired, yo. He was just saying too much shit. He must have been drunk, high, something. That nigga live in Memphis, I think. Cause if his daughter go to TSU, that nigga in Tennessee somewhere. And I'm gonna find your daughter, nigga, while you trying to be disrespectful.
Nah, chill. Don't do it like that. He gonna really come looking for you. He gonna really come looking for you.
I'm gonna pull up a TSU right tomorrow.
Yo, listen. He don't have no reason to hate you. He already said he hates you.
Yeah, he hate me. Yeah.
So imagine if chill. We need you around, Sean. You too valuable, man. We need you.
That nigga, yo, Quasi on crack, yo. I don't know what the fuck he been looking at, man. Quasi, I've been looking at his comments all day.
Nah, he be saying the craziest shit. Like he was saying some shit about Igbo is some shit with Americans.
He say shit like that.
Hopefully one day he pop up and we can see.
He said 180,000 years ago, fucking Africans was in the Americas.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he made that shit all the way up.
With no fossil record though. Yeah.
Look at Zane. Zane laughing his ass off. They do. Hey, yo, that'll be dope though. If you had a pop quiz, like a 3-question pop quiz when they came on the panel, you just hit them with some shit. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I used to ask people, like, you know, in conversation, you ask them dumb shit like what's 12 times 12? You feel what I'm saying? Like shit like that, like just to test you, like, can you think, motherfucker? Like,
yeah.
So yeah, we do need a little entry exam just to get in the door. You gotta answer 2-3 questions real quick just to see where you at. Word. But let me get up out of here, man.
All right, yo, go ahead and do your thing, man. Peace, fam. Thanks for having me.
All right, bro. I'll catch you. You going live tomorrow?
I don't know, yo. I gotta do some financial stuff tomorrow. Probably after I get done with that shit. So I gotta get up in the morning and I'm gonna work out in the morning and then get myself ready for that shit with my advisor. And then after that, I'm gonna fuck around and
Yeah. So since I just had my daughter, right? She's 4 months, but in New York they got the paternity leave.
Oh yeah, you on that
shit? But instead of me taking it straight, like you get 12 weeks, I took it every Monday and Tuesday, so I'm off every Monday and Tuesday now.
Oh, that's fine.
Until September, so you know what I'm saying. So I'll be chilling.
Oh yeah, you got the 4-day weekend locked up.
Yeah, I'm loving it right now.
Yeah, that's some.
I'm gonna have that shit all through the summer. So I'm good. Yeah, but my job, I don't do shit anyway. You know what I'm saying? I work in a production company. Basically, we make flow meters.
Okay.
The shit that it measure gas and liquid that go through a pipe. But our shit, we don't even have to tap into the pipe. But I'm the lead there, so I train everybody come in. I sit up and make sure everybody doing what they supposed to do. I do like hands-on shit, but I don't gotta be pressed about the shit. You know what I'm saying? I sign shit and then I do what I want to do. So I'll be at work, I'll just be chilling. That's why I'll be online all day because I'm in front of the computer anyway. Because most of the tests on it is done through the computer. So I throw my headphone in and I just listen to Avos all day. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I be just so they can't run from me, but now they got me blocked. But we're gonna see what happens, man.
Yeah, we gonna get them motherfuckers out, yo. They gonna come from up under the rock.
Facts, but yeah, Sean. I'm gonna catch you tomorrow or the day after or something.
Okay.
All right, be safe, bro.
You too.
Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community, and people don't even know it.
They were brought here from the soils of Africa.
This is the problem, Cuddy. I want to talk about what the black people say, what the black people went to. They want to go to some whole other shit. They run from
The question.
They can't find anybody who says what they say. Can you find
Why are
somebody?
you lying? Martin Luther King.
No, he doesn't.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Hey, hold on. Didn't you just see me playing?
No.
Okay.
Hey, listen, fam.
Go ahead.
Hey, bro, we're not gonna let you just come over here and say dumb shit when we have archaeologists that from the 1800s. Books, we got plenty of things.
But hold up, Chief.
I need him to address the
Not a
science,
coincidence.
bro.
Not a
Just
coincidence.
talking points.
Not a coincidence. Didn't you just see
Address
me
the
play
science.
Eddie Griffin, and he just spoke to that? I just played Tariq Nasheed the
he
other
wants
day.
to find some pale skins
I'm saying.
He needs a pale skin to say it.
I'm saying, what do you need? What are you saying that we're lacking?
Look, this is what you're lacking. Somebody made the claim that Martin Luther King says that we're Aboriginal. What I just put in the back chat is a speech.
No, he said we're exiled in our own land.
Don't do it. No, we're not about to do that. We're not going backwards. Let's go to what we could prove. He never said he was African. We know that. Stop it. We're going back to the science.
All right.
No, you said that we don't have any foundation. No, sir. Only address the science that we're providing.
It take me 10 seconds.
Okay, then address the science, please.
The claim was MLK saying exile the own land, which equals Aboriginal. What I'm saying, I put a speech from 1966, March 17th, where he says that we came from Africa and was in slavery. Y'all be lying.
Now let us notice first that we have made meaningful strides. And I think I should point out that the Negro himself has come a long, long way in re-evaluating his own intrinsic worth. In order to illustrate this, a little history is necessary. You will remember that it was in the year 1619 when the first Negro slaves landed on the shores of this nation. They were brought here from the soils of Africa. Not like the Pilgrim Fathers who landed at Plymouth a year later, they were brought here against their wills.
I'm out, man. That nigga's tripping.
See, we're talking about black and African Americans. We're not talking about this beef shit that we are on. We're not on this drama shit right now. We're on Aboriginal TV's channel talking about Pan-Africans throwing shots at the Aboriginals. A Pan-African came on here, our brother, that makes our shows live for real. I gotta say, all of us need to like sneak together and throw this nigga like $10 because he's one of the only Pan-African boo-boos that come up here and put up a fight. People that just come up here need to see that. They need to see an African, and they need to see an Indian, and they need to see the debate so they could choose a side. Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community, and people don't even know it. Goofy motherfuckers.